Chapter 104, Chapter 17, Test Number 3. Chapter 104, Chapter 17, Test Number 3. After In-gong, who had the highest priority, made his selection, it was Felicia's turn. Sixth Princess, please make your selection. Isabella said with a gentle smile, but there was some pressure in it. Telling them to make a choice with almost no time to think. This was one of the ways of evaluating the Demon King's children, with regards to things like their judgment and determination. After looking at the map for a moment, Felicia glanced at the pitiful-looking Sylvan, then turned to In-gong. She sighed and made a decision. As you know, I'm more like a civil servant rather than a military officer. So, instead of taking an area directly, I will take on the role of supporting Ninth Prince and go to Evian. Unlike her energetic personality, her voice was clear and calm. Felicia finished speaking and glanced up at the Demon King. The Demon King didn't speak directly but nodded to give permission to Felicia. Felicia had never heard her name being called, but she was satisfied about that small exchange with the Demon King. Stealthily, she pressed a hand against her chest to check her heart. Chris looked at Felicia. She noticed Chris' gaze and the two people exchanged glances that showed their intentions. Sylvan's present condition wasn't that good, so Felicia wanted to embrace and comfort him. However, she couldn't do so because this was the court gathering. While thinking about this, Felicia stepped back. Sylvan would recover soon. So, she should think about something else and not about sticking to Sylvan. Felicia didn't follow In-gong because she wanted to work with him. Of course, she wanted such a thing inside her heart, but that wasn't the main reason. Due to the return of the group and the Sword Duke's intervention, In-gong hadn't made a declaration, but he was recognized as the leader of the fourth faction. In-gong needed support. Putting aside combat power, Felicia and Chris were the only ones able to assist In-gong in the political field. However, Chris was a warrior. It was unnatural to say he would go with In-gong when he had a combat power comparable to Sylvan's. That would be an excessive waste of combat power and the Demon King's palace wouldn't accept it. She didn't know why In-gong had picked Evian, but she would follow him. After all, they had been together since the Red Lightning tribe. After Felicia made her decision, knowing gazes were passed between the people gathered in the hall. It was widely known that Felicia had decided to help In-gong. From now on, the selection order will be decided based on the merits accumulated in the merits department. Second Prince, please make a selection. Isabella gazed at Zephyr with gentle eyes. Zephyr then gazed at Evian for a moment, then turned toward the north. I will go to Harrigal. Many people nodded calmly at the Second Prince's declaration. Harrigal was as close to the northern limit line as possible and was regularly attacked by violent creatures. Harrigal's degree of difficulty was higher than Evian's, never lower. Of course, nobody could be sure that there would be an actual attack on the area predicted by the Demon King's palace or even about the scale of the enemies that would appear. However, from the outset, Harrigal was an important land. Harrigal's land itself wasn't rich, but there were abundant resources underground including the Papunal, that was called the vein of the demon world. Harrigal was the shield that protected the Papunal. So, Second Prince's choice was expected. If there truly was an attack, then it was the area where the greatest merits could be gained. It is the next best thing since Zephyr was looking at Evian earlier. Since In-gong had first opened his eyes in Karak's barracks, he had been good at reading things. When In-gong selected Evian, Zephyr clearly had a different reaction from usual. It was difficult to explain, but In-gong was able to sense it. Zephyr seemed to be pursuing Evian as well. If so, why? When looked at objectively, Evian wasn't a good choice. General Vandal. The name surfaced reflexively, but In-gong was certain. So, it was good that he sensed it. Zephyr also seemed to be looking to bring in General Vandal. In Knight Saga, Zephyr had been able to defeat Vandal at the end of his second year, year 514. However, that had been in Knight Saga. It was estimated that this Zephyr was much stronger than the Zephyr of Knight Saga. So, it was possible for the current Zephyr to beat Vandal. As an adult, Zephyr was able to move freely and choose his own missions just like Sylvan and Felicia. However, it wasn't possible for him to meet with military personnel anytime he wanted. So, maybe Zephyr thought about using this situation as an opportunity. It is quite plausible. Then shouldn't I hurry and get Niatra and Sectum as well? They had been his three favorite subordinates in Knight Saga. Succubus Knight Niatra, the worst necromancer Sectum and the ogre warrior Vandal. I have to hurry and visit the slave auction house where Niatra is. It is necessary to secure Niatra before securing Sectum. Caitlyn's birth secret had been the beginning of the lycanthrope subjugation. The one who had obtained this information had been Niatra. There was no guarantee that she would get the information, but he had to block Zephyr from acquiring her. While In-gong was thinking, first Prince Baikal made his choice. Baikal also made a sensible choice. Next, fourth Princess Anastasia made her decision. Her choice didn't overlap with In-gong's, Zephyr's, or Baikal's. Third Prince Victor chose to support Anastasia and the Demon King allowed it. From In-gong to Anastasia, the leaders of each faction chose different areas and there were now only 2 areas left unselected. Fifth Prince, please make your selection. Sylvan jumped at Isabella's call and chose a place close to Evian. As there had been no abnormality when In-gong, Zephyr, and the others made the selections, he had managed to restore most of his composure. Now, there was only one area left and Chris and Caitlyn, the siblings, had the opportunity to choose. Everyone thought they knew what the lycanthrope siblings would choose, so they thought there would be nothing else worth seeing. Chris would choose the remaining area and Caitlyn would follow. It wasn't a bad thing. This was a good but reasonable choice. However, Chris just laughed and exchanged glances with Caitlyn who nodded. I will go to Kaltu. Chris said the name of the remaining area. The selections were now as good as over. Isabella turned to Caitlyn with a gentle expression. 8th Princess, please make your selection, I will go to Evian. I understand. Evian, huh? Isabella cried out involuntarily. Gelid, who was standing with the other captains, also looked at Caitlyn with confused eyes. Caitlyn took a deep breath and spoke calmly. 9th Prince Shutra is still young compared to the other princes and princesses. 6th Princess is helping, but 6th Princess is a scholar and not a warrior. I am inexperienced as well, but I am a warrior. So, I think I would make a decent balance with 9th Prince and 6th Princess. Her words were reasonable. 9th Prince had only started to stand out a few months ago. Moreover, the Demon King's palace didn't yet know In-gong's real strength, so they didn't think he would be stronger than Caitlyn. Isabella, who thought Caitlyn was going to follow Chris, looked at the Demon King with a puzzled face. The Demon King nodded again to express his permission. It was a reasonable decision. From the beginning, the Demon King's palace had thought Caitlyn would go with Chris. However, Chris was much stronger than In-gong. So, there was no reason to refuse to let her accompany In-gong when they would have allowed her to accompany Chris. You have completed your area selections. Princes and princesses, 5 days from today, you will start moving to each area. The information regarding the Purple Aura enemies will be sent to your homes. Thus, the main agenda of the court gathering was over. As usual, there were a few ceremonial events to end the court gathering. In-gong took a deep breath and looked around. The Sword Duke was smiling with an unknown expression while the Demon King was as expressionless as always. Galid was gazing at Caitlyn with worry, while Yekaterina, the Nightmare's captain, was giving a lovely smile. As for Richard, the leader of the Draconians and one of the strongest captains aside from Galid. He had been In-gong's strongest ally when In-gong played Zephyr. However, at this moment, Richard was looking down at In-gong with a ferocious smile. In-gong ignored Richard's gaze and turned to Zephyr. At that moment, Zephyr turned his gaze to In-gong as though he had been waiting for it, and their gazes met in midair. And I'm tired. As soon as they returned to the waiting room, Felicia threw herself onto a large sofa and screamed. Although it was far from polite, the people in the waiting room were all close to Felicia, so there was no need for politeness. Felicia waved her arms and legs and kept sighing. Ah, the Sword Duke is a fool. A person like that isn't good for my heart. He should tell us in advance. It had been a few days since the group had arrived at the Demon King's palace. It would have been nice if he sent a simple message during that time. Despite that, he still insisted on surprising them today. Sword Duke. Sylvan sat down next to Felicia and clutched his chest. Felicia felt sorry for Sylvan and hugged him tightly. My poor Sylvan. He really wanted to become the Sword Duke's disciple. As Felicia patted Sylvan's back with gentle eyes, Chris turned his gaze to In-gong and said in a lively voice. Anyway, his actions were helpful. At today's court gathering, the Sword Duke practically announced that he is supporting Shutra. By the way, it is strange. How did you manage to catch the Sword Duke's heart? What is the secret? I want to learn how to do it. Sylvan's eyes flashed as he also wanted to learn the secret. In-gong just grinned awkwardly and replied. I don't know. The Sword Duke's favor derived from In-gong's uniqueness and the Demon King's interest. So, the other princes wouldn't be able to apply to this. Felicia, who was still hugging Sylvan, asked Chris suddenly. Chris, is it okay for Caitlin to not go with you? Felicia was also surprised when Caitlin said she would go with In-gong instead of Chris. Chris replied with a shrug. It is bittersweet, but it will be more helpful than if she stays with me. It seems like the performance of the Moonlight Corps and Starlight Corps is better than expected. It had only been about 10 days or so, but In-gong and Caitlin had shown a huge growth in their aura over the last 10 days. The synergy between the Moonlight Corps and Starlight Corps was truly amazing. Chris patted Caitlin's head and asked. Caitlin, unlike Spider Forest, this might be a moderately long mission. Is that okay? Yes, it is okay. Unlike the time at the Lycanthrope house, Caitlin answered with a bright smile. There was no unease at all. Really bittersweet. Chris complained with slumped shoulders and Felicia laughed. She was still holding onto Sylvan when she said. Well, today's work is over. The enemies with the purple aura, the Sword Duke. There are many things to talk about, but I want to rest for a while. Isn't that right, Sylvan? Who? Sword Duke. Sylvan nodded reflexively. At that moment. Ha? Did you call me? The Sword Duke's voice was heard from behind them. Startled, Felicia jumped up from her seat and looked back. Sword Duke? It truly was the Sword Duke. He laughed from the door of the waiting room, then he pinched Felicia's cheeks. This princess is still a baby. Egu, so cute. Felicia's face was red while Sylvan was stunned. The Sword Duke laughed and moved on. Oh, 8th princess. You are much bigger up close. I have to try it once. Ha? Kayak? There was no time to reply. Just like he had done to Felicia at Thunderdune Fortress, he placed his hands between Caitlin's arms and raised her up high. Higher, higher. As if he was playing with a little child, he kept spinning Caitlin. At Thunderdune Fortress, Felicia had screamed to be put down, but Caitlin was different. At first, she was panicked, but then she started to enjoy it. If she was to speak, she would say how amazing it was. Well, this is still fun. So adorable. The word truly fit Caitlin, who had red cheeks and sparkling eyes. After greeting Felicia and Caitlin, the Sword Duke turned toward In-gong. In-gong regained his composure and spoke calmly. I greet the Sword Duke. I greet you as well. Fifth Prince and Seventh Prince too, it is a pleasure. Greetings. Greetings. Chris and Sylvan greeted him as well. Chris was a little wary of the Sword Duke, while Sylvan seemed eager to talk to him. However, the first one to say something wasn't a prince or princess. Look, what happened all of a sudden? It was Carrick who asked. Sylvan was astonished while Chris flinched. Carrick had just casually asked the Sword Duke a question. However, Felicia had already adapted to Carrick, while Delia, Syra, and Sapphira just admired Carrick's boldness. The Sword Duke just laughed pleasantly like he had at Thunderdune Fortress and said to In-gong, I came to ask Ninth Prince something. There is a story I would like to share, but I also have a request. A request? Yes. I can only ask Prince. The Sword Duke said with a laugh. There was mischief in his eyes, similar to when he played with Felicia and Caitlin. Can Prince invite me to your mansion? I want to see that person. And... Yeah. Stay away. Don't tease me. Why the hell did you bring this brat? I decided we're to keep it a secret. This is a breach of contract. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105, Chapter 17, Test Number 4. Chapter 105, Chapter 17, Test Number 4. Yeah. Stay away. Don't tease me. Why the hell did you bring this brat? I had decided we're to keep it a secret. This is a breach of contract. Amita banged their tail against the floor. It seemed like they were angrier than usual. However, as usual, the party didn't pay attention to Amita's anger. The raccoon wearing glasses is cute. Caitlin patted her cheeks and sighed. Caitlin's eyes shone brightly when she saw Amita wearing large, round glasses. That wasn't all. Amita was squatting on the floor and embroidering a piece of cloth that Daphne was holding. Raccoon person, what are you doing? Carrick asked the question that the party was curious about, and Amita hit the ground with their tail again. Can't you tell just by looking? I am embroidering. There were colored threads on a needle and a green cloth that fit well with Daphne. Felicia sighed when she saw the embroidery. This was because they were sophisticated magic patterns and not just decorative embroidery. However, the rest of the people just saw Amita's small hands holding a needle. Cute. Caitlin said once again, and Delia and Syra nodded in agreement. Amita cried out again. Aish. Why did he come here? And you? Don't smile or laugh. That expression is annoying. The target of Amita's needle was the Sword Duke, who laughed and pointed at Amita's neck. Amita, that necklace is something else. Did you change your job into a pet or something? A collar meant it was an animal with a master. Although it was necessary to disguise Amita as an ordinary raccoon, a collar was still a collar. Key. This is a fashion item. Fashion. Amita jumped up and exclaimed, causing the Sword Duke to laugh even more. Daphne embraced Amita from behind. Amita, calm down. It suits you very well. Oh. Although they were supposed to be comforting words, Amita's shoulders sagged after hearing that the collar fit them. Their voice also became heavy, like they felt a sudden fatigue. Why the hell did you bring him anyway? I had decided to keep it a secret. As Amita directed the question to In-gong, the Sword Duke then opened his mouth again. I asked him to invite me. I heard that Ninth Prince's party arrived with a raccoon, so I thought it might be you. They hadn't had one with them at Thunderdune Fortress, so he was sure it was Amita when a raccoon suddenly appeared. However, it is really surprising. I told them your location, but I honestly hadn't expected you to accept the commission or to follow them. It is a long story, very long. Amita sighed with a grim expression. Felicia glanced at Amita and asked in a cautious voice. Then Amita, how is your progress now? What? Don't ask, don't ask. I hate people who pressure me about orders the most. Amita kicked their arms and legs from within Daphne's arms. The startled Felicia quickly explained. I'm not trying to pressure you. It's just that Sylvan will go to a different place from us in a week. I want to give him the sword before that. Felicia. Sylvan stared at Felicia with moist eyes like he was touched. However, Felicia just pushed him aside and asked Amita again. How is it, Dot? It was for the sake of a brother and sister. Amita was weak in this regard and shook their head quietly. I've drafted the blueprint but haven't started working on it yet. It is possible if I raise the priority of the sword from now on, but... Amita glanced at Felicia and Sylvan and sighed. It was because of Felicia's words and Sylvan's eager expression. Well, I am tired of making armor, but the exterior will be simple. It will be like the Sword Duke's sword. Amita pointed to the sword hanging from the Sword Duke's waist and the Sword Duke caressed it with a cheerful face. Simplicity is best. As they had already seen at Thunderdune Fortress, there were no decorations on the Sword Duke's sword. The sheath was shabby and the handle simple. However, Sylvan nodded like he liked it. Thank you. I will wait happily. He was pleased about the fact that it would be similar to the Sword Duke's sword. It was something that Sylvan would have asked for. Once Amita gave their permission, Felicia looked at In-gong and Caitlin with an apologetic expression. Shutra, Caitlin, I'm sorry. Please understand. Yes, Uni. I'm fine. I'm okay. Caitlin and In-gong answered coolly. Caitlin thought that Felicia had a good heart. While In-gong, he had plenty of things to receive from Amita. And I am going to take Amita on this journey. Sylvan was going to a different area, so it was reasonable to supply him with his equipment first. I am getting chills all of a sudden, but... Amita suddenly shivered like they heard In-gong's thoughts. By the way, are you leaving after a week? Yes, there is a new mission. Felicia answered Amita's question. Amita frowned, then they said to In-gong. Ninth Prince, give me Earthquaker and White Eagle. I will go ahead with their readjustment. I'll have to hurry. Will it be possible in time? I will see. It isn't a new item but a readjustment. Earthquaker and White Eagle could be said to be In-gong's main force. As the period of unavailability increased, it would become more burdensome. It would be good to do it while in the relatively safe Demon King's palace. Well, it is good to see you. I won't be staying in the Demon King's palace for a long time, but I will often come to visit. The Sword Duke laughed as he spoke and Amita waved their hand with a sour expression. You will disturb my work. Don't come, don't come. Don't laugh. Amita. Daphne soothed Amita in an affectionate voice. It worked as Amita shook their tail and said, well, yes. That reminds me, I have one thing to show you. I completed it over the past few days. It is a good feeling when something is completed. Oh, what is it? Karak asked Amita excitedly. Your shield. Well, it is for Ninth Prince, but it will be yours. Oh. Come along to the workshop. Amita jumped out of Daphne's arms and walked out of the room. Karak looked at In-gong, clearly asking for permission, and In-gong gave it to him. Go. I'm going. Karak walked out of the room with light steps. The Sword Duke said with a smile. Amita now has many friends. You've made a good bond. It is thanks to Sword Duke's introduction. Anyone can receive an introduction, but it is uncommon for anyone to move Amita. You don't need to be so modest. As he said those good words, Felicia raised her hand and asked, "Sword Duke, what happened today? Is there any more detailed information about the enemies on the periphery? I've heard many things, and the atmosphere around the Demon King's palace is bad. Even if the Demon King doesn't mind you competing against each other, the royal children shouldn't harm each other. Well, it is also good that I saw Ninth Prince." As Felicia had guessed, the Sword Duke had intervened to help protect In-gong. Moreover, the Sword Duke's words were true. Even in Knight Saga, the children of the Demon King never tried to harm each other by sending assassins or poisoning the food. As the Sword Duke said, the Demon King didn't want that. Those who tried to attack their siblings would receive the wrath of the Demon King. The Sword Duke then answered Felicia's second question. The enemies on the periphery. Unfortunately, that information is to be distributed by the Merits Department. There is no such thing as specially hidden information. After returning to the mansion from the court gathering, they had met Amita straight away, so there hadn't been a chance to check the information. The Sword Duke then said, "I'll just say one thing. An enemy with the strength of that spearman, who showed up at Thunderdune Fortress, hasn't appeared. The Demon King's palace was dispatching the princes and princesses. The surface reason was to defend each area. However, if In-gong stepped back and looked at it, that wasn't the whole truth. They were dispatching the princes and princesses knowing that enemies with the purple aura would appear. In addition to that, there was a second reason. Dispatching the princes and princesses to the outside meant that the defenses in certain areas would be strengthened. In other words, the intention was to destroy the will to attack itself. Of course, the places where the princes and princesses were dispatched were important areas that needed to be guarded. The basic plan was for the princes and princesses to defend the area and trace the source of the purple aura. After hearing the Sword Duke's words, In-gong recalled Zephyr's face. He had wanted to go to Evian. Currently, In-gong was opposing the Death Knight and Famine Knight. However, when talking about his ultimate enemy, he couldn't help thinking of Zephyr. I have to hurry. He had to secure Nyatra and accumulate the power to become the Demon King. I have to go to the library. I don't know if I can get the information needed at my current merit level, but it would be better than not checking. This was to prepare for the Death Knight. Along with the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse, he needed more information about conquest, war, death, and famine going against the Elder Dragons. The extinction of a native species. The purpose of the Death Knight in killing the Guardians. The intense affection famine and death had toward conquest. And Watcher Ainkel's murder 1,000 years ago. The keywords were scattered all over the place. There had to be a central axis connecting them. Amita and Karak came back while In-gong was deep in thought. Prince, look at this. Didn't it turn out well? Karak held out a shield excitedly. It was a diamond-shaped, black shield made of black dragon scales and leather. It is a little rough, but it is a tough shield. Amita said with a proud smile. In-gong asked Karak. Can I hold it for a moment? Here you go. Karak handed the shield to In-gong. Not only was the appearance crude, but it had a considerable weight. As In-gong held the shield, letters made of light appeared in front of him. Strength has increased by 5. Persistence has increased by 5. Durability has increased by 5. Built-in skill, Unite, has been acquired. Ha! Unite? In-gong muttered and Amita's eyes shone. Heek, did you notice? Ha! What does that mean? Unite? Karak asked with wide eyes. Amita responded with a laugh. There are additional parts. They can join with your shield. Additional parts? Prince, give the shield back to the orc. Orc, the trigger word is Kaltos. At Amita's prompt, In-gong passed the shield back to Karak. Carrick equipped the shield on his right arm, swallowed his saliva and shouted, "Kaltos!" The moment he shouted, there were shouts outside in the hallway. It sounded like there was a struggle. In-gong, Sylvan and Chris responded to the sound, but the Sword Duke raised his hand and restrained them. The reason soon appeared. Oh! Additional parts flew from Amita's workshop and clung to Carrick's shield with a loud clang. The servants were surprised due to the extra parts. With the addition of all the extra parts, Carrick's shield nearly doubled in size. It was like looking at a big, solid gate. It has magic reflection ability and the physical defense also increases significantly. When it comes to simple defense, it is better than White Eagle. Don't worry, I've thought of an easy way to carry the additional parts. Amita raised their chin proudly, then the forgotten Green Wind's upset voice was heard in In-gong's ear. "Ah, no. My presence, In-gong laughed and said to Amita, "Will you be able to readjust White Eagle? It will be an interesting challenge." It was an equipment from an elder dragon. Green Wind sighed with relief at Amita's answer and the others were full of expectations for their equipment. It was at that moment. A bell rang a few times and Flora entered the room. She was embarrassed to see the group of excited people but soon returned to her usual calm expression. "Ninth Prince, a letter from the First Prince has arrived for you." "From Baikal Orobioni?" Instead of replying to Felicia's question, Flora handed the letter to In-gong. All eyes were focused on In-gong as he opened it. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 106, Chapter 17, Test Number 5. Chapter 106, Chapter 17, Test Number 5. In-gong opened the sealed red envelope and pulled out a beautifully folded piece of stationery. Although it was a somewhat slow response, In-gong tilted the letter gently and smelled it. It didn't seem to be poisoned. Flora would have confirmed it already, so it would be a big deal if something was wrong. However, In-gong had 100 poisons resistance, so he confirmed it himself. After completing a rough check, In-gong opened the letter, on which there were words written in a beautiful font. "My dear brother, Shutra Ignus. I don't know what is going on, but all of my siblings are gathered at the Demon King's palace. Although we couldn't communicate properly at the court gathering, it was very nice to see everyone's faces. Shutra, as you know, all of us have the same mission this time. The departure will be in 1 week. This is an important mission that involves danger to the demon world, but I think it is a great opportunity. After all, it is uncommon for all of us to gather at the Demon King's palace. Before we leave on our missions in a week's time, I hope to have a meeting between siblings. Wouldn't it be nice to see each other's faces and have a good chat? 2 days before departure, in the afternoon, I will hold a small tea party where all of our siblings are invited. I'd like to invite you. Baikal Ragnaros. The contents were simple and affectionate for a letter written by royalty, but the royalty of the demon world was different from the human world. In-gong read it quickly and handed the letter over to the curious Chris and Felicia. Baikal Orobioni. Felicia nodded and turned to ask Flora a question. She asked in a friendly tone. "Flora, was there anything else?" "I've been told that in addition to Ninth Prince, the same letter has been delivered to the mansions of the other princes and princesses. The letter was an invitation to all the children of the Demon King." Chris smiled and said with narrowed eyes. "A tea party involving all the children of the Demon King. This is the first time. In the first place, it was rare for all the children of the Demon King to be gathered at the castle. Caitlin, who wanted to get close to the other children of the Demon King, thought the idea of a joint tea party was brilliant. Felicia alternated looking between Chris and Caitlin and shrugged. Like Baikal Orobioni said, a gathering like this is uncommon. Even if everyone is gathered, we will soon scatter. Anyway, isn't Baikal Orobioni very busy? Not only did Baikal take missions as the eldest son of the Demon King, he was also on the forefront as a general. He spent most of the year on the front lines, so he didn't stay at the Demon King's palace. A joint tea party. All the children of the Demon King gathered in one place. The expression in Chris' eyes became complicated. I don't feel like it. As expected from Chris. It was rare for the lycanthrope siblings to attend official events, so it went without saying that the result would be the same for information gatherings such as tea parties. Certainly, he didn't attend in Knight Saga either. Although it was different this time, Baikal had held several joint tea parties in Knight Saga. The participants had been different every time and there were some who never participated. Caitlin's expression became grumpy as she heard Chris murmur. Her eyes asked, "Will we also be absent this time?" Chris pinched Caitlin's cheeks. He laughed and turned toward In-gong. However, this time, we won't be alone. I will follow everyone's will. Caitlin's eyes widened. She turned towards In-gong and Felicia spoke with a mischievous expression. The purpose itself isn't bad. I don't think Baikal Orobioni will be orchestrating something bad. Though, it is a little uncomfortable meeting Zephyr Orobioni and Anastasia Uni at this point. So, was she participating or not? Felicia felt Caitlin's nervousness and nodded with a loud laugh. I will participate. I will follow Felicia's will. Sylvan agreed. In-gong was the only one left. Shutra? Caitlin's voice was impatient. Instead of answering, In-gong raised his arms slowly with a very serious expression. Caitlin's expression showed restlessness while Felicia and Chris tried not to laugh. In-gong said with a smile, I need to participate. There is no reason not to. Caitlin's expression became brighter. It was like a flower was in full bloom. It is nice to have a good relationship between siblings. Sword Duke. The Sword Duke interrupted their conversation with a laugh and got up. Prince, I will go back now. I will be sure to go out the front gate. The Sword Duke had visited the Ninth Prince's mansion. The meaning of that one fact was quite large and it was impossible for the Sword Duke to not know the meaning of it. Thank you for your consideration. In-gong shook hands with the Sword Duke. I don't know if I should be praised for that. Also, if possible, I'd like to see you once again before you leave. I am curious about the progress of the Divine Sura Authority. Okay, do check our achievements before we leave. Sylvan's eyes shone as he heard the conversation. His nervous face resembled Caitlin's, who was eager to participate in the tea party. However, Sylvan could not get any words out. This was due to another person speaking. If you're leaving, go quickly. Why are you talking for so long? Amita slammed their tail against the ground angrily. The Sword Duke laughed and looked down at Amita. I'm glad that you're so cute. What cuteness? I'm not cute. Amita protested, but it wasn't very convincing. The Sword Duke didn't stay any longer. I'm going, he said briefly and left. Flora hurriedly followed behind the Sword Duke. Amita glanced after the Sword Duke, then looked up at In-gong. I'm tired. Ninth Prince, can you give me Earthquaker and White Eagle now? I will work on it immediately. Having Amita as his personal craftsman was something In-gong had never dreamt about until now. Amita's head would be full of the readjustment for the next week. Felicia quickly interrupted. Amita, what about Sylvan's sword? Don't pressure me, no pressure. Amita looked up at In-gong and he nodded, pulling out White Eagle and Earthquaker from his inventory. Thank you, Amita. Yes. Chris, Caitlin and Felicia knew about the inventory, so they didn't react, but Sylvan was surprised by the sudden appearance of White Eagle and Earthquaker. However, no one explained it to Sylvan, and Amita wasn't curious. Amita used their ability to float White Eagle and Earthquaker in the air, then looked at Daphne. Daphne, I'll finish the embroidery in the workshop. Yes, Amita. Daphne picked up the embroidery and left the room with Amita. Now, only the royal children and their aides remained in the room. Felicia sank back onto a soft chair and said, I would like to rest, but I think we should talk about the schedule. They would leave the Demon King's palace in 1 week. There were many things to do in the meantime. Baikal Orobione's tea party is a tea party, but there is also another meeting. It's a meeting with the concubine children who follow Chris and me. Additionally, we should invite any concubine children who want to join our faction. Now that they had created a faction, it was time to fill it up. Chris spoke as well. It is a little difficult to meet the nobles because there isn't much time left. Still, it will be good to meet the Dark Elves. Due to 4th Queen Elaine, the lycanthropes gave their support, but the Dark Elves were still on the fence. Although Felicia and Sylvan supported In-gong, compared to the lycanthropes, their support was uncertain. He had met the 4th Queen, Elaine. So, sooner or later he would need to meet with the 3rd Queen. In-gong recalled the Demon King's palace before shrugging. Let's just have a large-scale social gathering. In Knight Saga, meetings like these were coordinated by the butler and escort knight, Nyatra. This time, he would entrust the work to experts and not bother with the matter seeing as he had Chris and Felicia. Felicia narrowed her eyes and said, Let's invite the concubine children the day after Baikal Orobione's tea party. There will be rumors about the invitation, so they will try to gather information about what we are doing and question us. Chris nodded in agreement. Carrick represented the others in the group as he asked. Princess, isn't it just a tea party? Why did things like gather information and question suddenly come out? Felicia sighed and said with a bitter expression. On the surface, yes. Inwardly, it is different. It wouldn't be easy. They didn't know about Baikal, but Zephyr and Anastasia would be present. In particular, Anastasia alone was a problem. Caitlin's face became depressed at Felicia's concern. It was far from the friendly gathering that she had been expecting. Chris saw Caitlin's expression and changed the topic. By the way, Shutra, why did you pick Evian? Is it because of General Vandal? Felicia was also curious about this. If they looked at it objectively, Evian was the worst choice. In-gong replied lightly. That's correct. We met during the Red Lightning Tribe mission. I wanted to meet someone who I knew and missed. I also want to strengthen ties with General Vandal. He didn't say that he wanted to take Vandal as a subordinate after a head-to-head showdown. However, Chris nodded when he heard strengthen ties. General Vandal, he is obviously outstanding. It would be nice to increase your standing with other generals, but strengthening ties to Vandal is a good choice. I am convinced. Chris had decided to support In-gong, but he wouldn't do it without thinking. He needed a reason for In-gong's actions. Though, isn't there another reason? Carrick said, scratching his chin. It seemed like he had spoken without thinking. Perhaps due to Carrick's influence, In-gong also answered without thinking. There is a place nearby that I would like to visit. Where do you want to go? The confused Felicia asked. In-gong recalled Nyatra and said. Do you know Talker's slave auction house? What's with all these faces? Felicia's eyes had narrowed while Sylvan's eyes had widened, and Chris had simply burst out laughing. Caitlin was the only one confused, and Chris started talking. Shutra, don't you know what the city of Talker and Talker's slave auction house is? Young? In-gong recalled the Talker slave auction house that he had seen in Knight Saga. Talker, the city of entertainment and pleasure. It was the so-called red light district of the demon world. And the slave auction house was called Talker's Flower. There were more skin colors there than any other place in the demon world. HRRMM, I see. Shutra picked Evian due to Taker's slave auction house. There must be something you want to buy there. Felicia's eyes were cold. Ah, no. So? In-gong tried to come up with an excuse, but there was nothing to say. He couldn't say that he wanted to go to the slave auction house to buy a slave, and not just any slave, but a succubus. Ah, no. I'm just trying to get my subordinate, Nyatra, back. As In-gong didn't say anything, Felicia's eyes became colder, while Sylvan clicked his tongue. He knocked against In-gong's shoulder and said, "Well, it is natural to be curious about such things. It is understandable." Sylvan winked as he spoke. Of course, he only had one eye, so it looked like he was just closing his eyes. "Uni, what is Taker?" Caitlin asked and Felicia whispered into Caitlin's ear. Caitlin's face turned red instantly. Shutra is too much. What was this? As the women's eyes turned cold, Chris knocked against In-gong's shoulder like Sylvan had done and left the room with the others. Now, only In-gong and Carrick remained in the room. In-gong sighed deeply and Carrick watched from beside him. He said with a warm smile, "Prince, you are also a man." In-gong sighed again and Green Wind appeared out of nowhere to hug him. And early the next morning, In-gong visited the large library. However, it was as he had feared. His merit level was still low, so he could only visit the surface level of the big library. He searched through various books in the library all morning but couldn't find any traces of the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse or the extinct species. Fortunately, there were quite a lot of books about the Elder Dragons, so In-gong picked out several books that would be helpful. I'll have to enter the depths to get more accurate information. Unfortunately, it seemed necessary to wait. In-gong spent time in the library reading books about the Elder Dragon, then went to practice with Caitlin. He almost visited Amita's workshop several times but couldn't see anything properly since Amita wasn't finished. So after 4 days, it was 2 days before their departure. The day of Baikal's tea party. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, Chapter 17, Test Number 6. Chapter 107, Chapter 17, Test Number 6. Knight Saga often had tea party events. Zephyr, the protagonist of the demon world, could hold them himself or he could accept the invitation of the other royal children. The function of the tea party was a social meeting. As it wasn't an official event like the court gathering, it was smaller in size, but a greater degree of socialization was available. The tea parties were for collecting and exchanging information, discovering new talents, maintaining their reputation and various media play. Sometimes the ha-ha and ho-ho along with the tea and cakes makes it seem far from a meeting. Although it wasn't a court gathering, In-gong was dressed formally when he climbed into the carriage that Flora called. Felicia, Sylvan, Caitlin and Chris were already on the carriage as they had decided to go together in order to show that a new faction had formed. Felicia was wearing a white dress that contrasted beautifully with her brown skin. Among the members here, she was the most experienced with tea parties. She was well aware of the correct meaning of the tea party. On the other hand, Caitlin accepted the tea party at face value and was laughing. Her rosy cheeks and sparkling eyes showed that she had high expectations for this. She had on a subdued blue dress, and Chris was looking out the window with a scruffy face. He was dressed in a black suit similar to what he had worn to the court gathering, but it was obvious that he didn't want to participate in the tea party. Sylvan was looking more colorful than usual, looking like a sailor wearing a dress suit. Chris looked at Sylvan, who had shifted to make room for In-gong. It seemed like it was burdensome for Sylvan to sit directly opposite Chris. Once Carrick and In-gong took their places, the carriage started moving again. 5 of the royal children and 4 aides were on board, but it didn't feel crowded because it was a large carriage. Baikal's mansion was located in the eastern part of the Demon King's palace, and it looked more like a military fortress than a mansion. The overall impression was sharp and pointed, while the dragon sculptures in various places created a sense of oppression. Baikal's troops were draconians. The blood of a dragon ran through them, so the people in the mansion would have considerable combat power. Indeed, the first prince. Even if the order of birth was unrelated to succession in the demon world, the eldest son was still the eldest son. As the firstborn and child of the demon king that had lived the longest, he received more expectations and support than the other children of the demon king. It was 1 year ahead of Knight Saga, so In-gong wasn't sure of the current situation, but Baikal should be getting more support than Zephyr from the Draconians. If he had to estimate the ratio, it would be 3-2. With only 60%, it wasn't a species-wide support, but the Draconians were so fearsome that it was more than the support that some of the other royal children received. They were guided to the reception room where the organizer of the tea party, Baikal, welcomed them. Everybody came together. Baikal was a young man with neatly brushed hair who gave off a pleasant impression. The pair of horns on his head, which could be called the symbol of the Draconians, pointed straight to the sky and seemed to reveal Baikal's straight-lined heart. He was tall and broad-shouldered, but his muscles weren't big like Chris and Carrick. The eldest one was Sylvan, but he was Felicia's escort, so he allowed her to greet Baikal first. It was a bit ambiguous since they were twins, but due to the female-centered nature of the Dark Elves, Felicia was always the first to say hello. Felicia bowed elegantly. "Thank you for inviting me to the tea party, Baikal Orabioni, but thank you for accepting my invitation." Baikal embraced Felicia and Sylvan lightly, then turned to Chris and Caitlin. Chris greeted him first. "It is great to see First Prince." He didn't kneel down, but the greeting was reminiscent of the court gathering. Baikal gave an embarrassed smile at Chris' distant attitude. "Chris, don't be so stiff. Thank you for your consideration." Chris still answered formally, so Baikal couldn't help frowning. However, that only lasted for a moment. He greeted Caitlin with a bright expression. "Isn't this the first time I've seen you outside of a court gathering?" "It is great to see you, Caitlin." "Yes, Appa." Caitlin responded shyly. Baikal laughed at how Caitlin's reaction was completely different reaction from Chris and hugged her. Finally, it was In-gong's turn. This time, Baikal greeted him first. "Shutra, it has been a really long time since I've seen you face to face." "Yes, Hyung Nim." In-gong responded smoothly as he looked into Baikal's eyes. It was because there was no information about the original relationship between Baikal and Shutra. Maybe there weren't any exchanges. The Draconians, Baikal's mother's side, and the Gandharv, Shutra's mother's side, were enemies. However, Baikal then said words that In-gong couldn't imagine. "Isn't it your birthday pretty soon? The gifts this year are insufficient. I will send it to your mansion on your birthday as always." In-gong panicked. Birthday? Did this mean that he sent a birthday present every year? In-gong was reminded of the day of Massacre. Baikal had held the bodies of his siblings and sobbed. He had been furious at Zephyr and had gone crazy. If it was Baikal, he might actually be interested in Shutra. Baikal would know roughly when In-gong's birthday was. Perhaps he had sent a couple of gifts a year. As the oldest, Baikal would care for Shutra, who was the youngest son. Despite not being children of the same house, they were still children of the Demon King. However, no one else had cared about Shutra. "Thank you." There was sincerity in In-gong's voice. Clearly, In-gong's reaction had pleased Baikal as he then said in an affectionate voice. "It is natural between siblings. I should pamper you a bit more." His bright smile matched his tender voice. Baikal led the party towards the reception area. There was already a guest who had arrived first. Zephyr came first. "Zephyr, say hello to your younger siblings." Just like the others, Baikal treated Zephyr as a sibling. At Baikal's words, Zephyr looked at In-gong's party and bowed slightly. Felicia and Sylvan laughed like they had expected this, while Chris sneered. And In-gong was convinced. If Baikal was the light, then Zephyr was the darkness. It would have been awkward if Zephyr laughed and welcomed them like Baikal. Zephyr, who had long blood-red hair, didn't reveal his feelings but gave off an enormous presence just by sitting there. Baikal sighed like there was nothing he could do and assigned a seat to each of the party members. Sylvan, Felicia, Chris, Caitlin and In-gong were all seated opposite Zephyr. They didn't wait long since the time had already been set. After finishing the seating arrangements, a bell sounded to announce the arrival of 3rd Prince Victor and 4th Princess Anastasia. Baikal also greeted Victor and Anastasia with a bright smile. The two of them were seated beside Zephyr, with Anastasia naturally being a considerable distance away from him. Finally, all 9 of the Demon King's children had gathered. Baikal, who sat in the organizer's seat, started the tea party with some prepared tea and cookies. As Felicia had predicted, Baikal led the conversation into a friendly chat. However, he avoided topics that seemed somewhat sensitive, such as In-gong and the Sword Duke. It seemed as though he was going to avoid all topics that would stimulate competition. Chris kept silent, while Sylvan only occasionally participated in the conversation as he concentrated on eating the cookies and drinking the tea. The conversation flowed primarily between Baikal, Anastasia, Felicia, and Caitlin. Whenever Anastasia pulled out a topic about In-gong, Felicia would cut her off and Baikal would change the subject. Caitlin mostly listened, but she occasionally helped Baikal with the transitions. In-gong tried not to be conscious of Zephyr, who had remained silent since he first greeted them. His attitude was similar to the court gathering. Victor kept a watchful eye on In-gong throughout the conversation. It seemed like he was trying to look for something. In-gong consciously took a step back. When looking at it on the surface, Baikal's tea party proceeded fairly cheerfully. Most of the siblings didn't participate in the conversation, and Zephyr was sitting at the table. The Demon King didn't want his children to harm each other. There was competition between the royal children, but there were to be no attempts on each other's lives. After all, they were siblings. Even Victor, who was staring at In-gong, didn't have the slightest intention of provocation. The one who changed this atmosphere had been Zephyr. He had heightened the sense of crisis and made them do serious things to each other. Zephyr had planted the idea but hadn't suffered. The lycanthrope subjugation had been the peak. The Demon King's children no longer believed in each other and had even hated each other. The minimum safety line had collapsed. Then the day of Massacre began. The children of the Demon King hadn't been able to gather together and every one of them died at Zephyr's hands. That was why In-gong wanted to become the Demon King. He didn't want such a future. Anastasia suddenly turned to In-gong. In-gong smiled politely at her and Anastasia smiled back. There was an intense light in her eyes but no sense of hostility. Baikal's tea party was completed. Victor had looked disgruntled as the tea party continued on, but that was all. Baikal was satisfied with this alone. The important thing was that they had a face-to-face conversation. Victor and Anastasia left first, then In-gong's party stood up to follow. Just as they were about to leave the reception room. Shutra. A low voice captured everyone's attention. It was Zephyr who had stayed silent so far. He reminded In-gong of the Demon King at the court gathering. Zephyr made everyone nervous just by talking to In-gong. Give my regards to General Vandal. The sentence was short, but it had many implications. In-gong replied with a blank expression. Yes, Hyung Nim. Zephyr didn't say anything more, and Baikal, who sighed as if he had seen something unbelievable, hurried In-gong's party out. And as soon as they climbed into the carriage, Felicia slumped down and complained. I'm tired. Exhausted. Tea parties with Anastasia Uni are always hard. How about Caitlin? Felicia was exhausted after her conversations with Anastasia throughout the tea party. She had been fine until she entered the carriage, so it was a truly impressive performance. Caitlin smiled at Felicia's question and replied. It was difficult but fun. Caitlin was like a field of blooming flowers. She was also a child of the Demon King, so she used the things that she saw and heard. This meant her expectations had been low in the first place, making her satisfied with how it actually went. Sylvan Appa? When Caitlin asked, Sylvan pondered for a moment before responding with a very serious expression. The cookies and tea were delicious. Felicia sighed at his heartfelt appreciation. Egu, I hope you were comfortable. All of you just left it to me. I didn't expect much from Sylvan in the first place, but I thought that Chris would help at least, Felicia cried out, and Chris just snorted. Noonim did very well alone. I didn't feel the need to interrupt. Well done, Noonim. I can always rely on you. Felicia pouted at Chris' words. It was a sight that could never have been imagined a few months ago. Caitlin glanced between Chris and Felicia with a huge smile, then Felicia hugged Caitlin like she was a doll. Anyway, tomorrow is the tea party where the concubine children are invited. It is different from today since they are people we want to introduce to Shutra and our faction anyway. Relax and play games. Then after that, we will leave on our missions. You should have a good sleep today and tomorrow. In-gong had always left right after the court gathering, but this time, there was a lot to do. However, there was still tomorrow. As Felicia said, they would have to leave for the missions the day after tomorrow. Shutra, it is good that you chose Evian. Chris said suddenly. It was clear that he was thinking about Zephyr's last words. Felicia nodded in agreement. Does Zephyr Orabioni also want to strengthen ties with General Vandal? General Vandal is very popular. If In-gong hadn't chosen Evian, Zephyr would have. Why did Zephyr speak at the end? Was it a simple strike? Or was revealing that he was aiming for Vandal a diversion? Maybe it was just a ploy to confuse In-gong. Anyhow, like Chris said, it was good that In-gong had chosen Evian. In-gong would use this opportunity to take Vandal away from Zephyr. As the topic moved to Evian, Caitlin narrowed her eyes. She spoke with a face and expression reminiscent of Felicia a few days ago. Shutra, will you really go to Tucker? How should he answer? In-gong stayed silent instead of talking, and Felicia and Caitlin started murmuring to each other. The next morning, In-gong's party gathered early in the morning before the second tea party. This Amita has finished. Amita, who had been stuck in the workshop for a few days, ran into the parlor and shouted. Sylvan stood up excitedly. Oh, my sword? No, your sword isn't finished yet. The readjustment of White Eagle is what was completed. Amita answered coolly and Sylvan's shoulders slumped as he sulked. In-gong held back his laughter and asked Amita. Earthquaker, ... Sooner or later, sooner or later. I will stay up all night and finish it by tomorrow morning. And shouldn't your reaction be, oh, show me? Oh, please show me. In-gong instantly cried out along with Caitlin. Amita shrugged like they felt better and said. Follow me to the workshop. Their tail waved in the air, and In-gong's party hurried after Amita. Master, I have become great. I think that you should compliment me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, Chapter 17, Test Number 7. Chapter 108, Chapter 17, Test Number 7. Master, I have become great. I think that you should compliment me, ... Green Wind declared as soon as he opened the door of the workshop. Due to being in a solid state, people aside from In-gong could see Green Wind. Amita's workshop was dual-structured, and the door to the inner workshop, which could be called Amita's real workplace, was closed tightly. In-gong looked at the stone table that Greenie was sitting on and asked. Greenie, you've become great. Of course. So amazing that, wait. I am not Greenie. Master, I hate when you call me that. Greenwind nodded gently, then shouted suddenly. She kept nagging him despite being visible to others. Greenwind. Karma said in a small voice from where she was standing in the corner. There was a complicated expression on her face. As Carrick comforted Karma, Amita jumped on the stone table and slapped Greenwind. Get out of the way, you're covering everything. It was true, so Greenwind had nothing to say. She simply jumped down from the stone table. Amita stood where Greenwind was just sitting and pulled out White Eagle from a wooden crate. It was mysterious that the shield was floating in the air, but this was a familiar sight to In-gong's party. Carrick gazed at White Eagle closely and tilted his head. Did you just add the black border? The original White Eagle consisted of a gauntlet for the left arm and a shield capable of being mounted on the gauntlet. The shield was the main body of White Eagle, but despite Amita's readjustment, there wasn't much change in the appearance. Black metal plates were added to the edge of the shield, which was all white. Carrick's question made Amita click their tongue. That is the case when just looking at the outside, but these are separate things. Greenwind? At Amita's call, Greenwind nodded with a confident expression. Look carefully, Master. You will definitely want to praise me. As her name suggested, Greenwind dispersed into Greenwind and returned to White Eagle. Then a green light emerged from White Eagle. So far, there was no difference from the original, but that changed with what happened next. There was a metallic sound and the black metal plates at the border of White Eagle spread out widely. As more things appeared in the air, the shield doubled its size in a flash. The width was 1.5 times wider and the length of the shield was also impressive. The additional embellishments caused the shield to become a long diamond shape. The additions to Carrick's shield had flown from Amita's workshop. However, the additional parts added to White Eagle had appeared in the air, as if they came from In-gong's inventory. Amita raised their chin and explained. In the first place, this is a relic of an elder dragon. It's not like I put a gimmick on this. Moreover, that isn't all. Once Amita tapped their finger, a metal sound was heard again, and the white and black parts separated into two. Separation? Carrick cried out with shock, and Amita waved their tail with a delighted expression. The white shield and black shield, should they be called White Eagle and Black Eagle? The basic performance will be carried out by White Eagle, but Black Eagle will be very useful. It has been blessed by the last flame. White Eagle and Black Eagle stood side by side in the air. Greenwind then took a solid state once again and appeared in front of In-gong. Now, I will be able to protect Master twice as much. When they're combined as one, the defense is stronger. Isn't this a good idea? So, go ahead to pat my head and praise me. That's what Greenwind's eyes seemed to be saying. However, rather than responding to expectations, In-gong's eyes narrowed as he asked. It is great, but can you fly both at the same time? One person was steering two objects. There was no easy way to drive one fighter jet while steering another remotely. Greenwind blinked at In-gong's question and looked over at White Eagle. Looking at her expression, it seemed like she had never thought about the steering difficulty. I can do it. I can definitely do it. I will do it, Cull. She started off with an uneasy voice but became confident at the end. Greenwind now had the noble expression of a higher-order guardian. Amita looked at Greenwind's back and clicked their tongue. I originally made 2 additional pieces for a total of 3 separate shields, but I thought that 2 would be easier to steer. Greenwind flinched after hearing that the original plan was 3 shields. Amita continued speaking. You don't have to worry so much because there is some degree of automatic steering. I entered some defense patterns just like the guardian shields used by magicians. Speaking so much is useless. Talking Raccoon quickly explained the next function. Greenwind cried out with a red face. Amita laughed before turning their gaze toward White Eagle. The original curtain of light is still there. Well, rather, it has been adapted to attack more efficiently. Green Wind? Rather than becoming the wind, Greenwind flicked her fingers, and a defensive green light curtain was activated from White Eagle and Black Eagle. Then the next thing. Oh! In-gong exclaimed unknowingly with admiration. The curtain of light had become a narrow blade when Greenwind flicked her finger again. It was like a green light blade had been attached to the edge of the shield. As In-gong reacted, Greenwind excitedly changed the blade into a variety of shapes and sizes. He could feel that the power of White Eagle had tripled. Greenwind combined White Eagle and Black Eagle into one, then turned it around. Look carefully, Master. Now the space behind the shield is widened, so it is possible for Master to fight on top. Would you like to take it for a ride? Green-White changed White Eagle to the size of a small surfboard. It felt like a snowboarding device that could be attached to his feet. White Eagle flew through the air and landed in front of In-gong. He climbed up, feeling that it was definitely more stable than before. Oh, dot. As In-gong let out a sound of admiration, Greenwind nodded with a satisfied face. You may fly through the sky with the strange blue cloth, but my existence is solid. He could hear a lot of worry in her voice, and she couldn't hide her deep sense of relief. In-gong stroked Greenwind's head, and she was deeply pleased. It was at that moment. Strange blue cloth? What are you talking about? Amita asked with a confused expression. In-gong blinked at that, but he soon understood. He had forgotten to talk to Amita about it. I obtained one more relic of an elder dragon from Sun Lake. I forgot to tell you that it is a cloak that transforms into a muffler. Amita was a blacksmith that dealt with swords and armor, so he hadn't thought that Amita would handle clothes. Moreover, there had been no reason to report it to Amita at the time because he hadn't known they wanted to readjust the elder dragon's equipment. Amita's eyes widened at In-gong's explanation. They were very interested. In-gong asked with a smile. Its name is Night Watch. Do you want to adjust it as well? Amita jumped. Greenwind, who was more than twice as big as Amita, shouted hurriedly. Ah, no. Talking Raccoon. Don't take away the value of my existence. But it is also necessary for Master. As Greenwind fell into agony, In-gong stroked her head gently and looked at Amita. Amita's eyes were burning intensely, but they showed some restraint. There is no time. I'll do it later. There truly was no time as In-gong was leaving the Demon King's palace tomorrow. Sylvan, who had stayed quiet since his arrival in the workshop, spoke up. Amita, please don't forget my sword. I'll give it. I'll give it to you tomorrow morning. Amita hit their tail against the ground and cut off Sylvan's words. Sylvan stepped back sullenly. As Felicia comforted Sylvan, In-gong mounted White Eagle on his left arm. Indeed. By increasing the size of the shield with White Eagle and Black Eagle, the defense area had increased. Additionally, overlapping the two into one would make the defense significantly stronger. In-gong consciously separated White Eagle and Black Eagle and tried to navigate around them. Not surprisingly, he felt much safer compared to when there had only been White Eagle. It is really awesome. I am looking forward to Earthquaker. Hoo-hoo, let's hope for the best. Whatever you imagine, I will show you even more. Amita said with a smile. Then Daphne, who had been the assistant for the past few days, hugged Amita from behind. Master! Greenwind called out to In-gong, and he understood her meaning. He stroked Greenwind's head and said, Great, Greenwind. But I am busy today, so next time. I understand. I will endure it. Greenwind nodded with a despairing expression and disappeared. Well, is it over now? Felicia asked, and Amita nodded. They had shown the result of White Eagle, and there was nothing else to share with In-gong's party. Okay, then let's go back to the reception room to prepare it for guests. Today, we'll have to be fully prepared for the tea party. It was only a couple of hours before the concubine children would come to visit. Felicia clapped and got everyone's attention, then said to In-gong, Shutra, do you understand that you are the protagonist today? I know. His status window also said that he was the protagonist. The party hurried out of the workshop. And the day passed quickly. The concubine children who followed Felicia and Chris weren't the only ones who attended the tea party. The concubine children who had been deeply interested in In-gong for a few months visited the mansion as well. Of course, this was through invitation, so it went through some type of screening process. The potential spies, such as Kadyrov who had been with Daphne the other day, couldn't attend the tea party. Felicia had made the purpose of the tea party clear. The tea party today is just for introductions. Think of it as the process of identifying who is standing on our side. Of course, you should also be aware that you are the head of our faction. It made sense to make bonds by talking to the people who belonged to the faction and impress the people who followed Felicia and Chris. The afternoon tea party was short and sweet. It ran for only 2 hours, but they had been able to accomplish all their purposes. Blood Knight Silas. Along with Daphne, he was the only one of the concubine children who needed to be obtained. He would be leaving with Chris tomorrow. It was a bit unfortunate that he was following Chris and not In-gong, but that wasn't a problem at all. After all, following Chris was the same as being in In-gong's faction. The next morning arrived. As promised, Amita appeared before Sylvan, who had spent the night in In-gong's residence. Here. Amita seemed more tired than usual. They handed a sword in a plain sheath to Sylvan. Thank you. Sylvan swallowed his saliva and pulled out the sword slowly. A silver sword resembling the sword Duke's, without any decorations, was revealed. Sylvan gazed at the sword with a fascinated expression, but Felicia started frowning. Compared to the White Eagle she had seen yesterday, Sylvan's sword was too shabby. Amita, does Sylvan's sword have something like an ability to combine or transform? What type of sword would have the ability to transform? It is just a sword. Amita slammed their tail against the ground. No, why would a shield have transformation elements? In-gong had the same thoughts as Felicia but decided to hold back. Sylvan's expression was filled with pure joy as he held the sword. Sylvan swung the sword through the air like a person possessed by something. The blade of the sword cutting through the air was very light. Amita asked with a smile. How is it? Good. Really, it is good. There were no other words to express it. Just a sword. It existed for the basic purpose of stabbing the enemy. Amita's words were true, the other features weren't needed. Sylvan was satisfied with this sword. That could be seen the moment he held it in his hand. It was a feeling that gave him goosebumps. It was a sword that could be wielded freely, like an extension of his body. For others, it was just a good sword. However, this sword was tailored for Sylvan. It was a perfectly coordinated sword that could only reveal its true value in Sylvan's hands. I see that you've figured out the truth. It was worthwhile to create this for you. Amita laughed heartily, and Sylvan shed tears of excitement. And Ninth Prince. Amita turned toward In-gong with a somewhat uneasy expression. There is still a bit of fine adjustment needed for Earthquaker. Can you perhaps wait half a day? The work is almost over, but I need time. They had stayed up all night, but it seemed like it was impossible to finish on time. In-gong nodded. It's okay, Amita. You don't have to worry because we are going together. Who, yes. Then wait just half a day. What? Amita jumped with surprise. In-gong spoke with a casual expression. You will go with me on the mission and can make the readjustments then. I've already asked the last flame. When? When on Earth? Yesterday, shortly after leaving the workshop. In-gong laughed. He had originally intended to take Amita, even if Earthquaker's adjustment wasn't late. Amita still had a lot of equipment to make, so why should they stay at the Demon King's palace? However, Amita couldn't accept reality. They waved both of their hands, and their eyes shook violently. No. The last flame wouldn't have done that. Then 1 hour later, in front of the transport formation. The last flame. Amita carried a large bag on their back, just like at Spider Forest, and sat on the ground like someone who had lost their country. In-gong and his party greeted each other while neglecting Amita. The first one was Chris, who was heading to the south with Silas. Go safely. Yes, look after Caitlin and Felicia Noonan. In-gong smiled at Chris while Felicia pouted. You should be asking me. She whined, but her eyes were smiling. Chris said pleasantly. Noonan is sometimes quietly selfless. Don't overdo it. I won't overdo it. Felicia covered her face with a fan while replying. After laughing, Chris patted Caitlin's head and said goodbye. As Chris and Silas moved through the transport formation, Felicia looked back at everyone. Then is it our turn? Sylvan was scheduled to leave on the Black Flame Dragon. The other royal children had gone to their respective areas through the transport formation, and now only In-gong's party was left. I'm going, Appa. Yes, Felicia. Stay safe until we meet again. And Shutra, please look after Felicia. In-gong nodded and held out his hand to Sylvan for a handshake. Felicia covered her face again, but this time she was laughing. In-gong, Caitlin and Felicia stood next to each other on the transport formation, followed by Daphne, Karma, Delia, and Syra. Carrick grabbed Amita's neck and lifted them up. Raccoon person, I'll make sure that you are comfortable. Amita waved their hands and legs after being lifted by Carrick, but it was useless. In-gong smiled at Amita, then let out a breath. There was a mission outside the Demon King's palace. And there would be confrontation between the Death Knight and the Demon King's palace. There was also Zephyr who had left for Harrigal. And Vandal and Nyatra who he would meet in the future. In-gong suddenly looked around. As promised, In-gong looked at Caitlin. A red light shone from the floor. There was a bit of noise, and the transport formation activated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, Chapter 18, Auction. Chapter 109, Chapter 18, Auction. There were two protagonists in Knight Saga. The protagonist of the demon world was Zephyr Ragnaros, the strongest and worst demon king in history. The other was the warrior, Locke, protagonist of the human world. The story had begun in the demon world in year 513, when Zephyr Ragnaros received a new mission from the Merits Department. Whereas Locke's adventure had started in the summer of year 514, when Locke left the temple he had grown up in to go on an adventure. At the beginning of winter in year 512 that changed to year 513, Zephyr had left for the north to carry out a mission. So, what was Locke doing now? In Knight Saga, he had invaded the demon world with an army and eventually killed the Demon King. And In-gong closed his eyes and searched through his memories. Then the appearance of a big bookshelf popped into his head. There was a total of 5 books. Compared to the large bookcase, the number of books was embarrassingly small, but In-gong didn't care. Anyway, it was a bookcase that no one else could see. All 5 books described the Elder Dragons. They were the books he had borrowed from the library and read once. He thought about one of them, then the part he wanted automatically came up in his head. It was vivid, as though he had photographed the book. It wasn't the so-called photographic memory ability. It was a little bit different, but the end result was similar. In-gong had conquered the books he borrowed from the library. Thanks to that, he could recall them any time he wanted. I read all of it roughly, but it really is a fraudulent skill. A conquest knight could conquer and dominate all things. This applied to books as well as techniques, so he was eager to test out the applications. What else could he conquer? Could he apply the power of conquest to everything? However, first, it was time to look at his memories. The 5 books in the library varied from simple storybooks to history books. Each had a different story about the elder dragons, and according to the books, there were many more stories not present. However, there was one thing they had in common. In-gong simultaneously recalled different pages of the 5 books. The disappearance of the elder dragons. The great Enkidu, who had lived in the Jashuka Mountains, had suddenly left his treasures and dungeon for another place. It had occurred approximately 1,000 years ago. One of the dwarf keepers had left a record of this behind. The time when Violent Cultine had last been seen was also similar. It couldn't be guessed precisely as to when, because the record left behind by the dwarf and the storybook were created at different times, but it was close to 1,000 years ago. There were no records related to Watcher Ainkel, but because of Green Wind, In-gong knew that Watcher Ainkel had been murdered 1,000 years ago. The rest of the elder dragons were in similar situations. The witness reports, such as for the brutal Talia, were cut off long ago, and it was important that they hadn't appeared anywhere in the last 1,000 years. The only exception is Guardian Keien. There were no records found in the books of the library, but In-gong knew about him thanks to Knight Saga's setting. During the past 1,000 years, Guardian Keien had acted several times in the human world. 5 of the 6 elder dragons had disappeared from this world 1,000 years ago. Watcher Ainkel had been killed and Violent Cultine's dungeon had been violently destroyed by someone. If so, perhaps the others were the same. There had probably been a big fight 1,000 years ago that wasn't revealed on the surface of the history records. The 4 Knights of the Apocalypse. And the 4 people who selected them. In-gong recalled some information that might be helpful in the present situation. Guardian Quien's lair is hard to pass through, but is it possible to guess the location of the brutal Talia? If he looked at the places where the elder dragons' legends were based, he could guess the locations of their lairs. The records of brutal Talia were concentrated in the northern cold zone. Considering that Talia had the power of the cold, it was an interesting combination. It isn't too far right now. My next target should be obtaining Talia's equipment. Quien's lair was in the human world, while the lair of the last elder dragon, Record Keeper Torres, was hard to pinpoint due to the records talking about the entire demon world. After he finished thinking about the elder dragons, In-gong put away the virtual books and opened his eyes. Even without his sight, he could tell the location just through hearing and scent. In-gong was in the middle of a grassland with dry wind. Just like Thunder Dune Fortress, Evian didn't have a transportation formation, so he had to move to the closest area with one. As always, there was a guide at the transportation formation. Fortunately, this one was a man. The party and their supplies moved on carriages towards Evian. One day after their departure, In-gong was riding Maybach, whom he had not seen in a long time. White aura and green magic power were tangled together and rotating in each of his hand. Okay. Even while he had his eyes closed and mind occupied with other thoughts, In-gong could operate aura and magic power as naturally as breathing. Moreover, it was not simply operating, the aura and magic power in front of him were pushing at each other and creating a synergistic effect. When using Gigantic Piston and Dragon's Bane, he had been unconsciously using aura and magic power simultaneously. In-gong didn't use mana for specific skills but added magic power to the aura itself. The result was successful. All actions that used aura, as well as divine Sura authority, had become faster and stronger. It is a pity that I didn't meet the Sword Duke again, but the Sword Duke had promised to meet again during his stay at the Demon King's palace, but he unfortunately had to leave the next day. He didn't know any of the details, but it seemed like the Sword Duke needed to leave in a hurry. The Demon King had mentioned the sanctuary. Perhaps there was something wrong with the sanctuary that the Sura were guarding. Shutra. Ha! He had thought he was alone when he heard a voice next to him. In-gong looked around to see Caitlin approaching him on a stunning black horse. Caitlin looked down at In-gong's hands and asked, what are you doing? Are you operating aura and magic power at the same time? Yes. Caitlin's golden eyes lit up at In-gong's answer. She mumbled, amazing a few times, then asked again with an excited face, Shutra, do you have any tips? Originally, aura and magic power would push against each other. In-gong shrugged at Caitlin's question. There is no such thing. I just do it. In-gong's words were unfortunate, but it couldn't be helped. He really just did it. Caitlin frowned at In-gong's answer, then closed her eyes and activated her aura. Caitlin's blue aura and white magic power gathered on her right hand, but both of them disappeared instead of tangling together like In-gong's. Aura interfered with the operation of magic power while magic power destroyed the aura's flow. After several more attempts, Caitlin sighed and opened her eyes. She stared at In-gong and grumbled. Shutra is too much. What? Too much. Her grouchy expression was cute. In-gong tried to stop his laughter, but it was inevitable that a small smell formed. On In-gong's other side, a new voice was added. That's right, Shutra is too much. It was Felicia who was riding on a Draco. As In-gong looked back, the voices continued. Right, too much. Way too much. Too much. It is too much. The last voice belonged to Amita, who was riding on a horse with Daphne. Daphne became confused as the waving tail hit the horse. He could understand why Amita was upset, but why was Felicia Carrick upset as well? Shouldn't I be the one saying that Carrick is too much? In-gong looked at Delia, Syra and Karma who were beside Carrick, then he looked back at Carrick. It was because he suddenly had an ominous premonition. Surely, Nyatra won't like Carrick as well, He felt anxious. Despite there being no basis for this, he couldn't help the ominous feeling. In fact, he didn't even know why Syra, Delia and Sapphira had started liking Carrick in the first place. It seemed like he was a aid killer. And no. Nyatra can't be the same. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Locke had a harem around him, however, Zephyr was different due to his grim nature. Therefore, his only hope in the demon world was Nyatra, who was like a flower blooming in a desert. While thinking about Nyatra, In-gong was reminded of something. There was one more problem. What excuse can I use to go to the auction? If he were alone, then he would just go with Carrick. However, right now, In-gong wasn't alone. In order to avoid Caitlin's and Felicia's cold eyes, he needed a good reason to visit Tucker's slave auction house. Well, there are a lot of assets to process right now. There were the goods from the dungeon and the ruin. Even the dwarf weapons that he found in the dwarf cave hadn't been processed yet. This was a chance to obtain Nyatra, but he should also use it to organize his things. Slaves aren't the only things sold at the auction house. There were various types of artifacts as well as various magic tools that could be used in battle. There were valuable ingredients like elixirs and dragon hearts that could luckily be obtained if they had enough money. In-gong looked at Carrick's shield for a moment. Thanks to Amita joining them, the party could receive the best equipment, but it was still lacking. Right now, Carrick was the only one who had received a shield from Amita. Weapons were still needed. Moreover, the materials that Amita could use currently were the leather, bones and scales from the black dragon and the sea serpent. Both were top-quality materials, but there wasn't a variety of material. If a variety of material were added, then Amita would be able to produce better and more unconventional equipment. In-gong looked at Amita, who started trembling. They felt something like an ominous feeling. I should go to the auction house to liquidate the assets and see if there are any good items. Just thinking about it convinced In-gong, and he nodded with a cheerful expression. Meanwhile, Caitlin was grouchy as she tried to join aura and magic power together a few more times. As In-gong was thinking about how to comfort her. Master, a group of people are approaching from the front. Green Wind's voice entered his ears, and In-gong focused aura on his eyes. As Green Wind had said, a group of people were rushing towards them from far away. And I just need to stop them here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, Chapter 18, Auction Number 2. Chapter 110, Chapter 18, Auction Number 2. Richard, one of the 5 captains of the Demon King's palace, turned his gaze to a distant place. He was in one of his dwellings at the Demon King's palace, and the room was designed to allow adequate light to enter. As he gazed into the sunlight pouring through the window, he touched the things on his desk gently. His hand stopped on a seal made of wrought iron that only the members of the 5 families leading the Draconians could use. Richard's hands were rough from holding a sword his entire life, and even among Draconians, his hands were particularly big and hard. He wasn't alone. A few steps away from him was a young man called Henry, who was particularly prominent among the children of the 5 families. Richard was a man with blonde hair that was reminiscent of a lion's mane, and a pair of long white horns stretched from his head. He had just been listening to Henry's report. He had known the answer since a few days ago, so this was just a procedural check. Do you know what you have to do? Richard asked Henry, who was standing with a stiff expression. Henry hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Instead of blaming Henry, Richard just laughed. The instructions that Richard had given Henry a few days ago were simple. Attack 9th Prince on his way to Evian. The people behind the attack wouldn't be soldiers from the Demon King's palace or Draconian warriors. It would be someone who had been kicked out from the Evian military and was already a wild dog. The aim wasn't to kill 9th Prince, Richard just wanted to learn more about him. 9th Prince's appearance was too sudden. Therefore, Richard didn't know much about him. What type of person he was, how strong he was now, and his fighting style. Richard wanted to know all these things. He had no thoughts about taking away 9th Prince's life. The Demon King, the Sura King, Mitra didn't want that, and Richard didn't intend to go against the Demon King's will. However, he couldn't help letting some words escape from his mouth. The Demon King said that the strongest person should become the Demon King. His thoughts haven't changed. But to not want a direct fight between the successors? This is a bit contradictory, isn't it? His tone was moderate, but Henry could hear the growl of a lion in it. The strongest person would become the Demon King. Yet it wasn't acceptable for the siblings to harm each other while contesting for the position of Demon King. It was a contradiction. How could there be no fighting when they were trying to determine the strongest? There were the factions. Competition between factions existed, but it was all about spying and gaining information. The 4th princess, she had the blood of the serpent-like second queen Titania, so she used both females and males. No, she didn't fear any violence at all. She had drunk the tea given by the 1st prince without any hesitation. The tea party was in a place widely known to everyone, not a secret location that no one else knew about. Yet the 1st prince had laughed and poured tea, and the 4th princess had drunk it without any hesitation nor fear of poison. This was despite the fact that it was tea from the 1st prince. They had lived for 20 years without suspicion of each other. However, could a real power truly be born in this type of environment? What did missions matter when they would return to a greenhouse that was the Demon King's palace? Richard laughed once again. That face looks like you want to say something. So, tell me. With Richard's permission, Henry stood next to him. Although he wasn't a small child, the problem was that his loyalty to the Demon King was too strong. Unlike Richard's bright blonde, Henry had dark hair and blue eyes. When he was kicked out, he was at the level of the lower generals, but he is different now. His strength will be at the level of an intermediate general. Yes, I know how strong he is. That way, I can also measure Ninth Prince's strength. Uncle, no, Captain. If Ninth Prince dies, Sixth Princess and Eighth Princess is with him. So, dying won't be a problem. And even if one of them loses their lives, it is a matter that doesn't involve me. Moreover, we are being hit by the enemies on the periphery. First Prince and Second Prince have already experienced an encounter with the enemy. We have nothing to do with this. Richard interrupted Henry's words and said it was inconsequential. He knocked against Henry's shoulder. Henry, what are you afraid of? Such a thing will never happen. If I really intended to do that, then I would have used a much stronger person. This logic reassured Henry, but it was only for a second. In the end, the fact that someone strong was ambushing the Ninth Prince didn't change. Richard spoke in a calm tone. Maybe he will receive an injury that will make him give up his mission, or doubts will start to form. It was only a matter of planting a few suspicious buds. However, that wasn't bad enough. He was going to change the current atmosphere, little by little. Tomorrow, we will return to the Northern Front. Be prepared to leave. At Richard's words, Henry departed the room with a stiff expression. Richard stared at his back and laughed. Ninth Prince, Only a few months ago, he had been known as the Prince of Scraps, and now, he had created a new faction. Richard didn't know how many skills the Sword Duke had taught him. I can't possibly guess. Would he notice that the ambush was instigated by someone? Even if he did, it would be impossible to find the person behind it. The Mad Dog was a Draconian, but he was already a notorious enemy in the vicinity of Evian. This would lead to some doubts and a sense of crisis. Richard's purpose was to plant seeds of doubt, and that was enough. It would also be good if Ninth Prince didn't notice at all. There would be no problem in achieving his desire to know Ninth Prince's abilities. I never thought it would begin with the Ninth Prince, Richard stopped touching the seal, and his gaze moved in the southwest direction where Ninth Prince was. And things are never easy, Carrick said with a bitter smile as he prepared to fight. The group of people running wildly towards them were enemies. They had to either run away or prepare to fight, but the former action was unreasonable. In-gong's eyes narrowed. I think you are right. I think it is because of me. Huh? What does that mean? Instead of answering Carrick, In-gong just laughed. He had seen a familiar face at the front of the rushing group. Richard is doing this. In-gong muttered in a small voice. He was sure of it. It was an event that he had experienced many times in Knight Saga. In Knight Saga, Zephyr had gradually worsened the relationship between the Demon King's children. He had made them suspicious until they thought they would be killed if they didn't strike first, ruining the relationship between siblings. This was one of the processes. The ambush at Evian, rather than aim directly for the royal children's lives, it was an operation designed to disturb them and cause suspicions. The one behind this wasn't Zephyr but Richard. The royal child attack was always different, but the person doing the ambush was the same. Mad Dog Jix. The soldier who had joined them as a guide agreed with In-gong. That's right. Mad Dog Jix. Fear, confusion, and doubts were all seen on his expression. Mad Dog Jix was notorious around Evian. However, his activities were far from here, so it was the first time the soldier had seen him. He was just able to tell due to Mad Dog Jix's unique characteristics. Shutra? Enemies had appeared in front, but it had been an unexpected ambush. So, she wondered how he knew. I was prepared. What? Felicia replied with a dumbfounded expression, but it was only for a moment. The fight was about to occur soon. Rather than continuing to ask questions, Felicia was convinced by Shutra's words. In-gong heard Green Wind's voice once again. Master, it isn't just at the front. If I count all the enemies. Around 40? Most of them are cavalry? That's right. How did you know? Everything was dragged out. Mad Dog Jix was a real mad dog. Although he had never been ambushed while playing as Zephyr, Richard had been his sponsor, so he had been able to learn more about the Mad Dog's abilities. Among the intermediate generals, Mad Dog Jix was average. Before the Starlight Corps, Caitlin wouldn't have been able to win against him. In fact, victory wasn't guaranteed even with the Starlight Corps. But what if it isn't Caitlin? Shutra. Ha! In-gong turned around. Caitlin, who was prepared to fight while sitting on the black horse, was staring at In-gong. What are you thinking of right now? Did her wild intuition sense something? Instead of answering, In-gong smiled towards the front, and Caitlin's eyes narrowed. After fighting so many monsters in Spider Forest, the party remained relatively calm despite the 40 enemies. Only the guide soldier became speculative. Prince, what do you want to do? Karak asked him. In-gong equipped Earthquaker and White Eagle. After Amita's adjustments, Earthquaker gave a low roar as it glowed red and yellow through the black scales. It was an ambush event, but he had no intention of losing. He would smash through Richard's intentions. In-gong nodded thoughtfully. Instead of answering, an angry white aura was activated. And Mad Dog Jix had left the army for almost 10 years now. However, he never forgot that the blood of a Draconian flowed through his body. One of the elder Draconians, Richard, had ordered him to attack the Ninth Prince and learn his skills. It didn't matter if there were injuries, but he was ordered to not take their lives. However, Jix wasn't displeased. He couldn't take their lives, but that didn't mean he couldn't do other things. Besides Ninth Prince, there was the Sixth Princess and Eighth Princess who were renowned for their beauty. Touching them would incite the retaliation of the Dark Elves and Lycanthropes, but he didn't think that far. Why else did he have the nickname of Mad Dog? If I do this, I will need to flee from the demon world. Mad Dog Jix's logic was simple. The task assigned to him was to fight Ninth Prince and report on his skills. Apart from that, he could do anything. Instead of a horse, Jix rode on a big wolf as he made some hand gestures. He had trained each member himself and was certain they would be elites if they were in the Demon King's army. There were 40 of them, so it was clear that the 8th princess would struggle. I wished to taste her with my own hands. He had already forgotten about the fight with the 9th prince. Jix was just considering a confrontation with the 8th princess. It was at that moment that the 9th prince ran out alone. He wasn't riding a horse or even a Draco. Jix laughed and whispered, "I'm not the only crazy one." However, it was only for a second. Jix's instincts screamed at him, and he used his aura reflexively, using the dragon authority that all Draconians had inherited. This wasn't the time to relax. He pulled out his sword hurriedly. The reason for this was simple. So fast. The dozens of meters between himself and 9th Prince felt meaningless. 9th Prince didn't stop and ran straight toward Jix. In just a few seconds, he brutally trounced all the people in his path. 2 shields emitting a green light opened the way. His men couldn't even do anything as they fell to the ground with a moan. It happened so quickly that they couldn't perceive the fact that 9th Prince was among them. The next moment, 9th Prince was standing right in front of Jix. Quan! With a roar, the white aura exploded in the air. Jix swung his sword reflexively to block the blow and felt a strong pain in his right arm. It was hard to hold the sword. Moreover, he couldn't keep his current position any longer. Lightning struck in front of him. The moment it struck the wolf's head, blood poured from it. Jix hurriedly threw himself backwards off the wolf, but the pair of black shield and white shield kept tracking Jix. Jix swung his sword to block the path of the shields. He succeeded in stopping the orbits of the shield but lost his sword in the process. Jix had bought some time. He needed the time to refine his aura management technique. It was only a few seconds, but he needed this time to calm his breathing and draw power. However, Ninth Prince didn't allow it. He was overly quick and reached Jix again. Jix grabbed a spare sword hurriedly and swung it roughly with his left hand through instinct. Of course, he was quick and strong due to his aura, but his opponent was also an aura user. So far, he hadn't managed to deal a fatal blow to Ninth Prince. Yet there was a sensation at his fingertips. His blow had struck the Ninth Prince's chest. How? He was amazed that he had gotten a blow in. However, Jix wasn't a novice, and that was why he knew that he hadn't succeeded because he was lucky. It was because the opponent allowed it. Why? Moreover, why was Ninth Prince smiling so happily in the midst of this painful situation? Surely, he wasn't enjoying this? The reason didn't matter. Jix used the time to try and pull out an extra sword. However, an invisible force crushed Jix's arm. There wasn't a gap that allowed him to fight. Thank you. Jix couldn't tell if those words were actually said or just seen through the eyes. Ninth Prince laughed as he made a fist, then something white and green exploded in front of him. The moment that Jix was struck in the chest, the shock was greater than the pain. Ninth Prince's fist. It was filled with the dragon power that was the aura characteristic of the Draconians. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111, Chapter 18, Auction Number 3. Chapter 111, Chapter 18, Auction Number 3. A success. In-gong smiled with satisfaction as he looked at his fist containing the dragon style. The dragon style had added a new power to In-gong's aura. In Knight Saga, there were slight differences in the auras of each species. A lycanthrope's aura was characterized by momentary explosive power. The various techniques of divine beast authority were developed towards exploding aura due to the fact that the lycanthropes specialized in this. Just as the name implied, the dragon style was based on the power of a dragon. Dragons reigned at the apex of all species, so their power was efficient in many areas. Even if they had the same amount of aura, the dragon style was much stronger than other auras. It was also easy to add various attributes to the aura, and it was easy to handle the aura in various ways, such as through emission or focusing it on one spot. In-gong had conquered a piece of Ainkel's dragon heart, but he hadn't been able to use the dragon style until now. Additionally, in the past, In-gong had always the delicate aura unique to Gandharvs. However, after gaining the characteristics of a dragon, his aura had become stronger and more violent than before. It was like riding a wild horse. Instead of continuing to attack Jix, In-gong brought his left hand to his chest and used recovery magic. Hurts. The pain was truly not a joke. The strike that contained the dragon style was stronger and sharper than had expected. However, the pain was also good. In-gong swallowed back the pain and laughed. On the other hand, Jix was stunned when he was pushed backwards. Ninth Prince was a Gandharvan Sura, so how could he use the dragon style? Perhaps Ninth Prince wasn't the son of the Demon King? Or maybe he was the child of a female Draconian, not the fifth queen. Jix stopped thinking about it. He would explore the secrets of Ninth Prince's birth later. He was called Mad Dog for always going on a rampage, but he had survived to this day due to his excellent fighting instincts. The blow had increased his distance with Ninth Prince. Additionally, Ninth Prince didn't attack immediately. This was an opportunity for Jix. He gathered his aura hurriedly while his left hand grabbed something. Then Jix threw a pouch toward Ninth Prince, causing a blast of violet smoke to fill the air. It was poison. It had been made by collecting various infectious poisons around Evian and was unable to be neutralized with magic due to how terrible it was. He would buy some time with the poison. After adjusting his breath and gathering aura, he would attack the poisoned Ninth Prince. Jix used the time to try and pull out an extra sword. He took one step back and refined his breathing, but his plan only went well up to here. This was because there was something happening which he didn't know about. 100 Poisons resistance is activated. 100 Poisons resistance is activated. As a result of the resistance against the rare poison, 100 Poisons resistance has been upgraded to 1000 Poisons resistance. Poison resistance has increased greatly. Fire Arrow and the various recovery spells needed to be used many times to increase their levels. 100 Poisons resistance wasn't much different. The other day, 100 Poisons resistance had already reached its maximum level. Now, due to the rare poison, it had progressed to the next level. In-gong breathed freely in the smoke as he headed to Jix. He rushed over and shouted unknowingly, "Truly, thank you." After the dragon style, it was 1000 Poisons resistance. In-gong smiled brightly and activated aura and magic power simultaneously. In-gong's magic power, which originally possessed the attribute of a dragon, matched well with the dragon style. Compared to before, the synergy effect of the combination between aura and magic power was superior. Jix was confused. Ninth Prince had smiled after being hit, and he was now thankful for the poison. No matter how Jix looked at the situation, it clearly wasn't normal. Hot! Jix swung his sword. It wasn't the time to be confused. Jix's blade was fast and sharp. He had wandered in the wilderness after being kicked out of the army, but his skill was real. If they were just discussing pure martial arts skill, he was much better than In-gong. Master! Greenwind cried out, and there was a sharp metal sound at that same moment. Black Eagle moved between In-gong and Jix and blocked the sword. However, the strength of Jix's sword was so powerful that Black Eagle's orbit was altered, and Black Eagle hit the ground instead. In-gong regained his composure, erasing his smile as he moved toward Jix. However, Jix didn't panic. Now that it was just a competition of strength, it was difficult to reverse the situation, but a Draconian's superior physical ability made it possible. Sparks flew as the battle between In-gong and Jix continued. Neither side was able to gain an advantage. White Eagle and Black Eagle flew back to In-gong's side, blocking Jix's sword, while In-gong exploded with a storm of attacks that contained the dragon style. Jix clenched his teeth as he fought In-gong. He also used dragon style to respond to In-gong's attacks, which In-gong counterattacked in an unexpected place. However, all of Jix's attacks were in vain due to White Eagle and Black Eagle. There seemed to be no end to the frontal confrontation. I have to dig into it. He never thought about breaking through In-gong's defense. He just needed to penetrate the gap between White Eagle and Black Eagle. All of Ninth Prince's movements were aimed towards attacking as he believed in the two shields. If he could penetrate through the trajectory of the shields, he would be able to get a critical hit. Jix started emitting dragon style randomly. It was inefficient, but thanks to that, he was able to delay In-gong's offensive. Jix took a big step back and widened his view, which had only been concentrated on In-gong. This was because the easiest way to get In-gong's attention was to pursue his companions. Jix had brought along 40 people. Some subordinates had been lost due to In-gong's mad rush, but there were still 30 left. Moreover, this wasn't a small number as each one of them were trained elites. However, as soon as Jix expanded his field of view, he was forced to swallow back a pained groan. 8th Princess was literally going crazy. Blood was pouring down her body as she acted far more violently than 9th Prince. His men were being torn apart by the unbelievable power springing from that slender body. 8th Princess couldn't afford to look after 6th Princess, but it was clear that 6th Princess was also putting up a good fight. Due to the brilliant magic bursting from her, his men couldn't approach at all. 6th Princess defended while 8th Princess and 9th Prince attacked crazily. Jix narrowed his field of view again, focusing only on In-gong. It was fight or be killed. In that case, he would fight like a mad dog. He should at least use all his strength to bite 9th Prince's neck. Jix rushed at In-gong. In-gong avoided it and turned to face Jix. White Eagle and Black Eagle were circling In-gong. Jix not only focused on In-gong but also on the movements of White Eagle and Black Eagle. The trajectory of the two shields around him was relatively simple. Jix was looking for a gap. He would go through that gap to deal a blow to 9th Prince. Immediately before colliding with In-gong, Jix changed directions suddenly. It was an abrupt movement as he swung his sword. In-gong's eyes naturally turned toward the sword, and they widened. As soon as Jix swung the sword, the blade split into dozens of pieces as it flew toward In-gong. The pieces of the sword were manipulated by the dragon style and pierced through the gap between White Eagle and Black Eagle. All the pieces flooded toward In-gong. It was at that moment In-gong turned into a dark blue mist. The pieces of the sword flew through the air in vain. Jix was reminded of one of the vampire's lineage abilities. Surely the blood of a vampire didn't flow through 9th Prince's body as well? What type of bloodline did he have? However, this was just a conjecture. In-gong hadn't turned into a dark blue mist. It was a close-distance space jump. This was a technique embedded in Violent Cultine's Night Watch. Although it was limited to 3 times a day, that was enough. In-gong laughed as he appeared at a spot 10 meters away from his original location. Too bad for him. If In-gong was in Jix's position, he would have had a tantrum. In-gong called White Eagle and Black Eagle. Instead of using Dragon Style, he activated the quad-core. Caitlyn. At his low call, Caitlyn passed by In-gong's side. Thanks to the quad-core, she was much faster and more powerful than before. As Caitlyn ran ahead, In-gong soon followed behind her. He further amplified his aura by synchronizing it with Caitlyn's. In-gong and Caitlyn moved as one in a pincer attack. An intermediate general like Jix had no way of dealing with it. Jix had lost his sword. It was now impossible for him to run away. In-gong and Caitlyn took deep breaths at the same time. The two of them formed fists and crushed Jix's chest. And your level has risen. A white light surrounded In-gong as he heard the soft voice. Caitlyn, who had already seen it, looked at In-gong with wide eyes. It reminds me of old times. He remembered how he had seen Caitlyn right after the first major battle against the Red Lightning tribe. At the time, her whole body had been bloody just like it was now. It was only a couple of months ago, but it felt like so long because they had been through many things in the meantime. Are you okay? Caitlyn asked, tilting her head. In-gong was standing idly, so she wondered if something was going to happen. In-gong laughed and said, I'm fine, but is Nuna okay? Yes, it isn't my blood. Caitlyn gave the same answer as before. In-gong laughed as he recalled the battle when they were rescuing Felicia. Shutra. Caitlyn. In-gong and Caitlyn turned their heads simultaneously at Felicia's call. Felicia was waving and running towards them with Carrick. Prince. Are you okay? He seemed pretty strong. They had been watching the fight from a distance. In-gong scanned Carrick up and down and said, Are you okay? I'm fine. My shield protected me well. Carrick grinned and stroked his shield. In-gong looked around. The men that Mad Dog Jix had brought were running away in different directions. Almost all of them had died, so In-gong didn't chase them. Indeed, a royal family. You managed to deal with the infamous mad dog Jix. The guide soldier, who ran over with Carrick, gazed at Jix's corpse and exclaimed with admiration. It seemed like he was more notorious than In-gong thought. In-gong looked down at Jix's lifeless body. He had been an outlaw who didn't hesitate to do actions like rape and murder. Thanks to him, In-gong learned things like dragon style and thousand poisons resistance. Yes, let me thank you one last time. Jix still had more to give him. In-gong asked the guide soldier. How much is the bounty on Jix? The more money In-gong had, the better. In-gong smiled at the number that the guide soldier stuttered out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, Chapter 18, Auction Number 4. Chapter 112, Chapter 18, Auction Number 4. The location of Evian was similar to the Demon King's palace. Evian, one of the peripheries of the demon world, was at the east boundary. East of Evian was a place that would be called the Eastern Limit Line. Beyond that were the barbarians who chose to stay outside the demon world instead of succumbing to the reign of the Demon King's palace. It wasn't just the location and seasons that determined the climate of the demon world, there were some mysterious and wonderful elements due to the flow of magic power throughout the area. Evian was a winter land all year round. As a result, it was virtually barren, and the barbarians wandering beyond the eastern limit line made it a difficult place to live. However, it wasn't a land that the Demon King's palace could leave alone. It wasn't possible to give the land to the barbarians who wouldn't submit to the Demon King's palace. The areas around Evian weren't very hospitable either. Basic laws existed in the demon world, but there were no such rules around Evian. It was obviously a messed up land with outlaws like Mad Dog Jix running around. Tucker was located near Evian and used this confusion to its advantage. Being a lawless zone meant that regulations and controls were weak. Tucker exploited this fact to become a pleasure ground. Things that would be done underground in other places were openly committed on the streets of Tucker in broad daylight. Tucker paid a fair amount of taxes to the Demon King's palace, and the Demon King's palace tolerated the existence of Tucker instead of getting rid of them. In-gong looked at the mini-map and thought about the movement route of the party. There were two main ways to get to Evian Fortress, the ultimate destination of the party. One was via Tucker, while the other was moving in a straight line towards Evian. I need to go to Tucker. It was ridiculous to stay for very long since they were heading for a mission. There was a limit to stopping for a while. I can use the excuse of liquidating my assets that I thought of the other day. In-gong slowly nodded and looked at Felicia. Excuse me, Nuna. Felicia, who had entered her sleeping bag early, stretched out her head at In-gong's call. Her eyes were full of mischief. What? Do you want to go to Tucker? It was a teasing tone, not cold. In-gong took a deep breath and opened his mouth. I think it would be good to cash in the treasures I gained in the dungeons. I see. Felicia's eyes were full of laughter. As In-gong blushed without knowing it, she kept laughing. Yes, we should go with Shutra. I've decided that the meeting place is Tucker. Meeting place? Yes, aren't the lycanthropes also coming to Tucker? Felicia turned her head to the side and asked. The target of her last question was Caitlin, not In-gong. Caitlin, who was sitting in a comfortable position and circulating her aura, gently nodded. That's right. It's because Shutra wanted to go there. Unlike Felicia, there was a little bit of distaste in her tone as she finished talking and stared at In-gong. Felicia laughed as if she found Caitlin funny and spoke to In-gong again. I've coordinated it in advance. This is a military mission, so it is a good idea to bring some troops as support. The support troops have been preparing for a week already. In Knight Saga, there were always reinforcements from Draconians during military missions. Even during the Red Lightning Tribe mission, Chris and Caitlin had more than 100 lycanthropes with them. It was natural for there to be reinforcements. The reinforcements can't use the same transportation formation as ours since their departure location isn't the Demon King's palace. So they have to find one of the nearby transport formations, and there is a pretty big one in the vicinity of Talker. So the meeting place is there. Felicia winked at the end of her words. It was already decided that they would meet at Talker before leaving the Demon King's palace, yet she still became irritated when In-gong said he wanted to go to Talker. Felicia just laughed at In-gong's expression. He took a deep breath as Felicia spoke again. Shutra, there is something else, the Dark Elves will be coming as well. So I mean... Felicia hesitated as she studied In-gong's face. Despite the military mission, In-gong couldn't receive any support from the Gandharv. Felicia and Caitlin both received reinforcements while In-gong had none. Instead of being upset like Felicia thought, In-gong just smiled pleasantly. I'm fine. Thank you for taking care of me. In addition, I can think of them as my own due to Nuna. Apart from being in the same faction, this was Felicia, it wasn't like she was a stranger. Felicia's face turned lively again at In-gong's words. Isn't it? It is the same with the lycanthropes. Caitlin quickly added. His greatest allies were probably Chris and the lycanthropes, since he hadn't met with the Queen of the Dark Elves yet, so he just smiled at Caitlin. Felicia giggled at Caitlin's interruption and spread out her fan. Well, we will be able to explore it properly. The meeting place is at Talker, but it will take a day or two. Princess, why does it seem like you want to go more than Prince? The quietly listening Karak asked, and Felicia just shrugged with a cheeky expression. Well, the auction house will be fun. Caitlin, don't you think it will be fun? Uni has been to Talker before? Caitlin was immediately interested. Felicia nodded and tapped her fan against Caitlin's shoulder. I've already been a few times. So there is no need for a guide. The city won't meet Shutra's expectations. Excuse me? In-gong muttered, but Felicia pretended not to hear him and looked over at Amita. It will also be interesting for Amita. That noisy and busy place is too annoying. Amita said in a rough voice as they pounded their tail against the ground. They were holding a large jewel in their hand and carving a complicated magic pattern on it. Talking Raccoon, is the tuning still not finished? Green Wind appeared behind In-gong and asked. It had obviously been over a day since they left the Demon King's palace, but the readjustment still wasn't completed. Thanks to that, In-gong was forced to use an earthquaker that wasn't finished yet. Amita looked at Green Wind with grim eyes before pounding their tail again. Of course it takes a long time without a workshop. Amita took a deep breath before speaking to In-gong. But it will be finished by the end of tomorrow. So don't worry. It will definitely be finished before we arrive in Evian. From the appearance, it seemed like the last task was carving the jewel and inserting it. Felicia reached out to Amita and said in a humble voice. Amita, don't be offended. I will buy you whatever you want in Talker, but... Bah, do you think that I'm a child? Don't think that I will be relieved by such a thing. Then why was their tail waving? Felicia held back her laughter as she looked over at In-gong, who nodded. Caitlin, Karak and the rest of the group also laughed with their eyes, not saying anything out loud. However, there was one person in the party who was unaware of this. Talking Raccoon, your tail is waving. Amita quickly stopped moving their tail at Green Wind's words, and In-gong made Green Wind turn off her solid state. And Talker, the city of pleasure, was divided into two major districts by a central wall. The poor entertainment area was outside the walls, while the safe and colorful entertainments were inside the walls. Outside the walls, the outlaws from around Evian gathered since the security was bad. Sword fights often took place in the gambling halls, the entertainment was in the streets, and there were many large and small battles. Many forbidden items in the demon world were openly sold by streets vendors. Obviously, Felicia had visited Talker several times, but she'd been inside the wall, not outside. Felicia headed straight down a relatively safe central road and talked to a gate guard. A few minutes later, a well-dressed man appeared to lead the party to a VIP place. The place where they were guided had large rooms filled with brilliant color. It was obviously a house to be rented out since there were several rooms. After unpacking and having a light rest, Felicia grabbed Caitlin and said to In-gong, "Go with Carrick. I'll go shopping with Caitlin. Amita, do you want to go with us?" Instead of answering Felicia's question, Amita jumped into Daphne's arms. Daphne had a perplexed expression as she nodded on Amita's behalf. Felicia smiled before turning to Carrick, who was standing beside In-gong. "Carrick, I'll ask you to control him." "Leave it to me." Carrick hit his chest with his fist. In-gong just sighed. "What do you think I'm going to do?" "I guess we'll see." Felicia laughed while Caitlin sent a HRMMM look towards In-gong. Felicia spoke again. "Let's meet in the afternoon. We need to participate in the auction at night, so be sure to come back before then." Felicia finished and left with Amita and the other females first. The guide soldier had gone to meet the reinforcements, so there was only In-gong and Carrick left. In-gong took a deep breath and said to Carrick, "Okay, then let's go to the slave market." He would be able to get rumors about Nyatra's whereabouts from there. Carrick's eyes widened at In-gong's words. "Huh? Are you really interested in the slave market?" "I'm not interested. I have to check something." I understand." Carrick nodded with a serious expression. Carrick was really a good aide for In-gong. In-gong left the hotel with Carrick and looked at several slave shops nearby. However, he didn't find anything. There is no slave called Nyatra, but he thought she might be using another name, so he looked through the catalog of succubus slaves, but there was nothing. It is reasonable. In Knight Saga, Zephyr had met Nyatra at the end of year 513. This was year 512, so there was a 1-year difference. Should I take the next chance? In-gong entered the last slave shop with a face full of regrets. Carrick was looking at In-gong with a mixture of warmth and doubts, while In-gong searched through the succubus slaves. Instead of making fun or teasing In-gong, Carrick asked with a serious expression, "Is the succubus called Nyatra that important to Prince?" "She is important. It wasn't just because Nyatra was his subordinate in Knight Saga. She was the key to the lycanthrope subjugation." Carrick narrowed his eyes and asked, "Well, Prince, can you tell me what she looks like?" "I can ask the slave dealer. Once she comes in, the slave dealer can contact us. The method isn't bad." Nyatra had appeared in the slave auction 1 year later, so it was likely that she would be in Takar within the next few months. In-gong described what he remembered. Her hair is pink. Her face is beautiful, even as a succubus, a bit like Flora. I mean, the atmosphere. She has a cool personality like Flora. And there are 2 yellow horns on her head. Her height is like Felicia Nuna? Her skin is as white as Caitlin Nuna's and her eyes are blue. Does she wear her hair in a ponytail? The ponytail is long enough to reach her hips. Carrick interrupted his description. In-gong's eyes widened. "That's right, how did you know?" Instead of answering, Carrick pointed to a female talking to the slave dealer. She wasn't a slave but a customer who came to buy a slave. And In-gong knew her name. Nyatra? The succubus Nyatra who appeared in the slave auction in 1 year. Except right now, she wasn't a slave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113, Chapter 18, Auction Number 5. Chapter 113, Chapter 18, Auction Number 5. It was an unexpected situation. Nyatra wasn't a slave. In fact, this was more natural. If he looked at the entire demon world, the number of slaves traded was actually quite small. Apart from places like Takar, it was difficult to find a proper slave market. Of all the places that In-gong had been to, there hadn't been a place exclusively for slave trading. So, why had Nyatra become a slave? What type of experience changed her from a free person into a slave in just 1 year? However, now wasn't the time to deduce this. While In-gong was thinking, Nyatra had finished her conversation with the slave dealer. She turned and walked away. Nyatra! In-gong shouted reflexively, but Nyatra didn't look around and just walked away like it didn't involve her. Instead of asking if he was mistaken, Karak started running toward Nyatra, and In-gong hurried to follow. There were so many people on the narrow road, but he still moved quite quickly. Nyatra turned the corner. In-gong felt an ominous feeling the moment she disappeared from sight. In movies and novels, the person always disappeared after turning the corner. It was the same in this case as well. He turned the corner hurriedly but couldn't see Nyatra. Among the people present, there was no pink hair or even red hair. In-gong looked around, while Karak peered over the top of the heads but couldn't see her either. Nyatra must have used stealth or something similar to disappear. She looks like the one you called Nyatra, but she ran away. There wasn't even a reaction. Karak said while scratching his forehead. She hadn't even blinked at her name being called and just continued on her way. Additionally, she had showed no signs of hurry. Normally, people couldn't react like this unless they were prepared for the situation. There would usually be a small flinch or reaction. Karak's common sense told him there were only 2 occupations with such behaviors, one was a thief and the other was assassin. Prince, is the relationship between the two of you bad? Karak asked In-gong with an expression of concern. It isn't like that. Nyatra doesn't know me yet. I was a little careless. In Knight Saga, Nyatra was both a thief and assassin. If someone she didn't know called her name, it was natural for her to run away. Karak was confused by the doesn't know me yet but didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he comforted In-gong like a good aide. It isn't Prince's fault. Prince isn't to blame. She is just too familiar with the area. His smiling expression was comforting. Was this why Karma, Delia, and all the aides were crazy about Karak? In-gong smiled after being reassured and spoke to the air. Green Wind, take a look around. I understand, Master. Green Wind, who appeared in a solid state, turned into wind and disappeared. She would observe the area from a high location. Karak, let's go to the slave trader who talked to Nyatra. In this current situation, it was In-gong's only clue. Perhaps he could get more information than expected. As he entered the store, the trader, who had spoken to Nyatra, came up to him first. How can I help you? There is something that we want to ask you. Karak smiled widely and handed some money to the trader. In-gong didn't know how much was given, but it seemed to be an appropriate amount judging by the trader's expression. Unfortunately, the slave trader didn't know that much about Nyatra or how to contact her. He knew that Nyatra had visited once a few months ago and was very curious about the type and number of slaves being traded. When In-gong saw her, it had been her second visit. If there was a second visit, the possibility of a third visit was also high. I want to leave a letter. In-gong gave a few ancient gold coins from the dwarf inventory to the slave trader. The trader's face brightened at the unexpected windfall. I'd be happy to lend you my writing instruments. Make yourself comfortable. Based on his reaction, there was no need to worry about the letter not being delivered properly. In-gong thought for a while before writing the letter. It was a letter with a brief description of how In-gong wanted to meet her as well as a way to contact him. At first, it seemed innocuous, but it contained a secret that Nyatra couldn't ignore. The next time Nyatra visited, the slave trader should contact In-gong after the letter was delivered, and he would be awarded with more ancient gold coins. Looking at his face, it seemed like In-gong's request would be fulfilled faithfully. As he handed the letter over, he heard Green Wind's voice in his ears. It was a crestfallen voice. "Master, I couldn't see her. I'm sorry." "No, good job. Thank you for the hard work." In-gong stroked Green Wind's head. Then he returned to the other slave stores and started questioning them about Nyatra. There were several more stores that she had visited with the purpose of knowing how many slaves they had. In-gong left letters at all those stores. Carrick, who was watching from the side, reassured In-gong that anyone would be curious after seeing so many letters. "It isn't bad if I spend some money on Nyatra." Just as In-gong received information from the slave traders, Nyatra could also get information about the letters. By the time he visited all the slave stores in Takar twice, it was late afternoon. It was now time to return to the hotel. Even though In-gong returned to the accommodations with heavy steps, the atmosphere of the others were different. The talking raccoon has become a happy raccoon. Like Green Wind said, Amita had become happier as they sat on their tail eating sweets. Every time they ate, their bodies shook. So, they tried hard to maintain a calm expression. "What type of candy is that?" "I went to a sweet shop with Uni. Shutra and Carrick should try it. It is really delicious." Caitlin laughed at Carrick's question and handed over the sweets. They looked like a bunch of mooncakes. Although he didn't really like mooncakes, there was no way to turn down Caitlin's expectant eyes. In-gong picked up the smallest one and put it in his mouth. "How is it? Delicious?" "Yes. Yes, delicious." It was as he had expected, although the taste wasn't too bitter. It felt like he was eating a macaroon with a very high sugar content. "Shutra? Did something bad happen?" Caitlin inquired about In-gong's complexion. In-gong smiled and shook his head. "I'm just tired from walking around." However, the worry on Caitlin's face just increased further. Felicia frowned from where she was sitting on the couch and asked, "Well, why don't you just rest and not go to the auction in the evening?" "No, I don't know when I will be able to come again. I need to participate. And isn't there still a lot of time left? I will be fine after taking a break." They would leave Takar tomorrow afternoon with the reinforcements. So, if he missed this opportunity, there would be no way to participate in the auction for a while. He had missed Nyatra right in front of him, so he couldn't miss the auction. "Then I'm glad. If there is any trouble, just tell me. You don't have to overdo it." "I understand. Then I will get some rest first." In-gong entered the room that was assigned to him. Then after approximately 2 hours, the party of well-dressed people gathered in the living room of the hotel. Caitlin was wearing a cute yellow dress, revealing her shoulders, which was unlike her usual style. As In-gong's eyes widened, Syra laughed and whispered to Carrick. It seemed like her usual dresses were due to Chris. "Does it suit me?" Caitlin asked with red cheeks. She was very excited about wearing a type of dress that she normally couldn't wear because of Chris. In-gong looked Caitlin up and down and laughed. "Caitlin Nuna is great." As he mimicked Caitlin's reaction, Syra covered her mouth with her hands while Carrick just laughed. Caitlin looked coy, but it was only for a moment. Then she smiled widely again. "What about me? Shutra, isn't this provocative compared to the Demon King's palace?" Unlike Caitlin, Felicia was wearing the same type of clothes. In other words, it was a purple dress with a high degree of exposure. Even though he was familiar with Felicia's style, In-gong still blushed for a moment. Felicia laughed as she laid a shawl over her shoulders, then she evaluated In-gong's attire. "Black suits you well. Don't you look a little more mature?" In-gong usually wore a white suit to the court gatherings. While Felicia and Caitlin were interested in In-gong's outfit, Syra and the other aide showed interest in Carrick. Delia approached Carrick and said casually, "Carrick, Your tie is crooked. I'll fix it. Oh, thank you. It isn't a big deal. Delia smiled gently as she stuck close to Carrick, while Syra, Karma, and Daphne's eyes widened. In-gong just sighed at the sight. Nyatra can't be like this. Of course, Nyatra still hadn't joined him. Felicia laughed and approached In-gong. Well, I'll fix Shutra's suit. In-gong had a bow tie, so there was nothing to fix, but he still accepted Felicia's helping hand. And even if Tucker was the city of pleasure, the auction house was just an auction house. Not only were there various valuables that could be seen in any auction house, there were also things traded in the underground market such as the slave trade. Therefore, a huge amount of money passed through there. The red auction house shone very brightly. Sofas were arranged in a semicircle, and In-gong's party received a great spot in the center. In-gong looked around from where he was sitting between Felicia and Caitlin. Due to the bright room, it wasn't difficult to see the faces of those attending. Then, I will start today's auction. Everyone's attention became concentrated on the host, an incubus with red skin, who rang a bell on the stage. Amita, sitting on Daphne's lap, gazed at the stage with interested eyes and seemed to be feeling better due to the sweets. The auction was quite interesting, but In-gong was looking around instead of towards the stage. My nerves are irritated. Somehow, there were a few recognizable faces. He had seen these faces while playing Knight Saga. However, he didn't remember where he had seen them since they were either an extra or supporting character. In-gong was searching through his memories when he suddenly looked at the entrance of the auction house. Someone had come in late. Their body was substantially larger than Carrick's. He had a pale face, yellow eyes, and scar over his right eye. The black hair wriggled randomly like it was alive. In-gong knew this face. Unlike the others, he clearly remembered where he had seen it. Paratus. He was the brother of the barbarian king Karatus, who ruled over the eastern limit line to the east of Evian. The memories continued. Paratus was one of the generals under the barbarian king. Why had he appeared in Tucker? Was it simply to participate in the auction? In-gong shook my head. If Paratus coveted something, he would steal it, not buy it. It was clear that he had another reason. Carrick, something unusual is going to happen. In-gong whispered to Carrick, who suddenly looked very serious. What is it? Is it better to go back straight away? The incidents that involved In-gong always turned out unusual. It was natural to be nervous. In-gong felt somewhat sad but soon regained his spirit. Anyway, he was really worried about the situation. There is nothing definite. For the time being. Kwa Kwang. A roar coming from outside the auction house swallowed up the rest of In-gong's words, and In-gong and Carrick stood up without talking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114, Chapter 18, Auction Number 6. Chapter 114, Chapter 18, Auction Number 6. There were other people who were surprised by the explosions and stood up. The staff of the auction house tried to calm people down, but it wasn't enough. Dear customers, calm down. The head of an auction house employee, who was shouting loudly, was destroyed. A barbarian warrior had murdered the employee with a huge hammer-like fist. Someone screamed, and there was an explosion from the auction house. As the auction house shook, flames were spreading everywhere. In mere seconds, the auction house had become a mess. People were rushing around in the middle of the explosion, and the indiscriminate killing committed by the barbarians added to the confusion. The security personnel around the auction house couldn't calm down the situation alone. Prince! Carrick exclaimed hurriedly. Instead of responding to his call, In-gong opened the mini-map and searched it. The explosion had first occurred outside. Maybe it wasn't just the auction house but all of Tucker that was attacked. No, it was reasonable to think so. Otherwise, the current situation couldn't be explained. A small strike. If a large number of barbarians had crossed the eastern limit line, people would have already known about it already. It was obvious that they had to break up into small units in order to infiltrate the city. In-gong saw that all the barbarian warriors were marked red on the minimap. In-gong's allies were blue, while the auction house employees and general customers were gray. In-gong's gaze turned toward the brightest red dot. Paredes, the younger brother of the barbarian king Karatas and probably the mastermind of this incident, was heading towards the stage with a ferocious smile on his face. In-gong sensed it intuitively. The purpose of this incident was evidently the auction items. However, what type of item would make him do such a bold thing? The ruler of Takar and the owner of the auction house, Vulcanus, was a tough person. He was sure to retaliate in some way. In-gong couldn't think about it for long. The situation was desperate, but it was also due to the new blue dot that appeared on the minimap. The blue dot had appeared far away from In-gong's party and was moving quickly towards the stage. In-gong shifted his gaze hurriedly. Apart from his group, there was only one person in Takar who would be recognized as In-gong's ally. Nyatra. Nyatra was dressed in a black china dress that revealed her thighs. He was drawn back into his memories for a moment but quickly snapped out of it. Nyatra appeared deeply confused by the current situation. "Prince!" Carrick shouted again. In-gong delayed no longer. He opened his inventory and armed himself. In-gong equipped White Eagle on his left arm and Earthquaker on his right arm, while Night Watch was placed around his neck and shoulders. Earthquaker had been tuned just before coming to the auction site, so it sparked with a red and yellow glow as it roared. In-gong glanced toward Caitlin. "Nuna, this is a request." Instead of asking what he was talking about, Caitlin wound up her long dress. After freeing both legs, a blue aura erupted around her like flames. Felicia asked in a confused voice. "Shutra?" "The barbarians of the eastern limit line." In-gong shouted and ran towards the stage. He heard Felicia's voice again from behind him, but the urgent thing was Nyatra. As always, time flowed equally as it seemed both fast and slow. Paredes, who had jumped on the stage while In-gong was arming himself, killed the auctioneer in one blow. He threw a scroll that caused a huge explosion and headed behind the stage. Nyatra moved towards the back of the stage as well. As expected, she was tracking Paredes from a distance. In-gong jumped onto the stage and threw himself through the flames. At the back of the stage, the screams of the employees could be heard in succession. "Paredes!" In-gong didn't know about the situation inside, so he shouted loudly several times. As soon as he arrived at the place where the auction items were stored, Paredes turned toward In-gong. As expected, the auction house employees were almost all dead. Paredes had grabbed the neck of an orc security officer and was about to kill him. Paredes glared at In-gong. Instead of paying attention to Paredes, In-gong looked at the minimap and the area in front of him simultaneously. Nyatra could no longer be seen on the minimap as she had gone into stealth. However, the pile of auction items couldn't escape In-gong's eyes. The Dragon King's golden helmet. He was able to recognize it at a glance because it was special among the A-rank items. As the name suggested, it was a golden helmet carved in the form of a dragon's head. The Dragon King's golden helmet was a symbol of King Teratos, the legendary barbarian king. He could now understand why Paredes was so reckless. For those who didn't know the history, it was just a good golden helmet. However, it was different for the barbarians. It was an item that could strengthen the legitimacy of the kingship and elicit absolute support from the tribes. Paredes squeezed his right hand and killed the orc security officer. Simultaneously, In-gong turned off the minimap. Green wind. White Eagle split into two and flew toward Paredes. While Paredes was surprised by White Eagle and Black Eagle that were emitting a green light, In-gong sprang for Wad Quan. In an instant, In-gong narrowed down his distance toward Paredes and ran past him instead of attacking. Paredes panicked, but White Eagle and Black Eagle acted under green wind and blocked Paredes' view. In-gong arrived at the place where the auction items were piled up and reached out to the glass box containing the golden helmet. He had felt the anti-theft spell when he entered the auction house, but he ignored it. In-gong instantly conquered the spell and put the item in his inventory. Paredes ignored White Eagle and Black Eagle and sprang toward In-gong. However, green wind blocked Paredes once again. White Eagle and Black Eagle created a green barrier that blocked Paredes' way. In-gong didn't miss the gap created. He reached for the auction items piled up with the golden helmet. It was obvious that all the items would be destroyed when they fought here, and as expected, there were items he knew Nyatra was targeting. Nyatra's secondary occupation is a thief. Although she had been called Zephyr's Knight, Nyatra's expertise wasn't fighting but in infiltration and information gathering. Due to this, In-gong had Nyatra perform more information gathering missions, instead of escort missions in Knight Saga. Additionally, Nyatra's ability as a thief shone every time. He had used her skills in Knight Saga without thinking, but where had Nyatra learned her thief skills? Was she an assassin and thief before she became a slave? If had she appeared at the auction to steal one of the items, maybe she had been caught and turned into a slave. It was just a guess, but everything fit. Then, as if to prove In-gong's reasoning, he heard a swallowed moan. She was astonished to see the auction items disappearing as soon as In-gong's hands reached for them. "You bastard! Master!" Paredes in green wind exclaimed. Instead of aiming for Paredes, In-gong triggered Night Watch's blink and moved to Nyatra. Nyatra turned her head at the blue fog, but In-gong had already grabbed her arm. "Master!" Green wind shouted again. It seemed like she had reached the limit of stopping Paredes. "Karak!" In-gong pulled Nyatra and used call on Karak. Karak appeared with whirling eyes and In-gong said quickly, "Take Nyatra and leave here." Wait a minute." Nyatra cried out in a confused voice. Karak grasped the situation immediately and looked up at the ceiling with a surprised expression. "Heek! Look at that!" It was a tense and desperate situation, so Nyatra and Paredes reflexively looked up at the ceiling. Just then, Karak moved. He hit the back of Nyatra's neck. "Kiok, dot." Nyatra leaned forward with a pained moan. It was a situation where he had failed to stun her with a blow, but Karak didn't care. Nyatra wasn't knocked out, but she was defenseless. Karak carried her onto his shoulders and started running. Both In-gong and Paredes were surprised by what happened in front of them, but it was only for a moment. Today was the first time Paredes had seen Nyatra. Although unfamiliar things were popping up in succession, this was irrelevant to Paredes. The only thing that mattered to Paredes right now was the Dragon King's golden helmet. In-gong regained his spirit as well. The process was quite violent, but he was able to secure Nyatra. He would chat with her later. "Master!" Greenwind called to In-gong once again. Her call felt somewhat sad. This time, In-gong produced white aura and green magic power simultaneously. Paredes was in a frenzy because he couldn't get the golden helmet. Even if In-gong had come to defend Evian, he couldn't let the golden helmet pass into the hands of the barbarians. White Eagle and Black Eagle, which had been desperately interfering with Paredes, returned to In-gong's side. Earthquaker responded to the dragon style by growling angrily as the scales darkened. Paredes then triggered an explosive aura of vengefulness. In-gong felt the creepy roar of a lion, but he didn't turn his gaze. He formed a fist and activated dragon blood. Paredes, the brother of the barbarian king, he was considered a strong warrior even among the barbarians. In-gong took a deep breath. Then the battle began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115, Chapter 18, Auction Number 7. Chapter 115, Chapter 18, Auction Number 7. In Knight Saga, it had been year 515 when he fought the barbarians beyond the limit line. At that time, Caitlyn had been much weaker than she was during the lycanthrope subjugation in year 516, but that was because she had still been a teenage girl. The already mature Paredes would have a similar strength to Mad Dog Jix. Paredes' strength was at least that of an intermediate general. However, he was much fiercer than Mad Dog Jix, and he was also aiming for In-gong's life. The unique characteristic of barbarians is their body hardening technique. As the name suggested, it was a technique that strengthened the body. However, it wasn't a skill that could be acquired. Just as dragon technique required dragon characteristics, the barbarian's body hardening required a body that inherited the blood of a barbarian. After triggering body hardening, Paredes' upper body swelled. The suit he was wearing tore apart in an instant, revealing a gray shell that was like a crustacean's, which covered the skin. It went beyond strengthening the body and appeared more like he was forming an armor around it. Paredes normally carried a large weapon in Knight Saga, but he was now barehanded. However, In-gong wasn't fully alert, and Paredes didn't miss this moment. Kwang! A huge crack formed on the ground where Paredes had been, but In-gong didn't confront Paredes, who was like a runaway train. He avoided the blow quickly using wind style. Kwang! Paredes' fist struck the place where In-gong was standing. The floor that was hit by the hardened fist cracked and dozens of stones flew up. In-gong looked at the floor and Paredes at the same time. As In-gong used wind style again, he transferred aura into Earthquaker. Paredes turned toward In-gong. As White Eagle and Black Eagle rushed toward Paredes, In-gong poured aura, magic power and divine power into Earthquaker. It was a different feeling from when he fought Mad Dog Jix. There was no sense of incompatibility with Earthquaker. It was as if Earthquaker had been made for In-gong from the beginning. The flow of aura had also changed. Earthquaker accepted In-gong's aura naturally. Not only was the aura absorbed faster than before, the absorption efficiency was even better now. Amida had strengthened White Eagle externally, Black Eagle had been added, and there were new accessories. Earthquaker had been tuned, and the Great Enkidu's equipment was now reborn as In-gong's. While In-gong focused all his consciousness on it, Paredes read White Eagle's and Black Eagle's movements and rushed toward one side. In-gong continued to inject aura into Earthquaker. It took a few seconds for Paredes to catch up with In-gong, who retreated again and activated Night Watch's Blink. Blink was different from the magic installed in the transportation formations. It only moved a short distance, and there had to be no obstacles between the caster and the target destination. Night Watch's Blink could be used 3 times a day. A dark blue fog appeared as the second blink was triggered, and Paredes' punch went through the air. In-gong landed on the ground 10 meters away, but Paredes didn't stop and searched around for In-gong like a wild beast. However, 10 meters was not a short distance, and Paredes narrowed the distance between him and In-gong in an instant. Instead of blinking or stepping back, In-gong ran toward the spot where Paredes had first hit the ground. "You!" Paredes cried out angrily. As In-gong kept on running away, Paredes was incensed. However, In-gong just ignored it. Rather, he was hoping that Paredes would lose his temper. During the few seconds of time Blink had created, he inserted more aura into Earthquaker. Paredes had an ominous and urgent feeling. In-gong was focusing power on his right hand, and it seemed like a big thing that might explode at any moment. Paredes roared loudly. The powerful energy from the roar was a weapon in itself. It would cause the body to freeze momentarily. However, In-gong just ignored Paredes' roar. In-gong had endured the gaze of the Demon King. So, he didn't even need to use the power of the tears of a dark elf as he ignored Paredes' roar and prepared the technique. Paredes, who rushed toward In-gong as soon as he roared, hesitated. Indeed, he had the gut instinct of a beast. Instead of rushing toward Paredes, In-gong raised his fist high. He couldn't allow Paredes to get the golden helmet, but that didn't mean he had to deal with Paredes here. Right now, Paredes didn't have the golden helmet. It was In-gong who had it. True destruction. This was Earthquaker's super special move. A white aura spread as In-gong's knuckles hit the ground. Like collapsed dominoes, hundreds of cracks covered the ground instantly. Paredes' mouth dropped open, but In-gong hadn't used true destruction on Paredes. Kwaong. In-gong had seen the aftermath of true destruction in Spider Forest, where the terrain had been destroyed. He had hit the ground directly, so it couldn't endure the pressure despite In-gong controlling the power. The thick stone floor, that was a few meters in diameter, broke into dozens of pieces, and Paredes fell along with the floor. Tucker's auction house was located in a sunny spot, not the shade. Furthermore, under the auction house, there was a wall with a high ceiling of approximately 20 meters. In-gong, who had grasped the floor plan of the auction house from the mini-map, had no intention of having a full frontal battle with Paredes from the very beginning. The most important thing had been to secure Nyatra and the golden helmet, not fight the boss on the premises. Thanks to Night Watch's ability to fly, In-gong flew up and stepped on White Eagle. He could hear Green Wind crying that she didn't want to lose to Night Watch. In-gong looked down below. The damage was so enormous that it seemed like the building itself was going to collapse. Additionally, he couldn't see Paredes because he was buried in heavy debris. In-gong was satisfied with this much. It was unlikely that Paredes would die from this, but he would take a long time to climb back up. At that point, he might be blocked by subordinates of Tucker's ruler, Vulcanus, and be unable to return at all. In-gong stopped thinking about Paredes and flew in the direction that Karak had headed toward. It wasn't long before he found Karak's hiding place through the mini-map. Prince! Karak mouthed while hiding against a wall. He was hugging Nyatra tightly with one hand, while his other hand covered her mouth. A complete kidnapper. He felt sorry for Karak, but there was no other interpretation of the scene. In-gong jumped from White Eagle and approached Karak. There was the sound of fighting over there, so I had to hide. In-gong nodded. Karak was currently unarmed, and he was carrying Nyatra. He would be unable to counterattack properly, so going out would just lead to death. What about that big guy? I heard a huge sound. I made it so he can't chase us. In-gong responded and looked at Nyatra. He could only see half her face since it was covered by Karak's large hand, but she was accepting the situation quite calmly. It was indeed Nyatra, who had been called the Ice Knight among Zephyr's subordinates. Instead of struggling to escape from Karak, Nyatra stared straight into In-gong's eyes. Fear and wonder could be seen in that calmness. In-gong narrowed the distance with Nyatra, and instead of giving her the same greeting as when he had first encountered Vandal, In-gong delivered a name to her through magic. Raphaziria. At that moment, Nyatra's eyes widened. She tried to speak despite her mouth being blocked. How do you know that name? Nightmares were a species known for indulgence, but there was a contradiction. Although they joined their bodies easily with others, they had one true love. There was only one in their life, and once found, it would never betray their love. Even their parents weren't allowed to know their true name. This name was something that only their true love would know. The path that Zephyr used to learn it was a bit different though. A nightmare slave was forced to tell their master their true name. Since the name itself contained magic, the nightmare couldn't go against their master. Raphaziria. Nyatra fell into confusion after hearing her true name. The calmness, that hadn't been lost due to the kidnapping, collapsed completely. In-gong glanced at Karak, who then let Nyatra go. In-gong grabbed Nyatra's hand and said, "I'll explain everything later. Just follow me once. I don't mean to do anything to you." Nyatra's eyes shook, and she bit her lip before nodding. "I understand." It is an emergency, so I will listen to the story later. Yes, thank you. In-gong sighed with relief, not that it was unlikely that she would vanish. There is a high chance that I have the things Nyatra is looking for. In fact, he had one more reason to smash the floor and destroy the place where the auction items were stored. He had placed the auction items in his inventory. In Knight Saga, Vulcanus was like a villainous merchant, so In-gong's conscience wasn't affected. Moreover, if he left the items there, they would have been lost or destroyed by Paredes. It is a good thing. Yes. That's right. In-gong coughed and opened his inventory hurriedly. He didn't know what items he had gotten aside from the Dragon King's golden helmet, but now wasn't the time to look through them one by one. In-gong took out a dwarf axe and shield and threw them to Carrick. Then In-gong looked back at Nyatra. She was amazed by In-gong, who had pulled the axe and shield out of the air. However, Nyatra held a dagger in her hands. She was a skilled thief and assassin. Nyatra, follow me. And Carrick, I will lead the way. Protect my back. Understood. Be careful, Prince. Carrick smiled and stepped back. Nyatra's eyes widened again. Prince? The shock in her eyes wasn't like when females met the idol singers they worshipped, but a pleasant surprise in the eyes that were as calm as a lake. That reminds me, didn't Nyatra like fairy tales? Moreover, it seemed like her personality was more active than it had been before she became a slave in Knight Saga. I will also explain that later. In-gong said with a smile before starting to run. And Shutra. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, Chapter 18, Auction Number 8. Chapter 116, Chapter 18, Auction Number 8. There were still barbarians in the passage leading from the back of the stage to the auction house. They were amazed by the tremendous noise that triggered the collapse, but they seemed to be waiting for Paredes to join them. Well, that doesn't really matter. With White Eagle and Black Eagle surrounding him, In-gong narrowed the distance to the nearest enemy. He had used True Destruction, but due to regulating his power and Earthquaker being readjusted, his stamina, aura, and mental state weren't drained like they had been when he fought against the Guardian. Currently, half of his aura was left, and his stamina was recovering thanks to a recovery potion. Most of the barbarian warriors Paredes had brought were elites and had fairly high levels of body hardening. So, instead of fighting them, In-gong used explosive power in Great Mountain to push them far away. Arung was good when hitting the body directly, but Arung was clearly a technique of divine beast authority and consumed a lot of aura. In-gong wouldn't be able to stand up if he continued using Arung. In-gong used Great Mountain to split the enemies on either side of him and grasped the remaining number of enemies by using the mini-map. After this event, he would think about developing an internal blow technique similar to Arung or try to develop a weaker version of Arung with Caitlyn. Master! Green Wind called from in front of In-gong. White Eagle and Black Eagle revolved like a dancing couple in the middle of the passage, striking the chest of a barbarian. It was the last enemy on the mini-map. Well done. Green Wind. In-gong didn't forget to praise Green Wind, who laughed brightly. While In-gong had been striking from the front, Carrick hadn't forgotten to push the enemies away with the shield. There will be enemies inside the auction house. Don't relax. Understood. Carrick cried out in response, and Nyatra nodded gently. In-gong couldn't help smiling. It was reassuring that he had Nyatra, one of his 3 most trusted subordinates in Knight Saga, with him. Vandal. In-gong was reminded of Vandal, with whom he had shaken hands. Now that In-gong had secured Nyatra, the next one was Vandal. It wouldn't be long before they could shake hands again. In-gong recalled White Eagle and Black Eagle, and instead of jumping right into the auction house, he paused for a moment and looked at the mini-map. Fortunately, the situation inside the auction house was better than In-gong had expected. Caitlin played a big role this time. Unlike previously, she didn't have any blood covering her body because she was fighting barbarians with hard skins. However, she had defeated a significant number of them. She was barehanded because it was forbidden to carry weapons inside the auction house, but Carrick and Delia were the only ones who required a weapon in the first place. Caitlin and Syra used their fists, while Felicia was a magician, and Karma used her legs and the spirit magic that she was learning. Additionally, there was also the druid, Daphne. In movies, terrorists would try to hold hostages, but these barbarians didn't even try. The situation was favorable to In-gong's side. It was due to the outstanding performance of their big party, but there were other factors that made the situation better. In addition to the fact that the troops who searched for Paredes hadn't returned, most of the people who attended the auction house were prominent figures. Moreover, although the casualties were large at the beginning, most of the damage had been concentrated on the auction house personnel, so the power of the escorts were preserved. After grasping the situation, In-gong ran towards Caitlin and the party. Instead of opening the road, White Eagle and Black Eagle escorted Carrick and Nyatra. Shutra. Caitlin, who had been busy fighting, was the first to notice In-gong's approach due to the Starlight Core. It was strange to see her smiling so prettily while holding the head of a barbarian warrior. In-gong laughed and joined Caitlin. Shutra. What on earth happened? I heard a huge sound. Are you okay? You aren't hurt anywhere? Felicia hurried forward and poured out a barrage of questions. Even while asking questions, Felicia looked In-gong up and down to check if he was wounded. I'm fine. There was a fight with Paredes, the younger brother of the barbarian king. That sound was the sound of the floor crumbling. He fell down, but I'm safe. In-gong answered the questions one by one, but there were still some questions remaining. Felicia made a startled expression. The barbarian king's brother? How do you know? No, that doesn't matter. It isn't the important thing right now. Felicia took a deep breath and muttered, because it is Shutra. Before speaking in a louder voice. As you can see, the situation is almost calm. However, there is still a disturbance outside. There were few people fighting inside the auction house right now. Most of the barbarian warriors fled or were collapsed, while those who were still fighting were being attacked one-sidedly. The barbarians are attacking Tucker itself? Felicia nodded at In-gong's question. That's right. There must have been some enemies hiding inside the castle. They set fire everywhere to cause a fuss. If the barbarian king's brother is inside like you said, was it perhaps for the auction goods? It was impossible that the brother of the barbarian king would be under someone's command. The strongest power had attacked the auction house, so it was right to presume that the auction house was the goal. The place where the floor collapsed, is it the temporary storage place for the auction items? Did you take the auction items? Felicia asked the question through a magic spell. Her eyes showed that she had already guessed the answer. Perhaps. Let's talk about that later. Felicia nodded with a satisfied expression at In-gong's answer. Yes, let's wait here for a while. Vulcanus knows the importance of the auction house and will send people soon. It would be safer to stay here than to go elsewhere. Tucker was literally his domain. The situation had already calmed, so there was no need to venture to a place where there was still fighting. In-gong nodded in agreement. It was a situation where the auction items had already been stolen, and they could act like the royal family had repelled the enemies. The main priority was to ensure the safety of the party. Even if Paredes comes back, it is better in here. As Felicia said, Vulcanus troops would come sooner or later. Moreover, Caitlin was here as well. In-gong might struggle alone against Paredes, but the story was different with the addition of Caitlin. Rather, Paredes should be the one worrying about his life. After Felicia and In-gong wrapped up their conversation, Delia asked a question. "Ninth Prince, who is that person with you?" She was pointing to Nyatra, who stood between In-gong and Carrick. In-gong brought Nyatra forward and said, "Nyatra. She'll be coming along with us for a while." "A succubus?" Felicia asked with confusion. Nyatra smiled gently and said, "It's an honor to meet you. I am Nyatra." While listening to the conversation, she determined that Felicia was a princess. Felicia looked over at Nyatra and introduced herself. "Sixth Princess Felicia Doomblade. This is my younger sister, 8th Princess Caitlin Moonlight." Nyatra glanced over at Caitlin and bowed politely. Felicia glanced at In-gong. "Is this also something to talk about later?" "Yes, later." He had to finish discussing things with Nyatra first. Right now, the situation was difficult, so it was hard to speak. In-gong replied with an awkward grin, while Felicia laughed and introduced the rest of the companions to Nyatra. They started greeting each other, then Caitlin tugged at In-gong's sleeve. "Excuse me, Shutra." "Ha? Do you have something like a big cloth or cloak?" "Cloth or cloak? Why?" Caitlin turned red at In-gong's question. In-gong understood Caitlin's words when he looked at her. Caitlin's hands were holding down the short, torn hem. She hadn't noticed while fighting, but now she was shy about her clothing after the fight had ended. Instead of embarrassing Caitlin, In-gong handed over a high-quality piece of cloth from his inventory. It was something he had found in Thunderdune Fortress. "Thank you." Caitlin hurriedly formed a temporary skirt by tying it around her waist and sighed with relief. Then she thanked In-gong with a bright smile. "Relax. In-gong stroked Caitlin's head unknowingly due to forming the habit with Green Wind. Caitlin laughed and looked at the entrance of the auction house. Volcanus troops were entering the auction house. And the ones who entered the auction house were Volcanus elites called the Red Wolves. As the name suggested, all of them wore red suits and explained the situation to the customers of the auction house. This was a rough summary. Some barbarians attacked Tucker, but they were almost exterminated. "We are extremely sorry that you, our customers, have become involved in this. And you will be compensated. There are still barbarians left, so please stay in the auction house for now." Most of the deaths were the auction house employees, so there were few fatalities among the customers. Thanks to the repeated emphasis on compensation and the energy coming from the Red Wolves, the customers stopped their angry remarks. It was at that moment that a few of the Red Wolves, who had gone to look behind the stage of the auction house, reported back to the commander with pale faces. They were speaking in whispers, so In-gong couldn't hear it. However, he had a rough idea of the contents of the conversation. The place where the auction items had been stored was empty. That was the only possible conversation they could be having. Felicia poked In-gong's side gently, and he restored his expression. Then after approximately dozens of minutes, someone approached the Red Wolves guarding the entrance. It was the guide soldier who assisted In-gong's party. Felicia explained quickly to the Red Wolves, and the guide soldier was brought to the party. The soldier seemed like he had sprinted here as he was gasping roughly for air. "Your Highness, it is urgent." "What is urgent?" In-gong and Caitlin sensed the atmosphere and approached the guide soldier. The guide soldier hurriedly said, "The barbarian army has crossed the boundary. The barbarian king is attacking directly. Barbarian King Karatas was crossing the eastern limit line." Felicia swallowed her saliva. In-gong grabbed the guide soldier's shoulder and asked urgently, "General Vandal? What happened to the general?" He led troops to intercept them. Evian is calling for support." In-gong was reminded of the battle with the barbarians in Knight Saga. He could now understand why Paredes had done such a reckless robbery. It was a simultaneous attack. Evian and Taker's auction house were both attacked in order to secure the Dragon King's golden helmet. Shutra. Felicia looked at In-gong with a desperate face, and In-gong was reminded of the Barbarian King as he looked at Felicia. The Barbarian King was even stronger than Zephyr in year 515. That meant he was stronger than Vandal. Now wasn't the time to stay in Taker. In-gong looked towards the southeast where Vandal was. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, Chapter 19, Change. Chapter 117, Chapter 19, Change. Karatas, the Barbarian King, had crossed the border. In-gong fought back to Paratus. As the Barbarian King's younger brother, his value was both small and big. If he was caught as a prisoner, he could be used somehow. Was Paratus still caught under the pile of rubble? Or had he already moved? It had been close to 20 minutes since he used True Destruction. It wasn't a long time, but it should be enough for Paratus to climb out from that spot. Paratus was strong. So, In-gong wasn't sure he could win against Paratus in a one-on-one fight. In a situation where there was no one supporting In-gong from behind, In-gong could lose his life in an instant. It was a situation where he had to prioritize securing Nyatra, so he avoided the battle. However, what if that was the wrong move? Would it have been better to fight? Relax, Shutra. Felicia said, placing a hand on In-gong's shoulder. In-gong recovered his spirit and looked over at Felicia thankfully. She just laughed, immediately understanding what In-gong was thinking. The situation has changed. Once again, relax. Do you think that General Vandal has already been cornered? Her words were right. At the time of his confrontation with Paratus, he hadn't known the Barbarian King was moving. Moreover, the reason he had avoided fighting was because he wasn't certain he would win. If he had known the information, he would have taken risks. However, the previous situation wasn't one where he should have taken the risk of fighting. The Barbarian King had crossed the border, and Vandal had moved to intercept him. It was done. As Felicia had said, Vandal wasn't in danger yet. He needed to calm down. If it is General Vandal, he will do well. So, let's wait. This isn't a situation where we should rush. Wait until tomorrow to lead the troops. This was the right move. The Barbarian King hadn't crossed the border with simply a few of his men. He had crossed with an army. In order to fight against the Barbarian King, he needed more troops. Nuna is correct. Felicia sighed with relief at In-gong's answer and turned her gaze back to the Red Wolves. The Red Wolves weren't moving quickly, so it was likely that Paratus had already escaped. Tomorrow morning, the Dark Elves will arrive. The lycanthropes are also supposed to arrive at noon. Let us depart tomorrow afternoon as scheduled. We will hurry after meeting with the troops. Do you understand? In-gong nodded again at Felicia's words. Caitlin also nodded by In-gong's side as though she agreed. In-gong took a deep breath to calm himself and turned his gaze to Nyatra. She was also surprised by the news about the Barbarian King, and there was an uneasy look in her eyes. In-gong needed to get Nyatra first. He needed to finish his business with her. In-gong looked at the clock on the mini-map. It seemed like it would be a very long night. And by the time In-gong's party returned to their hotel from the auction house, it was already midnight. Half of the barbarians that attacked Taker had been caught and the rest had escaped. Vulcanus, who had looked in briefly on the auction house, had been furious. Despite being in front of customers, he hadn't been able to control his anger and had cursed several times. Vulcanus was a VIP member of the Dark Elves, but he wasn't part of the royal family. The reason why he wasn't able to get any reinforcements was precisely because Taker was a self-governing territory. So, instead of revealing their identities, In-gong and Felicia had departed from the auction house with the other guests. In-gong's hotel was fine except for some minor damage to the exterior walls. Thanks to that, they were able to take a break. In-gong washed and changed his clothes before calling Carrick and Nyatra to his room. "Wasn't I supposed to tell you the story?" Nyatra responded to In-gong's words with a slight frown, as though it was slightly unexpected. "This is faster than I thought. There is an urgent matter, so I want to say it." If possible, he wanted to finish his business with Nyatra today. Nyatra nodded at In-gong's words and sighed like she had been holding her breath. She straightened her posture and asked In-gong, "Your Highness, how did you know my name?" It was the biggest reason why she hadn't tried to slip away when they moved from the auction house to the hotel. However, In-gong couldn't tell her the truth. She wouldn't believe it even if he told her honestly. In-gong smiled. "I'm sorry, I can't tell you right now. However, I would like to make a proposal to you, if you would listen." "What is it?" Nyatra asked with a slightly wary look. In-gong shrugged slightly. "I want to hire Nyatra as my subordinate. Of course, you don't have to worry about how you will be treated. I will treat you well as a prince's escort knight." Nyatra's eyes narrowed. Instead of trying to read Nyatra's mind, In-gong immediately added something else. "I will give this as a down payment." In-gong pulled out a small white jewel box with red gems embedded in it from his inventory. It was just for a moment, but Nyatra's eyes shook. "Didn't you show up at the auction house because you wanted this?" Nyatra could no longer hide her agitation, and In-gong sighed with relief. "This is right." He had seen it when he looked through the auction items. It was because this jewel box was an item that Nyatra always carried in Knight Saga. He had brought it along with Nyatra at the auction house and would be able to raise his favorability with her by giving it to her. The relationship between Nyatra and the jewel box hadn't been revealed in Knight Saga, but it was clear that Nyatra treasured it very much. In-gong smiled at her, and Nyatra's shoulders shook as she nodded. She responded with some resignation. "That's right, this is the only keepsake of my dead older sister. It had been taken from me forcibly during my childhood. It took me 10 years to find out where it was." It was such a sad tone that In-gong's heart tightened just by hearing it. Carrick, standing by the door, made a pitiful expression like he wanted to cry. However, In-gong was different. He was ridiculously impressed. Indeed, Nyatra. Her acting ability was truly abnormal. If In-gong hadn't known the truth, he would have believed her completely. "But Nyatra, you don't have a dead sister, do you?" Nyatra was an only child. It was a story he had heard many times in Knight Saga. After hearing In-gong's words, Carrick's eyes widened with disbelief while Nyatra swallowed her saliva. She spoke with a pale face. "I am a little scared now. Your Highness, how do you know so much about me?" The person in front of Nyatra knew her name as well as her sibling relationship. Additionally, why had he been looking for her? Had he been watching her for a long time? As she thought about it some more, Nyatra got goosebumps. She was disturbed by the idea that she hadn't known someone had been watching her. Nyatra had the nickname of Ice, so it was rare for her to show emotion. In-gong felt a little embarrassed after seeing her pale face. He said with an awkward smile, "I'm sorry, I can't tell you that now either. But if you accept my proposal, I will let you know in the future." It was a slight threat. It wasn't easy to share inner workings with someone who had such professions. Furthermore, In-gong was a prince of the Demon King's palace. Even though it was a plain proposal, it was hard to refuse. A complete villain. However, he couldn't do anything else. There was a lack of time, and there was no way to explain convincingly as to how he knew the truth. His task was to secure her as a subordinate. Nyatra shrugged and hesitated to answer. Then Carrick added, "It is better to agree." It was advice based on what he had been through. However, it was seen as a threat. Nyatra, who was careful around Karak ever since the neck-hitting incident, made a disgusted expression and bit her lip. She looked straight at In-gong with a determined expression and said, "Okay, I'll be your Highness escort knight." "But your Highness, can you really make an unknown person like me your escort knight?" In-gong nodded and responded, "I know about Nyatra." It was the truth. Nyatra didn't know how to respond to In-gong's words. Her confusion was quite cute. In-gong added something else. "Isn't collecting information Nyatra's specialty? Although you will be my escort knight, your job will be more on the side of information gathering. It is the right place for you." Nyatra was no longer surprised. She shrugged and spoke in a voice filled with resignation. "I understand. I didn't expect this to happen at the night market, but it can't be helped. I will join your Highness." In-gong jerked at the words night market, but it was only for a moment. He turned a bit red and rose from his seat. "Good, then I will appoint you as my knight. Kneel down." Nyatra frowned at In-gong's words and asked carefully, "Is it a magic spell?" She was worried about it being similar to a slave contract. In-gong answered with a calm face, "I am a prince of the Demon King's castle. It can't just be through words. Karak went through the same process, so don't worry so much. Nyatra, I won't harm you." He smiled at the end, but Nyatra's expression didn't brighten. In-gong would have made a similar look if he were in the same situation as Nyatra. "I would like to believe your Highness." It seemed like she was half asking a question. In-gong replied in a serious tone, "Please trust me. I won't harm you." Nyatra smiled and then wiped all expression from her face. She went down on one knee in front of In-gong and bowed her head. In-gong pulled a dwarf sword from his inventory and moved it over both of her shoulders. He invoked the king's knights like he had done with Karak and Karma. "Nyatra, I appoint you as my knight." It was a declaration that contained magic. The white power of conquest rose and enveloped Nyatra. "Oh!" Karak exclaimed unknowingly with admiration. Covered in a white light, Nyatra closed her eyes and In-gong did as well. In the darkness, In-gong was facing a woman with white hair and red and blue eyes. "Punishment, obedience, governance," the white woman said with a gentle smile. Her eyes were warm as she looked at In-gong. In-gong nodded. There were many things he wanted to talk about with the white woman, but he instinctively knew that it wasn't the time. In-gong opened his eyes and saw Nyatra shaking in fear and ecstasy. He injected the power of conquest through the sword above her shoulder. Nyatra flinched but didn't resist. She accepted In-gong's conquest. She became a new king's knight. That wasn't all. The present ceremony held more meaning than that. The level of conquest has risen. The level of the king's knights has risen. The maximum number of people in the king's knights has increased from 3 to 5. The level of conquest knight has risen. The king's knights, conquest coat of arms LV1 has been acquired. Letters made of white light rose in succession. Naturally, In-gong triggered conquest coat of arms. At that moment, a white coat of arms formed on Karak and Nyatra's forehead. The same thing was probably happening to Karma, who was standing outside the room. Nyatra opened her eyes slowly. Rather than with fear, she was looking up at In-gong with eyes full of envy and wonder. In-gong put away the sword and reached out a hand to Nyatra. Nyatra didn't reject this time. She accepted In-gong's hand with a small smile. "And?" Zephyr raised his head, and he looked toward the southeast for some reason. He felt a strange feeling of loss. "Why?" he asked but didn't receive an answer. "Conquest, war, death and famine." Zephyr shook his head. Then he turned his red gaze away from the southeast and back to the north. "And?" The Demon King watched the night sky. However, he wasn't looking at the dark blue sky or the myriad of stars. It was at this moment that the Demon King knew. His intuition was good. Fate had changed. There was a change in the flow. If fate was a flowing river, there was only a small change in the current. Even so, it was a clear change. The Demon King didn't miss this fact. He wondered what the cause was. How could fate be twisted? The Demon King gazed at the night sky. He remembered the face of Shutra Ignus, the fifth queen who was no longer in this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118, Chapter 20, Blitz. Chapter 118, Chapter 20, Blitz. The coat of arms on Nyatra and Karak's forehead, which were made of light, were gorgeous and beautiful. The king's knights, the symbol indicated that they were apostles of conquest. Conquest's coat of arms meant that Nyatra and Karak, as well as Karma outside the room, were under In-gong's control. There is an effect. The coat of arms wasn't simply to declare affiliation. The coat of arms itself had power. First of all, it strengthened their abilities. When he used Conquest coat of arms, all the stats of the king's knights increased by 20%. Additionally, the effect of below the king's flag was greater. Both of these effects had a synergistic effect. Next was the strengthening of solidarity. In-gong could see the awareness in Nyatra's eyes, and he felt a bit of goodwill. In-gong then shifted his gaze toward Karak, who looked at the white light surrounding his body and smiled. I can feel my loyalty to Prince rising, At. They weren't simply words, it truly was the case. In-gong nodded slowly and looked at Nyatra again. Unlike Karak, who was accustomed to the power of conquest due to below the king's flag, this was the first time she had experienced the strangeness of conquest. I guess I won't have to worry about her running away? He had been worried because this was a contract half accepted through intimidation. The reason why he had her join the king's knights was so that he could use call whenever she tried to escape. However, looking at Nyatra's eyes right now, it seemed like there would be no need to use call. The third effect of Conquest coat of arms was strengthening his governance. Before, In-gong had only known Karak's level but not his detailed stats, but that was different now. In-gong was able to see Karak's stats as well as his own. His persistence is no joke. His persistence and durability were overwhelmingly high compared to his other stats. After being strengthened by Conquest coat of arms, they were only slightly lower than In-gong's stats. Karak has also gained many levels. In-gong remembered that he had been around level 23 or 24 during the Red Lightning subjugation, but he was now level 28. His intelligence is too high. Karak's intelligence was higher than orc he had encountered in Knight Saga. However, intelligence wasn't a quantification of mechanical areas such as how fast the brain thought or memory. It was different from wisdom or smarts. Maybe they are high as well. However, they were invisible stats. In-gong carried on by looking at Nyatra's stats. Her level, occupations and status were listed on the coat of arms. In Knight Saga, thief and assassin had been her secondary occupations, but they were her main ones now. Rather, her secondary occupation was an escort knight. She also has high and low stats. Whether she had experienced slavery or not seemed to have created a slight difference in her stats. However, her level was lower than it had been in Knight Saga. It was inevitable since this was 1 year before then. How does it feel? As soon as In-gong asked, Nyatra spoke with shining eyes. Very good. I feel lighter. It wasn't just her eyes, but her voice contained a tinge of ecstasy as well. She was in an excited state, but she meant her words. In-gong laughed and released Nyatra's hand. Nyatra let out a long exhale like she was enjoying it. Conquest's coat of arms and the white light had disappeared, but her cheeks were still red. Master. In-gong heard Green Wind's voice suddenly in his ears. She took her solid form and clung to In-gong's arm while looking back and forth between Carrick and Nyatra. Master, I want to be Master's knight as well. Ha! I am already Master's, but Carrick and the succubus who suddenly appeared are different. I want to be the same. In-gong blinked at the unexpected request. There was a strange feeling of jealousy on Green Wind's face. Do I need it? In-gong always had Green Wind with him, unlike Carrick, Karma and Nyatra. There was no need to use call, and as Green Wind said, she was already conquered. So, he couldn't think of her as a knight. The number of people he could accept into the King's Knights was limited. This time the level of the King's Knights rose, so the number was slightly increased, but it was only be 2 places. I will give one of them to Vandal, and I have 1 spare spot left. He thought it was a bit of a waste to give one of those spots to Green Wind. The situation was somewhat different from when he accepted Karma. At the time, other than Carrick, he'd had no subordinate. As if she noticed In-gong's thoughts, Green Wind pulled his arm more firmly and gazed at him earnestly. She almost seemed like a child. In-gong couldn't ignore that gaze, so he thought about the benefits of having Green Wind as a knight. Will the call effect apply to White Eagle? White Eagle came flying when called, but there was a difference between flying and appearing instantly. It was limited to once a day, but it wasn't useless. And the strengthening effect, isn't it more effective than I thought? Green Wind's power had dropped significantly after leaving Anger Plains. Thanks to this, she couldn't utilize the various buffs that had been used at Anger Plains. Maybe Conquest Coat of Arms wouldn't just affect the numerical stats but the capabilities of the target as well. It was quite possible that he could restore Green Wind's power. Master? Green Wind asked again, and In-gong laughed. Yes, Green Wind is always with me. The limit of the King's Knights would increase again when the level rose. The utility was sufficient, and he didn't want to disappoint Green Wind, who was satisfied with the smallest of praises. Green Wind laughed brightly as she received In-gong's permission and knelt down. In-gong was reminded of his first meeting with Green Wind at Anger Plains. He accepted Green Wind as his knight in the same method as he had done with Nyatra. Ah! Green Wind opened her eyes slowly and breathed out. The Conquest Coat of Arms formed on her forehead as well. Her power has recovered. From the beginning, she had been a higher-order guardian. Carrick was surprised when he saw Green Wind, while In-gong felt the sacredness and mystique he had felt when he saw her for the first time. Thank you, Master. You are a great master. Green Wind embraced In-gong tightly before turning around and spreading her arms. Okay, with this, there is nothing that I'm not part of. Nyatra's eyes narrowed at the sudden declaration, and she asked In-gong. Master, who is she? It was clearly a soft and gentle voice, but strangely, it didn't sound like it. In-gong answered hurriedly. She is Green Wind, the guardian of Anger Plains. Now, she is my guardian. Green Wind's eyes sparkled at my guardian. Yes, I am Master's. My history and traditions are different from you who came suddenly. Haven't you only been here a couple of months? So, what history? Green Wind growled at Carrick's sharp point, and Carrick quickly turned his gaze elsewhere. Nyatra nodded silently. Then we are almost like siblings. Please look after me in the future. Her smiling face was very beautiful, but In-gong felt scared for some reason. Green Wind faced Nyatra with wide eyes and grasped her hand. One side was laughing while the other was alert, but the atmosphere seemed to be the same. They were both wary of each other. In-gong felt something in his chest warm at the confrontation between the two of them. What? This strange sense of fulfillment. It was a type of happiness that he hadn't experienced before. He didn't know why Green Wind and Nyatra felt opposed to each other, but it was still a good thing. However, In-gong soon regained his spirit. After he stopped the confrontation by releasing Green Wind's solid state, he ordered Carrick and Nyatra to go rest. It wasn't a situation in which they could afford to keep talking and laughing. Starting tomorrow, he would have to keep working hard. Nyatra left respectfully, while Carrick left after expressing his concerns. Although there was still green wind, In-gong appeared alone on the surface, so he sat down. Nyatra has joined me. One of his 3 most beloved subordinates in Knight Saga. She had been the one who provided the information which led to the lycanthrope subjugation. He felt like he had taken one step further to his goal. There was a strong sense of accomplishment. Vandal. The handshake In-gong shared with him came to mind, and a smile formed on his face. The barbarian king is strong. I need to be vigilant. I need to win the fight with Vandal as well. In-gong took a deep, determined breath and cleared his head. He was going to practice his aura like usual before going to sleep. However, he then heard a knock at the door. Shutra, can I enter? It was Felicia's voice. In-gong opened the door to see her wearing a creamy nightgown. It seemed like she had finished her preparations for sleep. Is the talk finished? Felicia asked as she closed the door. In-gong responded with a relaxed expression. Yes, Nyatra will be accompanying us in the future. She will be in charge of gathering information. It was essential to have someone in charge of gathering information. Carrick was a competent aide, but he didn't have the ability to gather information like Syra or Delia. Nyatra was a specialist in gathering information, so she would reinforce what Carrick lacked. At the end of In-gong's words, Felicia sat down on the bed facing In-gong. I am curious if you got her to join because she is a succubus, but I believe in Shutra. It meant that she wouldn't ask anything. In-gong had no way of explaining it, so he accepted Felicia's courtesy. Thank you. Well, there is no need for thanks. Felicia laughed and crossed her legs. Shutra, do you know why I came? He could guess. Therefore, In-gong asked something else before starting. Caitlin Nuna? She is already sleeping. Today was fairly tough on her. She had gone shopping around Tucker during the day and fought at the auction house at night. Now, tell me the story. Felicia prompted as she crossed her legs the other way. In-gong took a minute to think about where to start the story, then he made his decision. He pulled the Dragon King's golden helmet from his inventory. This object is called the Dragon King's golden helmet. Paratus, the younger brother of the barbarian king, attacked the auction house because of this. In-gong handed over the golden helmet. Felicia turned the helmet to the dragon face and asked, "The Dragon King's helmet?" The legendary barbarian king wore it. He was worshipped as a god. Oh. As a specialist in ruins exploration, Felicia was deeply interested in relics. Her eyes were filled with delight as she looked at the helmet. In-gong continued speaking. The significance of the Dragon King's helmet is unusual for the barbarians. It is something similar to a crown or a seal. This is an item that certifies the king's authority. Was this part of the items at Tucker's auction house? I don't know the reason either, but the ones who attacked the auction were after it. It could have been stolen or found during a war, but he didn't know the details. Felicia touched the surface of the golden helmet slowly. There was a different light in her eyes. It wasn't the gaze of a scholar excited about exploring ruins but the gaze of a princess of the Demon King's palace. Indeed, it can come in handy in some ways. Although it was a symbol of kingship, it was impossible for them to rule over the barbarians simply by using the Dragon King's golden helmet. If a dark elf tried to become the ruler of the lycanthropes, no lycanthropes would listen to them. The barbarians were the same. It was impossible to gain authority over the barbarians simply by using the Dragon King's golden helmet. However, there were still many things it could be used for. They could break the morale of the barbarians or cause internal fighting. Felicia didn't need to list such examples to In-gong. So, she shrugged and asked another question. Did you say Paratus? Anyway, he knows that you have this? Yes, although he doesn't know who I am. Moreover, right now, Paratus was busy running away. In-gong didn't know about the battlefield with the barbarians, but it was unlikely that he would face Paratus for a while. At any rate, it was obvious that he had been obsessed with the golden helmet when he faced In-gong. As always, you bring a storm with you. Can't you think about the people who will get involved? Felicia frowned as she asked with crossed arms. In-gong had only one possible reply to Felicia. Sorry. He truly did feel sorry toward Felicia as she always had to deal with it. As a gloomy expression formed on In-gong's face, Felicia stood up with an embarrassed expression. It's a joke, a joke. And it is good that we got caught up with this. You don't have to worry about it. Felicia winked and quickly changed the topic. Anyway, Paratus was only aiming for this helmet? For now. Then the rest of the items? Felicia placed her hands on her waist and tilted her head. In-gong laughed awkwardly and said, well, wouldn't they have been destroyed by the crash if I hadn't taken them? It was a valid reason, but Felicia clicked her tongue as she gazed at In-gong. You really speak well. It was obvious that he would have taken them anyway. However, Felicia just shrugged and said to In-gong, well, it was an unavoidable situation. Vulcanus is also a bad person, but we are royalty. Shouldn't we refrain from stealing? I will keep it in mind. Yes, please do so, Shutra. Felicia patted In-gong's head softly. It had always been In-gong stroking someone's head, so he felt quite strange. Anyway? So, what did you get? Anything good? My favorite jewelry or paintings? Felicia asked with a smile, and In-gong couldn't help smiling back. Instead of explaining, he took out the auction items from his inventory, one by one. And... First, the Demon King's palace, and now you want to drag me to a battlefield. Yes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119, Chapter 20, Blitz Number 2. Chapter 119, Chapter 20, Blitz Number 2. The next morning, In-gong gathered the group together and talked about their future schedule. The simple plan was to join with the reinforcements, move to Evian and join General Vandal in fighting against the barbarian king. They had guessed this roughly last night, so only two people reacted to it. One was Nyatra, who hadn't been in In-gong's party until yesterday, and the other was Amita. First, the Demon King's palace, and now you want to drag me to a battlefield. Yes. Amita paused at In-gong's cool reply, then they started to hit the ground with their tail. Oh. If they were a person, they probably would have grabbed In-gong's collar. Daphne hugged Amita from behind. Amita, if we go to the battlefield, we need your power. Moreover, you'd be willing to send me to a terrible battlefield alone? Oh. Amita's tail and shoulders slumped at the same time. Daphne continued talking as Amita's ears drooped. Before leaving today, I will buy more of Amita's favorite sweets. When we return, I will buy you more. Then won't you have enough sweets for a while? Amita was happy at the thought of more sweets. They eventually let out a long sigh. Amita jumped out of Daphne's arms and said, It can't be helped. I will go for Daphne's sake. Thank you, Amita. Daphne smiled at Amita, then she winked slightly at In-gong. In-gong nodded as he watched Amita's tail. It is good that I left it to Daphne. They were heading to the battlefield, so Amita's skills were needed more than usual. The distribution of equipment was important, but the maintenance was also important. Amita waved their tail in resistance whenever asked to do anything, but they always gave in at the end. Master, the talking raccoon has become happy again. Yes. In-gong responded to Green Wind's whisper, then he looked at Nyatra. She looked somewhat anxious about being dragged to the battlefield. Nyatra, are you okay? Nyatra flinched at In-gong's question, then she responded with a firm expression. I am one of Prince's subordinates. I'm okay. In fact, she stated that she was okay when asked, but her reaction was completely different. Although below the king's flag and conquest coat of arms had the effect of increasing loyalty to In-gong, it didn't completely remodel her mind. It was sort of like boosting the effect? Despite conquest coat of arms, Nyatra still felt some skepticism towards In-gong. And she has started calling me Prince instead of Your Highness. This was the first time that Nyatra had called him Prince. Maybe it was a type of goodwill toward In-gong. After smiling at Nyatra, In-gong looked in Felicia's direction. Felicia clapped lightly and got everyone's attention. Okay, now that it has been decided, shall we move? We will move out of Takar with the supplies purchased yesterday and will join the reinforcements at the meeting place. We will head to Evian this afternoon. While In-gong was searching for Nyatra in the slave stores, Felicia had bought supplies. In this regard, Felicia was indeed reliable. After having breakfast at the hotel, they heading to the stores. A few stores had closed after last night, but most of them were operating normally. They need to show that they are still steady. The gate inspection will be stricter than usual, but otherwise, it should go smoothly. It was like Felicia said. Even though they were scrutinized more closely than possible in case barbarians were hiding in the food wagons, passing through the gates itself was no problem. They moved to the transportation formation near Takar. Originally, the reinforcements had planned to join them at Takar, but they didn't want to trouble Takar, while they were still sensitive to the barbarians' attacks. The transportation formation was spread like a spider web around various places in the demon world. Therefore, not all the formations were connected together. Of course, technically, it wasn't impossible to connect all the formations, but the Demon King's palace didn't want that. There were security, political and cost issues. The issue of security was about a possible attack towards the Demon King's palace through the transport formations, while the political issue was about the reluctance of certain species. It wasn't pleasant to have the forces of the Demon King's palace capable of entering through the transport formations at any time, even if they didn't intend to rebel. Therefore, the formations directly linked to the Demon King's palace were only placed in palaces or cities with a strong loyalty to the Demon King. Basically, all the species that have queens. During the lycanthrope subjugation, the first thing Chris had done was destroy all the transportation formations linked to the Demon King's palace. The transportation network was severely damaged before and after the day of Massacre. The queens of various species destroyed all their transportation formations. In-gong was reminded of things he had experienced in Knight Saga. It was a future that In-gong would surely stop. This was a no-brainer. They arrived at the transportation formation and waited for a while until the Dark Elves arrived. There were 200 people riding Dracos, with a mix of warriors, magicians, and priests. It is great to see Sixth Princess. The one who led the Dark Elves was Alita Duneblade, the youngest of Felicia's aunts. She had a mix of silver and purple hair and was an excellent hunter. It is great to see you, Aunt Alita. Felicia welcomed Alita with a hug and introduced In-gong and the others. Like Felicia, Alita was dressed in revealing clothes and laughed playfully. You are the ninth prince of the rumors. It is an honor. What was this ninth prince of rumors? In-gong greeted Alita with a smile. Alita seemed like a rougher, more mature version of Felicia. Knight Saga. She was the last escort protecting Felicia. Then the expression on Alita's face changed. She saw the cute-looking Amita waving their tail and went over to pat them. In-gong looked at the troops and materials Alita had brought. There had to be enough supplies to eat and drink for 200 people, so the amount was quite considerable. At noon, the reinforcements from the lycanthropes arrived. There were 200 of them, exactly like the Dark Elves, and they were wearing partial armor made of leather. It is great to see 8th Princess. The lycanthrope reinforcements were led by Kaparang, who was considered a rising star in the Blood Companions. Although the royal blood that flowed through him was a bit distant, Caitlin still regarded him as a cousin. "I've heard a lot of rumors about you. It is a tremendous honor to be able to fight with such a great person." "That's right, Shutra is amazing." Caitlin laughed while In-gong shook Kaparang's hand. Kaparang was much bigger and more muscular than Chris, but his smile was just like Caitlin's. "I wonder what the rumors are." In-gong recalled everything he knew about Kaparang as they shook hands. He couldn't remember every member of the Blood Companions. Unlike the Dark Elves, who could be both peaceful and fierce in combat, it was natural that almost all lycanthropes were warriors. Therefore, the lycanthrope reinforcements were all warriors. It wasn't that they couldn't just magic or divine power, but they needed to be capable of bare-handed combat to be classified as lycanthrope warriors. The lycanthropes had separate supplies that were 3 times larger than the Dark Elves. It was basically the difference between the Dark Elves and the lycanthropes who were born with a big appetite. The number of reinforcements equaled to 400. They were elites, so their battle power surpassed 1,000 ordinary soldiers from the Demon King's palace. While In-gong and Caitlin were talking with Alita and Kaparang, Felicia gathered the supplies and set up a plan for moving. Once out of the influence of Tucker, they would have to deal with the problem of transporting supplies in the lawless Evian area. Some time passed. They were just about to head off with the reinforcements. "Royal Princess." The official in charge of the transportation formation came rushing towards In-gong's group. He stopped in front of Felicia and screamed as he drew out several bundles of paper. "An urgent message from Evian." "General Vandal?" In-gong asked reflexively, and the official shook his head. He held out the bundles of paper and exclaimed, "It isn't General Vandal." Urgent messages from different bases came pouring in simultaneously. In-gong could tell that it wasn't a normal situation just by the official's white face. Kaparang asked the official, "What is going on? Wasn't General Vandal going to intercept the army?" The barbarian king had led an army beyond the limit line, and General Vandal had led his army to intercept the barbarian king. It was General Vandal, so it shouldn't be a situation where the other bases of Evian should be attacked. The barbarian king's army turned out to be greater than expected. Alita took the papers from the official and spread them on a desk. There was a difference in the times that the messages were sent, but every place had an emergency. Alita's face became pale as she read the number of enemies reported at each base. It seems like he is trying to occupy the bases while Vandal's army is tied up. Then General Vandal will end up being isolated. As soon as Alita spoke, Carrick quickly unfolded a map of Evian and marked the location of the bases as well as General Vandal's presumed location. As Alita said, if the bases were captured, it would cause serious problems by isolating Vandal's army from the supply lines, making them unable to fight properly. It was a strategy that wouldn't be possible unless there was confidence in the number of troops. In other words, it was possible to defeat the army by breaking down the troops. Felicia bit her lip and asked, "Where is the closest place that reported an emergency?" "It is the 7th base, but it is 4 days away from here. Even if we rush, we will only be able to make it in 2 days." Delia replied with a dark expression. The unit, which consisted of 400 elites, had high combat power and maneuverability, but there was still a limit. At their fastest speed, it would take 2 days. That was too late. The 7th base would have fallen by then. An exhausted unit would be facing the enemy who had occupied the base. Objectively, they should give up on the 7th base. It would be better to ask for additional reinforcements from the Demon King's palace and hope that General Vandal could hold on as long as possible. Felicia closed her eyes tightly. Then In-gong said, "We will get there in time." Shutra? In-gong had manipulated his mini-map while looking at Karak's map. He recalled the battle against the barbarians in Knight Saga and inferred the situation between General Vandal and the barbarians. He had to cut off the barbarians' offensive. In order to do that, he had to protect the 7th base. The problem was how to get there in time. Everyone's eyes were focused on In-gong as he looked up. He asked Felicia. "Felicia Nuna, can you block anyone from seeing around the supplies?" "Your Highness." Kaparang asked with confusion, but there was no time to reply. Felicia just thought about what In-gong needed instead of demanding the reason. "I understand, I'll do so." "Daphne, can you help me?" "I understand." Felicia and Daphne headed to the place where the supplies were located. Although Alita and Kaparang tried to follow, In-gong left them with Karak and headed to the supplies place with Caitlin. It wasn't easy to make the mountain of supplies invisible, but Felicia easily solved In-gong's demand. Felicia summoned the spirits of light and water at the same time, with Daphne assisting her. The spirits created mirrors that reflected the light that hit it and obscured the supplies. Then it was In-gong's turn. He placed the supplies for 400 people into his inventory. There was a limit to how much he could put in at once, so he had to utilize his inventory ability more than a dozen times. Even Felicia and Caitlin, who already knew about In-gong's inventory ability, were astonished. What type of powerful magic was it that it could store all these supplies at once? Felicia tried to suppress her soaring academic desire to know, while Caitlin blinked. She was so surprised that she couldn't even say her usual phrase. By taking all the supplies, In-gong lightened the burden on the reinforcements and moved to the next step. Although everyone was perplexed by the supplies suddenly disappearing, In-gong issued a simple order. The Dark Elves boarded the Dracos, and the lycanthropes used their beast forms. At this point, both Kaparang and Alita realized In-gong's idea. They didn't know how he had taken care of the supplies, but it was still irrational. It was impossible to get there in time, and they would just exhaust their stamina while moving. What good was arriving at the battlefield if they couldn't fight? However, Felicia believed in In-gong. Kaparang and Alita were restrained, and everyone was forced to follow In-gong's order. Caitlin was no different. She ordered the lycanthropes to change to their beast and climbed onto her black hose. In-gong asked Felicia, "Remember Thunderdoom Fortress?" "I remember. I can't forget it." Felicia laughed while there were tears in her eyes, and Daphne and Delia had similar expressions. Karak just smiled and looked straight ahead. "This time, you won't be behind me? Follow closely." In-gong smiled from aboard Maybach. He took a deep breath and activated Conquest. The barbarians used unexpected behavior to cause a crisis, so his actions should be unexpected as well. "Master, I will help you." Green Wind appeared in a semi-solid state and flew high into the sky. The coat of arms surfaced on her forehead. The Guardian of Anger Plains. Green Wind had a sacred light around her, and she embraced all 400 reinforcements with the light. Protection of the Wind. It was the buff that sped up In-gong's movements on Anger Plains. All the reinforcements were given protection of the wind, and a green wind circled around their legs. Despite the Conquest coat of arms restoring her strength, it was still hard to bless everyone. Even so, Green Wind did it with a smile because she didn't want to disappoint In-gong. The green wind blew above In-gong's head, and he grabbed at the air. It wasn't just the power of the King's Knights that had grown, but Conquest as well. The power of Conquest was far stronger than when In-gong first received it. Below the King's flag, a white light emerged from In-gong's hand. It formed a flagpole with a white flag fluttering in the wind. The King's flag made of light. In-gong wielded it like a huge spear. Then the white light of Conquest wrapped around the reinforcements. The power of Conquest was added to protection of the wind. It wasn't just Caparon and Alita. The 400 reinforcements all stared at In-gong. "Go, master. Faster than the wind," Green Wind said. Carrack smiled wildly and shouted, "Karaha!" No more dialogue was necessary. In-gong raised the king's flag and set out at the vanguard. They started to run faster than the wind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, Chapter 20, Blitz Number 3. Chapter 120, Chapter 20, Blitz Number 3. Evian was a land of little interest to the Demon King's palace. Despite the military value of protecting the limit line, the land was worthless. In spite of this, a considerable amount of military forces had to be stationed here. There were several bases in Evian, and each base had thousands of soldiers for the purpose of defense. The 7th base, which could be called Taker's last base, served as the emergency dispatch role due to its proximity to Taker, a trade city. Eventually, it was a base that played the role of the supplies distribution point, rather than defense. Therefore, the 7th base was the most non-military base among all of Evian's bases. Apart from the barbarians beyond the limit line, there were also outlaws around Evian. However, that was now in the past. The defenders of the 7th base looked east with horrible expressions. A barbarian army was visible beyond the not-so-high walls. At a rough estimate, their numbers went beyond 1,500 enemies. On the other hand, there were approximately only 400 troops stationed at the 7th base. Even if they had the defensive advantage of the walls, the attacking side had more than triple the number of defenders. Considering the low walls of the 7th base, it would be a dire circumstance even if the number of troops was doubled. The Lizardman, Caligula, leader of the 7th base, recalled his hometown in the swamps. He remembered the faces of his family members who had told him he would succeed when he left home. 2 days ago, he had been informed that the barbarians had struck the 5th and 6th bases. He hadn't thought the enemy would appear so quickly. The 5th and 6th bases were in front of the 7th base. The 2 bases hadn't collapsed yet, so he hadn't thought that the 7th base would be attacked. However, the barbarians had come up with the unexpected tactic of striking the bases simultaneously. It was the result of the barbarians' maneuverability and the strange tactic of attacking some bases while ignoring others. Thanks to this, the barbarian army continued on while split up. However, their numbers had probably been huge in the beginning. Caligula closed his eyes. He wouldn't surrender even when the opponents were the savage barbarians. If he wanted to run away, then he would have done so already. Now, he would fight to the death. The defenders of the base looked at Caligula with uneasy expressions. Instead of squatting behind the wall, Caligula picked up a big knife he had brought with him from the swamps. "Let's fight to the death. We have to earn the wages that we were paid." Some laughed, some faces became darker, while others glared down at the enemy with fierce expressions. Barak the Orc, the second highest-ranking soldier after Caligula, responded with the same smile. "How much do you get paid?" "It is still more than you." Caligula responded before taking a deep breath as he looked ahead of him. The barbarians were all using body hardening. Caligula no longer had any regrets. He raised his sword high along with Barak. The barbarians rushed forward. The battle began. And it is starting, In-gong said while sharing Green Wind's gaze from the sky. 400 troops were gathered behind a hill not far from the 7th base and restoring their breathing. "This is good." Carrack spoke from In-gong's other side. They arrived around 30 minutes before the battle and had mostly recovered, so the timing was just right. In-gong and the 400 troops hadn't run all night. There was no point arriving at the base if their stamina was empty. In-gong had maximized the speed by looking at the mini-map to navigate. They had stopped briefly to eat or sleep. Of course, it hadn't been a proper meal and sleep, so everyone was exhausted by the time they arrived at the bottom of the hill. Their fatigue couldn't be eliminated after only 30 minutes of rest. However, it was possible with magic. The 400 troops were able to survive the high-speed rush due to the magic. So, everyone was in good shape. On the other hand, Daphne and Felicia were on the verge of fainting in the middle of the 400 troops. It was because both of them had poured out various recovery magic. Shutra, too much. Felicia imitated Caitlin with a dying expression. Of course, she wasn't really resentful. In-gong hadn't forced Felicia to keep using recovery magic. Felicia had done it because of her duty as a princess. The present joke was just to reassure the others. Apart from Amita, who was waving their tail from Daphne's arms, and some warriors who were left behind to care for Felicia and Daphne, all of the other troops were ready to run again. The 7th base was still quite a distance away. However, the barbarians would never have thought the troops would have arrived during the night. "We are going," In-gong told Felicia, who responded by raising a limp arm. In-gong stopped sharing his gaze with Green Wind, then he grabbed Maybach's reins and used Conquest Coat of Arms once again. He looked before him and shouted, "Let's go! Faster than the wind! Faster than the wind! Faster than the wind!" 400 troops shouted. Once again, they ran behind In-gong under the king's flag. And it was a white line drawn on a map. Caligula pounded on the chest of a barbarian soldier who was stepping on the shoulders of his fellow soldier in order to climb the wall. It was already impossible to give any proper commands. The arrows, stones and oil pouring onto the soldiers rushing toward the wall seemed to finish in the blink of an eye. It was best to fight using the height difference of the walls. Their swords didn't work well against the barbarians who had their bodies hardened. Caligula could barely break the shells, so it was obvious that the swords of general soldiers would just bounce back. Fortunately, there was only a small number of barbarians who had learned body hardening to that level. If there were more of them, the base would have fallen in an instant. Caligula gasped and lifted his sword again. Beside Caligula, Barak gave a loud cry. There were no proper words, but Caligula understood his meaning. "Look that way." Caligula turned his head and saw a white light. It was moving quickly in towards the barbarians over here. It was like a white line drawn on a map. Caligula couldn't immediately understand what it was. This was also true for the barbarians. The barbarians, who were trying to climb the walls, looked at the white light with blank faces. Both sides had realized it too late. The barbarians and guards on the wall screamed. The people approaching weren't barbarians. The Dracos, which were rushing like crazy, were obviously allies of the guards. However, where had they come from? There were dark elves and lycanthropes together, so who was leading them? Caligula couldn't think. The important thing was that reinforcements had arrived. There was no time to think about it. It wasn't just Caligula, there were also Barak and the other soldiers on the walls. From the approaching group, a whirlwind of white light rose into the sky. The light streaking across diagonally in the sky caught everyone's eyes. The soldiers on the walls as well as the barbarians looked up at the sky. There was a huge flag of light being held in a hand. A dark blue cloth fluttered in the wind. And a white light surrounded the whole body. However, that wasn't all. There was something else that caught the attention of everyone, including Caligula. It was the right hand soaring high in the sky. "Show them." Like everyone else, Carrick stared up at the sky and laughed. Amita sat in Daphne's arms and frowned while staring up at the sky. They wanted to make certain that the product they tuned was working properly. "Shutra." Caitlin raised a hand to her chest and sent her aura to In-gong through the starlight core. "Master," Green Wind whispered. In-gong, who was flying in the sky using the power of Night Watch, gazed at his right arm. There was a raging cry as he focused all his power on Earthquaker. Earthquaker's gigantic. It wasn't just White Eagle that had additional parts. At that moment, additional parts appeared in the space around Earthquaker. A giant's fist. Earthquaker was temporarily transformed by the instantaneous output. In-gong stared down at the ground. He poured a generous amount of aura into Earthquaker and gave an order to Night Watch. It was a single skill that symbolized the violence of the great Enkidu, and it poured down like a thunderstorm toward the ground. In-gong's fist struck the ground. Not only was there a red and yellow light, but there was also a white and green light as true destruction exploded among the barbarians and tore into the ground. There was a wild wind. Everything within a radius of 20 meters around In-gong collapsed. The ground collapsed, while the aura destroyed everything it encountered. The barbarians outside the scope of true destruction fell down due to the destruction of the terrain. Caligula and those on the walls also had to grab onto something quickly. It had only been for a moment, but there was an overwhelming sight of destruction. There was a deafening silence. Dozens of barbarians were swept away by true destruction and lost their lives. However, the mental shock struck all of the barbarians. Even the wild and brave barbarians were forced to shake from the destruction before them, and they were filled with wonder was mixed in with fear. In the center of all this, In-gong dismantled Earthquaker's gigantic. He raised his left hand while holding the flag of light in the center of the destruction. Below the king's flag. Those who saw the flag. Ku-ra-ha. A huge battle cry tore through the silence. Now that the entire battlefield was paying attention to In-gong, they forgot that more troops existed. The angry lycanthropes struck the sides of the barbarians, and the dark elves aboard the Dracos fired magic over the heads of the lycanthropes. There were various curses that pierced the spirit of the barbarians as well as physical destruction that ruined their bodies. Caitlin ran to In-gong's side. She had In-gong's white aura as well as her blue aura around her as she ran straight through the barbarians. Syra, Kaparong and Alita followed her, so there was no one who could stand up against them. Additionally, Karak was accompanied by Karma. In-gong planted the flag of light and gazed at Caitlin's back. This time, he sent his aura to Caitlin. The 400 reinforcements fought with the barbarian army, and Caitlin's fist smashed a barbarian's head. Caligula didn't just look on stupidly. He opened the gates and advanced as the 400 defenders fought the barbarians. The battle didn't last long. The barbarians couldn't recover their morale. Although there were a few barbaric and arrogant barbarians, they were no match for the army of the Demon King's palace. The Dark Elves and Lycanthropes were elites who had been personally selected by 3rd Queen Sylvia Doomblade and 4th Queen Elaine Moonlight. So, the 400 reinforcements danced boldly through the barbarians. Among the barbarians, there were those who had lost the will to fight and were slaughtered trying to flee. The barbarian army that had totaled at least 1,500 troops was now shattered. Kaparong and Alita calmed down the troops and gave a victory shout. Caligula and the base defenders expressed their joy as well. Approximately 10 minutes after the battle ended, Caligula and Barak met up with In-gong. No one said anything, but he instinctively knew who the leader of the reinforcements was. Caligula swallowed his saliva as he stood in front of In-gong. He was shocked that the leader who had descended from the sky like a deity was still just a boy. Moreover, the female lycanthrope who had killed the leader of the barbarians was just a girl. Caligula took a deep breath to calm down and raised his fist to his chest, a typical salute for a soldier of the army. I am the leader of the 7th base, Caligula. I am Barak, his deputy. Barak quickly imitated Caligula. Then the satyr standing next to the boy, Karma, spoke with a solemn expression. This is 9th Prince Shutra Ignus and 8th Princess Caitlin Moonlight. Caligula stiffened as he heard the words prince and princess. However, he was easily convinced. It is a pleasure to meet your highnesses. They had the blood of the Demon King, the strongest in the demon world, so it was natural that they would be strong. Caligula's gaze was filled with respect. Then In-gong said to Caligula, "It is nice to meet you. It is abrupt, but from now on, I want you to follow my command." "I will do so." There was no reason to disagree. In-gong let out a long breath at Caligula's instant agreement and ordered, "Let the soldiers rest. Tomorrow morning, we will leave the 7th base." "Ha?" Caligula was surprised by In-gong's words. Karma shuddered, while Carrick just laughed. In-gong repeated it for Caligula once more. "Tomorrow morning, we will occupy the 6th base." If the barbarians had occupied it, they would take it from them. If the 6th base was still standing, they would save them like they had done with the 7th base. They would smash any barbarians they encountered. They would break the barbarians and rally the troops of each base. The more they fought, the more the morale of the army would rise. Then they would go help General Vandal. Caligula gazed at In-gong with a bemused expression, while In-gong turned away from Caligula and looked toward the east instead. Then the next morning, the flag of conquest fluttered at the 6th base, which had just been about to fall to the barbarians. And Shutra is awesome. Too much. Are you trying to kill me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121, Chapter 20, Blitz number 4. Chapter 121, Chapter 20, Blitz number 4. Despite it being a few hours since the battle ended, Diotima, the Lamia and leader of the 5th base, still felt feverish. The 5th base had been on the verge of being taken. Half of the gate had been broken, and there had been areas on the wall which had been penetrated. Due to struggling greatly against the barbarians, they had been able to hold on for 3 days. However, that had been their limit. The only thing left in their future had been to either die at the hands of the barbarians or take down more barbarians before dying. Then a white glow poured down from the sky. The explosion had been deafening, and Diotima had closed her eyes reflexively. When she opened them again, Diotima had found herself looking at the back of a king with a white aura around him. He was the 9th prince. However, he wasn't a king, he was still a boy. Diotima had heard rumors about the 9th prince, who had been called the Prince of Scraps just a few years ago. Even so, she had no choice but to think of him as a king. His appearance made her think so. Like the rest of the Evian troops, Diotima was a soldier. She had seen many rough things in Evian where outlaws dominated. It wasn't loyalty to the Demon King but the monthly salary that made her stay at the 5th base. However, she had stayed with the 5th base until the end, so she wouldn't accept surrendering to the barbarians. Despite that, Diotima felt something in her heart the moment she saw the back of the 9th prince. It would be fair to say that her heart had been captured. However, it wasn't strange that she had been conquered. Diotima had made a decision the moment the 9th prince destroyed the enemies in the vicinity and turned around to hold out a hand to her. She would follow this person was her king. It was somewhat embarrassing for a woman her age to be filled with such enthusiasm. However, it couldn't be helped as such feelings had ignited in her heart. After 9th prince's appearance, the 8th princess, the lycanthropes and the dark elves had broken through the barbarians. She had seen the faces of Caligula of the 7th base and Radhav of the 6th base, who had come here as well. When she had asked why they were here, the two of them laughed and gave the same answer. King. No, we followed the prince. Diotima understood their words as they all shared the same feelings. Of course, she then asked about the 7th and 6th base and was skeptical about the fact that they ran to this place. Certainly, Diotima could never have imagined it. Anyway, thanks to that, Diotima and the 5th base had been saved. Although she had fought for 3 days and nights, sleep didn't come very easily. The fever blooming in her heart overwhelmed the fatigue that had accumulated for 3 days. Even now, she could see the white flag flickering in the wind when she closed her eyes. Diotima forced herself to lie down and sleep. However, she couldn't help letting out a sigh of admiration as she recalled the appearance of Ninth Prince's back in battle today. Ninth Prince. Evian's savior, who had rescued 3 bases in just 3 days. She may have witnessed a legendary moment. A shy smile appeared on Diotima's face. And while Diotima and the other soldiers from each base were building up fantasies about In-gong, his group was scattered around their accommodations with fatigued faces. It was natural. They'd had to run around wildly, time and time again. Additionally, they'd had to participate in 3 big battles. It would be strange if they weren't exhausted. As soon as the battle was over, Carrick set up several large tents obtained from the warehouse of the 5th base. There were plenty of supplies in the warehouse, so In-gong kept everything in his inventory except for the things that were absolutely necessary. It was somewhat awkward to set up a tent in a room, but it didn't seem so strange anymore since this was the 3rd time. Among the 3 tents, the largest one was where everybody was gathered. Caitlin, the most lucid one among them, spoke with a bright smile. Shutra is awesome. He had actually secured 3 bases in 3 days. Moreover, he hadn't simply secured them. Caitlin knew that the soldiers of the 3 bases felt sincere respect and gratitude towards him. The mixed forces of the lycanthropes and dark elves now took In-gong as their leader. They had been running constantly for 3 days, and whenever Caitlin looked at In-gong's back, she felt a thrill. She felt like she should always follow him. Felicia smiled at Caitlin's admiring words. After Caitlin, who was sitting on a chair, spoke, Felicia collapsed onto a leather rug and spoke in a voice like she was dying. Too much. Shutra, are you trying to kill me? Her voice was playful, so there didn't seem to be any resentment. In-gong made a very apologetic face from beside her. Sorry. The one who was probably the worst off was Felicia. She had squeezed all her magic into recovery and almost fainted every day from being so drained. However, it had been inevitable since their rush had been wild and reckless. Unlike In-gong and Caitlin, she wasn't a warrior. In addition to the physical fatigue, the mental fatigue was severe as well. Hurts. My legs are sore. Felicia whined as she felt the pain through her whole body, and In-gong looked at Felicia with uncomfortable eyes. Sorry, just a little bit more. He wanted to tell her to take a rest, but unfortunately, he couldn't as Felicia was indispensable when it came to strategy and magic. Shutra is too much. Felicia whined again. Unlike Felicia, Caitlin was her usual self. She was the most energetic person in the group. Anyway, let's talk about the future. 6th princess should get up. You need to maintain your dignity as a princess. Alita helped raise Felicia up. Felicia moved until her body was half lying on a cushion. Then Alita eventually gave up and sat down next to Felicia. Kaparong pretended not to notice Felicia and Alita, and said to In-gong, Ninth Prince, the number of troops have increased considerably with the addition of the 5th base. There were 3 consecutive wins, so the morale is extremely high. It is also encouraging that we have lost few troops in the meantime. The 400 troops at the beginning had now reached approximately 2,300. In addition to the troops which were added today from the 5th base, there were 400 people stationed at the 7th base and 600 people at the 6th base. There were some casualties among the soldiers of each base, but the first 400 reinforcements didn't have any losses, proving they were elites. It was really great considering that the 400 elites had participated in all 3 battles. The winning streak meant it was inevitable that morale was high. Moreover, in all 3 battles, they had saved allied despairing soldiers, so the sense of accomplishment among the soldiers was very high. Despite the fact that the leaders were tired, this was the best condition they could be in. Carrick asked In-gong, Prince, the 3rd and 4th bases are in different locations and have different situations. What do you want to do? There were 2 reasons for In-gong to advance to the 6th and 7th bases. One was that the bases were in an emergency situation and about to be occupied. The other reason was to avoid isolating General Vandal and allowing him to be defeated by the barbarians once his supply lines were cut off. The locations of the 3rd and 4th Evian bases were scattered, so they couldn't be saved in the same way. Moreover, the 4th base had already fallen. They had accumulated a considerable amount of fatigue by advancing straight to the 5th base. In-gong organized things in his head and said, "We will wait at the 5th base. Tomorrow will be a day for the soldiers to rest and for the captured barbarians to be interrogated. We will gather information about those scattered around Evian." But Nyatra was already questioning the barbarian prisoners as she had special methods to get information from prisoners. Moreover, she had been in charge of interrogation in Knight Saga as well. "Well, it is reasonable." Carrick nodded, while Felicia was relieved they wouldn't be moving tomorrow. Kaparang spoke again. 3 days have passed since the emergency situation emerged in Evian, and the Demon King's palace should be planning for additional reinforcements. If it is General Vandal, we won't have to hurry for a while. The situation had changed thanks to the 3 consecutive victories. Once again, it was a truly huge achievement. Reinforcements from the Demon King's palace. The situation with the barbarians was completely different from the Red Lightning Tribe's rebellion. The Demon King's palace wouldn't spare their support for something like this. In-gong closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He compared the reality current right to the barbarian uprising in Knight Saga. In Knight Saga, the barbarian king had the Dragon King's golden helmet. As a result, he had been able to unite the barbarians beyond the boundary and formed an unprecedentedly huge army of barbarians. However, at present, the barbarian king didn't have the Dragon King's golden helmet. So, how could he have the strength to gather the barbarians? The Death Knight. Naturally, In-gong thought of the Death Knight. Just like how he had held hands with the guardians who had gone crazy in Spider Forest, the Death Knight might be supporting the barbarian king. If so, how far did the power of the Death Knight stretch? The timing is different. The timing between In-gong becoming a Conquest Knight and Gerard becoming a Famine Knight was different. In-gong had become the Conquest Knight earlier. However, with this situation, the Death Knight could have been even earlier than him. It wasn't just a few months, but maybe even years earlier. If this situation was due to the Death Knight, what was he aiming for? If he was someone longing for the world to end like the last flame said, were these actions related to bringing about the end? Moreover, the War Knight. Did he exist now? If so, what was he doing? Questions led to more questions. However, In-gong finished organizing his thoughts as he had to focus on Vandal and the barbarians now. It's late. Let's stop for today. Everyone agreed with Alita's suggestion. Kaparang and Carrick left the tent first, while Delia and Alita lifted Felicia up forcefully. However, Felicia shook her head. "Aunt Alita, why don't I sleep in the tent with Caitlin today?" Caitlin rose instantly at Felicia's question, and Alita frowned, but it wasn't because Caitlin was sleeping in this tent. This is Ninth Prince's tent. In-gong and Caitlin had been exhausting their aura every day. So, in order to speed up their aura recovery, they slept together like they had done in the lycanthrope villa. Just holding hands increased the speed of aura recovery noticeably. It is just sleeping in the same tent. Anyway, there will be Syra and Greenwind as well, but Felicia said in an annoyed voice, and Caitlin nodded quickly. She seemed very excited by the idea of sleeping with Felicia. It can't be helped. I understand. Alita sighed in agreement and Felicia settled back with a contented face, while Caitlin started to prepare her bed next to Felicia. Alita looked at the sight with a smile and said, "It is nice to have a good time between sisters. I will see you tomorrow. Good night, Aunt Alita." Alita patted Felicia's head gently and left In-gong's tent. "Then we are ready." Delia was lying on Felicia's left side while Caitlin was on her right. Syra lay on Caitlyn's right, while In-gong was a short distance away from Syra. Even if their bodies weren't touching, they could trigger the quad-core if they were within a certain distance. Some time passed. In-gong normally slept alone, so it wasn't easy to sleep in a tent filled with women. Although he was already used to Caitlyn and he was exhausted, he couldn't manage to sleep due to the added presences of Felicia and Delia. In-gong counted sheep in his head before raising his body quietly. Felicia and Caitlyn were sleeping serenely. Caitlyn was hugging Felicia tightly like a teddy bear, and she looked really happy. She had always wanted to get along with the other children of the Demon King. However, ironically, she wasn't a child of the Demon King, and this had caused her to fight with the actual children. Not anymore. In-gong gazed at Caitlyn with a relaxed smile. He laughed as Felicia made a loud sound during her sleep. He didn't know how long he watched the two people while they slept. A white light suddenly appeared above In-gong's head. Additionally, unlike the usual level-ups, bells started jingling. Caitlyn's eyes opened because of the sound, while Felicia's and Delia's eyes twitched just before they woke up as well. Syra was awakened by the rustling noises the three of them made. "Shutra? Your Highness?" In-gong blinked in confusion as they spoke. Then the voice of a woman was heard in In-gong's ears. "Happy birthday. Ha! You are now 15 years old. Your level has risen. The level of protagonist correction has increased. The level of battlefield protection has increased. At the age of 15, your physical abilities have improved. You have grown taller. Muscle mass has increased." Following the voice, letters made of light were listed one after the other. He had leveled up during the 3 battles, and he had now gained another level. Was this a birthday perk? Moreover, once he reached level 30, the level of protagonist correction increased as well. In-gong recalled the tea party with Baikal. At that time, Baikal had talked about birthday presents. Were the birthday presents for today? His birthday was today. It was nice to level up, but it felt a bit awkward. Additionally, he had to explain to Caitlyn and the others about what was going on. It was at that moment. "Master! Congratulations!" Green Wind shouted, appeared behind In-gong suddenly. "Congratulations? Today is the day that Master was born. I know because I am Master's Knight." Green Wind replied to Felicia's question with a wide smile. It seemed like the news about his birthday was given to all of his knights. "Shutra, your birthday? You should have told me earlier. Congratulations on your birthday." "Congratulations." Caitlyn, Felicia, Delia, and Syra spoke in turn. In-gong nodded again. Anyway, he had leveled up. Unlike the usual level-ups, regardless of whether it was a birthday privilege or something else, his aura and mental power were now completely restored. This is good. There was nothing wrong with it, and In-gong was happy to reply to everyone. Simultaneously, a noise was suddenly heard from outside the tent. Everyone's heads turned toward the entrance of the tent as Karak entered. Did Karak also appear to celebrate his birthday? However, that wasn't the case. In-gong knew at the moment he saw Karak's face. Everyone's gazes focused on Karak as he said, "General Vandal's main force was defeated. And there were thousands of corpses on the desolate land. The smell of death caused the wild beasts and birds to gather, but the number of corpses was overwhelming, and the smell of death couldn't be removed. The barbarian army advanced. There was no hesitation in their footsteps despite having caused this tragedy. The one who led them was Barbarian King Karatas. He was a man born on the battlefield and who was always on the battlefield. Barbarian King Karatas took a step forward, and he looked toward the north. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122, Chapter 21, Barbarians. Chapter 122, Chapter 21, Barbarians. General Vandal's main force had been defeated. General Vandal had come out to intercept the army of the barbarian king, but his purpose had been to stop the army and buy time. Over the last few days, his movements had been consistent with mild conflicts, rather than direct battles. However, there was news that he had been defeated. This meant that a full-scale war had taken place, and General Vandal's army had been seriously damaged while he escaped. In-gong was reminded of the battle against the Red Lightning tribe. They had gone out to attack the enemy base, only to retreat after suffering great damage due to the emergence of the swamp mammoths. Contrary to popular belief, mass casualties didn't occur so easily in a complete war. The massacre occurred mainly when an army was defeated and tried to escape. It was because they were easy opponents while running away. In the battle where the swamp mammoths had appeared, the army had acted pretty well. So, they hadn't lost many troops while escaping. If Vandal was defeated, it was important to know how he had been defeated. There were still many chances if the power of his army had been maintained. Additionally, General Vandal was also unharmed. However, it wasn't just that. There was a chance that large fatalities could occur, such as when the barbarians had been crushed by In-gong's troops. It was late at night, but it wasn't midnight yet, and In-gong's party and the key personnel were gathered together in a warehouse. Carrick laid out a large map on the table, and everyone's gazes focused on the map. Carrick moved a pen hurriedly. This is the pattern that General Vandal seems to have taken. Evian's 7 bases could be divided into 3 major areas. Bases 5, 6 and 7 were in the north while bases 1, 2 and 3 were in the south, and the 4th base was between the 3rd and 5th bases. The area Carrick drew an X on wasn't far from the 3rd base. The news that General Vandal was defeated was conveyed from the 3rd base. The barbarians hadn't just defeated Vandal but also pushed toward the 3rd base. Currently, the 3rd base has fallen to the barbarians. An additional X was drawn on the 3rd base. Many of those looking at the map made pained faces. The fact that the barbarians had reached that far meant it was really bad. Is there no contact from General Vandal? Carrick frowned at Felicia's question. No, not yet. But considering the last contact and the situation with the 3rd base, it is likely that his situation isn't very good. Carrick drew a line from the 3rd base to the 2nd base. The distance between the 2 bases was so far that it was likely he was wandering somewhere in between. The last report from the 3rd base was quite confusing. It seems like the situation is a mess, thought. Carrick put up the short piece of paper sent through the communicator next to the map. General Vandal's main force was defeated. We are unable to measure the scale of the damage. The 3rd base will be taken soon. Many deaths have occurred. The barbarian king, north? Syra frowned while reading aloud the short sentences on the piece of paper precisely. The sentences were beyond common sense. Was General Vandal's army crushed to such an extent that it isn't worth pursuing? This is General Vandal we're talking about. Felicia cried out in an aghast tone. Caitlin also looked at the map with a worried face. Kaparang shook his head. This can't be. It seems like some experts have split off to trace Vandal, while the rest have turned toward the north, thought. There was value in tracking him, but it was up to there. It seemed like more than half of General Vandal's army had been defeated. In the somber atmosphere, Caitlin opened her mouth. Kaparang, what is the reason why the barbarian king didn't strike at base 1 or 2? Perhaps he is aiming for Takar. Takar? Kaparang nodded at the question. He pointed to the area around Evian on the map. Beyond the boundary, it is a barren land that can't even compare to Evian. For the barbarians, even Evian is a good place to live. Even so, it is unreasonable to just take this place and live in it. If the barbarians occupy Evian, the Demon King's palace will move in earnest. Kaparang took a deep breath, then he smiled. Your Highnesses, didn't you participate in the fight against the Red Lightning tribe? Caitlin nodded at the question. It had only been a few months ago. So, In-gong remembered it well since it was his first battlefield. Kaparong continued to explain. The same thing happened on the boundary, but the severity is different. Compared to the Red Lightning tribe, the barbarians are much greater in number and more dangerous. If the barbarians wanted to conquer Evian, the Demon King's palace would send the captains to stop them. The demon world was wide, and the power of the palace was scattered all over. The captains were the power of the Demon King's palace. Moving them had a very heavy meaning. The army captains had the power to shake the heavens and earth and led tens of thousands of troops. There was no species in the demon world that wouldn't be afraid of them. In other words, the barbarians are focusing on destruction and looting, rather than a proper occupation. They can't live on this land. So, they are aiming to break and obtain as much as possible. Felicia added a supplementary explanation. Then Kaparang spoke again. Of course, the barbarian king has shown a power that's incomparable to what he had before. Maybe the barbarians have a different idea this time. But if they choose to go north, then it's likely they are after Takar. It is the best place to eat near Evian. Caitlin was able to accept it since she had visited Takar directly. Takar had an enormous amount of wealth concentrated in it. They would be able to get more from Takar than from the whole of Evian. Is it due to General Vandal that they didn't go to Takar from the beginning? Kaparong nodded at Caitlin's question. Perhaps that isn't all of it. Maybe they wanted to take control of the bases in order to hit Takar directly, instead of isolating Vandal. However, that plan had been cancelled due to In-gong. Even his allies had been surprised by the blitz attacks that allowed them to defeat the barbarians and defend 3 bases. It had probably been a huge surprise for the barbarians. Alita spoke after a long sigh. In the end, there are 2 main points. Vandal's shattered army is in the west, while the barbarian king is in the north. Alita placed 3 models on the map. One was General Vandal's army, another was the barbarian troops pursuing Vandal, and the last one was the barbarian king in the north. Felicia frowned. We need to consider this. Their speed will be slow since they have a large army, but they are moving within Evian. They will reach here in 3 days or so. It was highly likely that the barbarian king would go to the 5th base after passing through the 4th. After reviewing the barbarian king's anticipated route, Felicia looked at In-gong. Shutra, what do you think? Every eye focused on In-gong after the question. 3 children of the demon king were gathered together, but it was clear who the leader of the army was. Felicia and Caitlin assisted In-gong, but they didn't come forward. Kaparong and Alita also respected In-gong, so they didn't protest, let alone the leaders of the 3 bases who In-gong had saved. In-gong gazed at the map and exhaled. He spoke in a determined voice. Abandon the 5th base and head south to save General Vandal. Your Highness? Diotima, the leader of the 5th base, was confused. It was unimaginable for her to abandon the base in the current situation. However, Caligula of the 7th base and Radhav of the 6th base were somewhat convinced as In-gong had already abandoned 2 bases. In-gong explained to everyone. It is unreasonable to block the barbarian army at the 5th base with our current troops. It is a situation where we don't know when the reinforcements from the Demon King's palace may come. The walls of the 5th base were better than the walls of the 6th base, but they were still low. It was difficult to view it as a proper fortress. In this place, it was unreasonable to oppose the main army led by the barbarian king with only 2,000 troops. Felicia nodded with a serious expression. If we take away all the supplies of the 5th base like we've done so far. Well, the strong point of the 5th, 6th and 7th bases was their role as supply points. A base without supplies would just be called a shell. Diotima was surprised when she heard that all the supplies would be taken, but she was the only one. In-gong had already taken the supplies of the 6th and 7th bases. Apart from Felicia and Caitlin, no one knew what method had been used, but they weren't surprised as it had already been repeated 3 times, starting from Tucker. Of course, even if all the materials were collected, the supply lines would still be cut off if all 3 bases were occupied. However, before In-gong's supplies would run out, the situation would change due to the Demon King's palace. Thus, there was no need to consider the long-term situation. But if your highness throws away the 5th base, Tucker will be in danger. Diotima stuttered, and In-gong shook his head. There is a lot of distance between Tucker and the bases. By the time the Barbarian King's army reaches Tucker, we can already save General Vandal and head back. Then we will have enough power to face the Barbarian King. He didn't think that General Vandal's troops would have been slaughtered. It was likely that more troops had escaped. Assemble the remnants of the defeated army. Then create a main force once again. I know that the plan will take a lot of work. But, for me, the soldiers of the Demon King's palace are more important than Tucker. It was a remark that might cause backlash, but all the people here were soldiers of the Demon King's palace. So, the leaders of the 3 bases were deeply impressed by In-gong, who prioritized the lives of the soldiers. Your Highness, Diotima said in a voice mixed with admiration. In-gong smiled back at her. Then Kaparang asked with a serious expression, Your Highness, the exact position and situation of General Vandal are unknown. Do you have any plans for this? How would he find General Vandal's troops? Perhaps. In-gong nodded, and Green Wind appeared. Thanks to her recovered strength, she had the same sacred and mysterious atmosphere like when he first met her at Anger Plains. However, Green Wind was still Green Wind. She smiled brightly to In-gong as always, and he patted her head. And at the same time, each army was moving in different places. Paredes escaped from Tucker and collected the remnants of the barbarians who had been defeated by In-gong. The Barbarian King had already occupied the 4th base. Paredes raided the 7th base with a strong army, but he was left with a blank expression when all he discovered was an empty base with no supplies left. He headed toward the 6th base, but the result was the same. Additionally, although Paredes didn't know it yet, their hunger would continue at the 5th base. While Paredes was going hungry, the Barbarian King was preparing to leave the 4th base. His main destination was the 5th base. It had been approximately a day and a half since In-gong received news of Vandal's defeat. Vandal was ready for the last fight of his life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123, Chapter 21, Barbarians Number 2. Chapter 123, Chapter 21, Barbarians Number 2. Vandal had been born on the battlefield. He didn't know whether his mother had been a soldier of the army or a mercenary. Maybe she had just been a pitiful civilian. Anyway, she would have been an ogre. Vandal was an orphan. He didn't know who his father or mother was. From the beginning, his father had belonged to the army of the Demon King. He belonged to a group that could be called either mercenaries or warlords. Vandal's memories of his childhood were faint, so he didn't know anything more. Still, it was clear that it hadn't been a regular army. His life had been saved due to the mercy of the mercenary leader, and he had grown up under the care of all the mercenaries as their mascot. Vandal survived due to the distinctive tough vitality of an ogre and their short childhood. Among the ogres, he was a particularly strong variant. Although an ogre's childhood was short, he had almost no suckling days. Vandal had been born and raised on the battlefield, so his life was filled with numerous battles. There had been favorable battles and unfavorable ones. There had been overwhelming battles in which massacres had occurred and battles in which there had been a stalemate on both sides. Of course, Vandal had experience as both the slaughterer and the victim. Numerous battles, numerous defeats and victories. He had hundreds or maybe even thousands of those experiences, and some of those remained unforgettable in his memories. It was the same for the battle several days ago. It was a total failure. Among the many battles he had experienced as a general of the Demon King's palace, it was difficult to find a larger defeat. Approximately 9,000. That was the number of soldiers Vandal had led. He didn't know how many of them lived or died. That fact alone explained how terribly he had been defeated. The number of troops that Vandal was currently leading amounted roughly to 2,000 or so. Collecting the scattered soldiers would allow him to build a large unit, but the enemy didn't allow it. Thousands of enemies were chasing after him. However, they weren't the Barbarian King's main army. They were only a part of the great army that the Barbarian King had raised. Vandal's soldiers were exhausted. As usual, many dropouts occurred during the night. There were also some who were injured and some who died. Those who thought there was no chance of winning escaped as well. Vandal, who was at the very front of his troops, moved to the rear of the procession. However, it wasn't to monitor those who wanted to run away. Vandal stopped in place and looked behind him. A dust cloud could be seen from far away. It was the desperate pursuit of the Barbarian King's troops after there had already been a few conflicts over the past few days. As expected, the scale of the pursuers was much larger than Vandal's forces. He had lost strength due to the constant harassment over the past 2 days. Vandal stretched inside, raising his head to the sky. Despite having been defeated in the battle against the Barbarian King, Vandal attached great importance to his survival. If the army commander lost their life, the army would be lost. In order to defeat the barbarians properly, he needed to survive and lead the troops. However, it was different now. Vandal decided to be a commander on the front lines. No, it isn't even that. He was an arrow that had served the military since childhood, a meat shield sent out to die. He had to prevent the enemy's advance, raise chaos, and make the situation a slightly more favorable for the soldiers fighting. The rewards for the barbarians would vary depending on the merits, and the best prize, General Vandal's head, was right in front of them. The dust cloud became a little bit bigger. The sound of horseshoes hitting the ground could be heard. Vandal's ogre guards stood beside him. Among them, the orc who was Vandal's deputy, Zico, was absent as he had died in the battle against the Barbarian King. Vandal took a deep breath and poured strength into his 2 hands, which were holding a weapon. Due to the catastrophic battle against the Barbarian King, his left arm wasn't working properly. Its aura circulation wasn't natural either, and there was pain in his right leg every time he moved. How could he fight against the enemy in this state? However, this was the way Vandal had chosen to live his entire life. Vandal was reminded of the mercenary leader who had been his idol in his childhood. The mercenary leader had been an orc, and he had used to say the same thing in battle. "It's a good day to die." Vandal laughed. It was bullshit. Was this that day? "They're coming," Vandal said. There was a vacancy, so the now 23 members of his guards grabbed their weapons and prepared for battle. There was more dust. The enemy's shouting could now be heard as well. The screams and sounds of cavalry were indeed amazing. Vandal roared as he faced the enemies. The roaring seemed to shake the heavens and earth as the cavalry rode on. Some horses panicked and dropped their riders. Vandal laughed, and his aura rose up like flames. Go! The situation was like this, and Vandal, his ogre guards and his soldiers rushed forward wildly. And Yakuzan was the chief of the Red Lightning tribe. He held his weapon in his last fight, instead of running away. He had challenged Vandal, who was sweeping through the orcs. Kulhung! Vandal roared and wielded a large hammer. Before Vandal's power, body hardening was useless. The barbarians hit by the battle hammer exploded and died. Vandal felt the battlefield with his entire body. He wielded his battle hammer towards the barbarians on both sides and found himself alone. He felt satisfied as his charge had disrupted the barbarians' formation. Dozens of spears flew toward him. The ogre guards were nowhere in sight, but Vandal picked up a barbarian at his feet to use as a shield. However, there were too many spears, and the large spears mangled Vandal's shoulders, arms and thighs. As he threw himself at the barbarians, Vandal only protected his head. He moved through the barbarians with a pained roar and blended in with the enemies in order to interfere with the spear attacks. However, the barbarians didn't care about any damages to their allies. Among the barbarians, those with a particularly strong red aura around them threw spears. This time, Vandal scattered aura from his hammer into the air instead of picking up another barbarian, and Vandal's aura exploded into the sky, destroying the spears or twisting their trajectory. Ararararai! Vandal gave his ogre battle cry and rushed towards the barbarians with red energy. It was an unimaginable pace for a person with critical wounds all over his body. The barbarians were trampled on by Vandal, and they died. The barbarians with red energy at the front couldn't avoid or stop Vandal's hammer. Like the other barbarian warriors, their bodies exploded and they died. Vandal's eyes shone, and the blue aura radiating from him was running wild. However, a spear then pierced Vandal's back. Vandal swallowed the pain and swung his battle hammer. He was about to hit the enemy who damaged him, but that was it. The barbarians with the red aura rushed in at once. They were many times stronger than the common barbarians, but they still couldn't withstand Vandal's strikes. Every movement made the spears which were already embedded in his body hurt even more. Vandal put down the battle hammer and used his fists. Some of the barbarians lost their lives to his fists, but it was only for a short time. No matter how much vitality an ogre had, he was still a living being. He had lost too much blood. His life force was scattered, and Vandal's movements became slower. He wasn't able to exert his strength properly. A few spears were sticking out of his chest, and Vandal coughed up blood. A barbarian before him paused for a moment, and Vandal swung a fist with all his strength. He crushed the face of the man and looked up at the sky. Ararararai! His last roar. Vandal laughed excitedly. Instead of waiting for death like Yakuzan, he moved until the end. He raised his fist once again. Kwang! The sound came from Vandal's chest, not his fist. A red energy exploded at Vandal's chest, and he fell to the ground. The barbarians ran over to Vandal and stabbed him with more spears. The end. Vandal was lucky his heart wasn't pierced, but he couldn't go on anymore. With the last of his strength, Vandal squeezed the ankle of a barbarian who had stabbed him, and he stared up at the sky. Yes, there was a clear sky. It's a good day to die. Vandal fought and laughed bitterly. He closed his eyes. Then a meteor fell from the sky. It was a dark blue meteor. It tore through the sky and exploded to Vandal's right. A black and a white object revolved around Vandal and pushed all the barbarians away. Vandal opened his eyes. His ears couldn't hear properly, but his eyes were still fine. He saw the back of a white-haired man with a blue cloak. Vandal knew that back. Although the appearance was different from what he remembered, Vandal was able to recognize it with one glance. Why? Vandal opened his mouth. At the same time, In-gong, the meteor from the sky, raised his right hand which was holding a flag. He stuck it into the ground and shouted. Below the king's flag. Kwang! A pure white light exploded. The light coming from the flagpole soared into the sky and spread in a circle. King! It was a king's back. In-gong didn't look back at Vandal. Instead, In-gong looked straight ahead. He could feel the power of war from the red aura. It was the first time he had faced such a power, but he knew what it was instantly. So, In-gong used below the king's flag. He pushed back the power of war using conquest, and at the same time, he gave Vandal's soldiers in the vicinity the ability to conquer war. Conquer. The woman with white hair whispered. She said to him, conquer the power of war. Obey and rule. The war knight wasn't here, and the red energy was merely a remnant of that power. So, it was impossible for the power of a conquest knight to be stopped. In-gong raised the flagpole of light from the ground once again, and the red aura covering the barbarians was peeled off by the shockwave of white energy. Shutra! Caitlin shouted from within In-gong's arms. Due to the king's flag, she was wrapped in a white light. In-gong released her from his arms, then he glanced at White Eagle and Black Eagle, which were pushing the barbarians around. The barbarians were strewn all over the place, and In-gong and Caitlin had jumped alone into the middle of the battlefield. At dawn on the day they heard about Vandal, In-gong had moved the troops of the 5th base to the south. He had predicted Vandal's movement route and moved southwest diagonally, while Greenwind had searched from the sky. Instead of using below the king's flag, he had concentrated on the mini-map and searched for Vandal. By the time In-gong found him, Vandal had already been engaging in combat. In-gong had left Alita to lead the rest of the troops and held Caitlin in his arms. He had then moved ahead on White Eagle. In-gong had been able to see more of the situation as he moved closer. Vandal had been in the middle of thousands of enemies. However, In-gong hadn't hesitated. Rather than being afraid, Caitlin had activated the quad-core and amplified their aura as well. Then they descended. He had used Night Watch's ability to fly and arranged White Eagle and Black Eagle. And now, In-gong made a quick judgment and pushed the power of war back with Conquest. He infused Earthquaker with power, which started to emit angry cries, and activated Conquest again. Karma. Karma appeared behind In-gong after he used Call. She was surprised to find barbarians strewn around but soon understood why she was called. Before In-gong could call her name, she pulled the broken spears out of Vandal and started to cast special druid recovery spells. Master. Greenwind called out to In-gong and used Protection of the Wind. The green wind wound around In-gong and Caitlin, while White Eagle and Black Eagle continued spinning around him. Ninth Prince. In-gong turned back at the quiet voice. The completely bloody Vandal was making an excited smile. Despite the fact that he was dying, he raised his hand slowly, extending only one finger. There was no time. Conquest had pushed war back, but White Eagle and Black Eagle couldn't block all the barbarians forever. However, In-gong still approached Vandal. He grabbed the finger lightly like they were shaking hands. That's how things were. The white light of below the king's flag spread to Vandal, who nodded toward In-gong. In-gong let go of the finger and turned to Caitlin. Please look after Vandal and Karma. Leave it to me, and be careful. Nuna as well. The two exchanged a small smile and shared their aura through the quad-core. Caitlin stood beside Vandal with her white and blue aura, while In-gong called White Eagle and Black Eagle to him. A single white shield was placed on In-gong's left arm. The result caused a gap. The barbarians noticed this and shouted with glee. They rushed toward In-gong from all sides. Master. Greenwind said. Caitlin's aura was transformed into the dragon style in In-gong's body. Dragon blood. Dragon style was then invoked. And all that power was devoured by one thing. Black Spectre. In-gong chanted amidst the barbarians' roars. With violent Cultine's equipment, he triggered Night Watch's super special move. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, Chapter 21, Barbarians Number 3. Chapter 124, Chapter 21, Barbarians Number 3. Night Watch fluctuated. It moved around In-gong like there was wind blowing. Night Watch seemed like a dark blue liquid. In a short burst of time, the blue color grew closer to the dark end of the spectrum. It was just in the blink of an eye. In-gong and Nightwatch disappeared into pitch darkness. An abundant black smoke took their place, exploding and spreading out everywhere. It was like an angry wave. The black smoke swallowed everything within a 20-meter radius of where In-gong had previously been standing. In-gong had become the black smoke, and he recognized everything within the black smoke. The moment In-gong struck, black blades formed from the smoke. Pa-da-da-da-da. Hundreds or thousands of birds seemed to take flight at the same time, and the black smoke shook with a terrible sound. The barbarians screamed as their blood gushed out. If In-gong were to classify it, the attack would be a wide-area attack. It was a technique that had the high maneuverability of the black smoke and the black blades which smashed into the enemy. The black smoke exploded again with a popping sound. In-gong turned back into his original shape, and all the barbarians in his range fell down. Karma, who was in the middle of curing Vandal, stopped at the sight. Caitlyn's mouth dropped open as well. The barbarians outside the range were astonished and tried to run away. In the void on the battlefield, In-gong raised the flag of light. At that moment, Caitlyn sensed something. There wasn't much time left to move among the barbarians who were frozen with shock. So, she moved hurriedly. Shutra! Caitlyn shouted loudly. In-gong turned back reflexively and saw Caitlyn lifting Vandal with both hands. Vandal was very heavy, but his limbs were being drawn off the ground. The sight of the slender Caitlyn lifting Vandal was amazing. Caitlyn is awesome. In-gong spoke unwittingly, and Caitlyn just frowned before urging In-gong again. Her arms and legs were trembling. In-gong smiled and pushed off from the ground. He approached Caitlyn and grabbed her waist with his left arm. Then blink! A blue smoke exploded. After using Nightwatch's power, In-gong appeared in a location that was over a dozen meters away. The barbarians regained their spirit, but it was already too late. Some of them threw spears hurriedly, but White Eagle and Black Eagle blocked the attacks easily. Master! Green Wind called out to In-gong, and he understood what she meant. If this continued on, he wouldn't be able to leave the battlefield with Vandal. Caitlyn's arms were trembling, but she couldn't abandon Vandal in the middle. In-gong crossed the space once again with blink. He landed among Vandal's troops instead of among the enemies. As soon as their feet touched the ground, Caitlyn put Vandal down. In fact, she almost dropped him, but it couldn't be helped. In-gong released Caitlyn and planted the flag of light into the ground once again. Although the shockwave didn't spread like the first time the king's flag was activated, light gushed towards the sky and gave the power of conquest to those around him. The energy of war around the barbarians was also blown away. Ararararai! The surviving ogre guards cried out loudly. Thanks to the power of conquest, they rushed forward instead of approaching In-gong. They smashed the barbarians in front of them with their fists and weapons. It was the same for the other soldiers. They had gained the power of conquest and were beating up the barbarians. The barbarians were confused about losing the power of war, but they didn't break down. They shouted angrily to and attacked Vandal's troops. Living in the cold land beyond the limit line, they were powerful warriors even without the power of war. It transformed into a melee. In-gong added power to the flag of light instead of fighting. Karma healed Vandal as much as she could, while Caitlyn smashed the barbarians approaching them. At the same time, White Eagle and Black Eagle were working hard. In the midst of all this fighting, In-gong kept an eye on the minimap. He watched the battlefield from high in the sky and was delighted when the time he was waiting for finally came. They're coming. Those who rushed toward the pillar of light. Those who would crack the balance of the two armies. Caitlyn finally realized it. Her keen hearing could sense the sound coming from the earth. It was coming from the left side of the battlefield, the north, when considering the orientation. Dracos were running forward with all their strength. Dark elves and lycanthropes were riding on those Dracos, which were running at 3 times their speed. It was a group which had tried repeatedly to catch up to In-gong. Kaparang, who was riding on the Draco with Alita, took a deep breath. He looked at the battlefield and shouted, "Beast form! Go!" Kaparang's flesh swelled greatly. He became a silver werewolf and leapt off the back of the Draco. The Draco stopped running and almost collapsed from exhaustion. Alita jumped down from the top of the Draco to stroke and praise it, then she raised her head and saw the battlefield. The lycanthropes were covering the sky, while 200 animals were piercing the sides of the barbarians with sharp teeth and claws. Alita pulled out a sword. The Dark Elves didn't participate in this battle just as a means of transportation. Most of the Dracos couldn't fight, but that didn't mean the Dark Elves were unable to. "Let's go, support the fools from behind," Alita said with a laugh, and the other Dark Elves pulled their weapons. With the strength of their powerful magic, the Dark Elves helped the lycanthropes. The total number of these troops was slightly less than 400. In a battlefield where thousands were tangled together, it was just a small handful. However, they broke the balance of the battlefield. They confused and broke the barbarians. Like a tightly pulled thread being broken, the battlefield changed at once. The barbarians were now on the defensive. Then the finishing blow arrived. "I am a little late," Karak shouted from far away. He came with all the soldiers from the 5th, 6th, and 7th bases. Approximately 2,000 people walked forward instead of charging. Their slow march towards the battlefield was somewhat different from a ferocious dash, but the effect was similar to increasing the pressure on the barbarians. Some of the barbarians looked back. As soon as some of them started to run away, this feeling spread and the barbarians were suddenly escaping. In-gong realized that the time had come, and it was time to pursue the barbarians. Green Wind. White Eagle and Black Eagle came smoothly at In-gong's call. "Master." Affection mixed with voice response and Green Wind's white repair. In-gong smiled and got on top of White Eagle. In some ways, it was like a white horse. It was good to fight, but right now, In-gong's role was something else. In-gong raised the flag of light and shouted with the power of conquest. "Full force! Charge!" He waved the flag with a clear command. White Eagle increased in altitude gently so that everyone could see In-gong. The soldiers responded to his cry. The Ogre Guards voiced their unique battle cry, while the lycanthropes, who had occupied 3 bases with In-gong, roared, and the Dark Elves quickly added to the lycanthropes' cries. The mixed reinforcements of Dark Elves, lycanthropes, the troops of 3 bases and Vandals' troops. All of them became one under Conquest's flag. They rushed in according to In-gong's words and overwhelmed the battlefield. In-gong looked at their charge while holding the flag up high. Caitlin stayed with In-gong instead of going to fight, and Felicia collapsed with Daphne, gasping for breath after all the recovery magic she had to do. Nyatra, who was guarding Felicia, stared at In-gong on the white shield with shining eyes. Karak wielded his axe. Caitlin's aide, Syra, assisted Karak while Delia gazed at everything from far away. Amita, who was standing next to her, cheered them on. Karma finally pulled out the last spear from Vandal's body, and she used her last recovery magic on Vandal. Despite the desire to fall unconscious, he resisted and kept his eyes on a certain point. Ninth Prince. Vandal gazed at In-gong, and there was an unknown smile on his face. And the pursuing army had been destroyed. It took a while for this fact to be reported. The barbarian king's main army had already reached the 4th base, so the distance between them and the ones who pursued Vandal was considerable. If the pursuing army was in perfect condition, it would be able to convey the news. However, the army was in a shattered state. The unsuccessful army scattered, but Evian was an unfamiliar land for the barbarians. It would take more imagination than they had to return to the 4th base to search for the barbarian king. Paredes, who almost fainted at the sight of the empty 5th base, decided to wait there for orders from the barbarian king. The surviving barbarians were reaching their limit as their food supply would run out in just a few days. They were fighting against starvation, not the army from Evian. In-gong won the battle and moved to the second base, while Vandal's soldiers swept away the remnants of the barbarians. 2 days after the battle with the pursuing army. After the barbarian king left the fourth base and headed toward the fifth base, the barbarian king changed the direction of his march. Paredes, stationed at the fifth base, commenced an attack on the south. At the same time, the remnants of Vandal's defeated army started to move. And it is late, but happy birthday. This is my gift. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, Chapter 21, Barbarians Number 4. Chapter 125, Chapter 21, Barbarians Number 4. The Ebb and Flow of Peace. A short peace. It had been a day since arriving at the second base and 2 days after the battle with the pursuing army. The remnants of Vandal's army had been able to gather. There were Vandal's original soldiers and the handful of soldiers belonging to the third base which had collapsed. They had saved approximately 2,000 troops, and Vandal still had approximately 2,000 troops when In-gong saved him. So, it was around 4,000 in total. Vandal originally had an army of 9,000. This is moderately good. It was nearly half of his army. It was a significant achievement considering General Vandal had been defeated by the barbarian king. Moreover, it had only been 2 days, and this many soldiers had already been recovered. As time passed, more troops were gathering, so In-gong could expect that number to grow in the next few days. It is a short but precious peace. Why don't you rest for today? You were moving around a lot yesterday. Karak offered with a smile, and In-gong nodded his head slowly. In-gong had been busy circulating around the second base yesterday and helping with the scattered troops. Thanks to sharing Green Wind's gaze and the minimap, he had been able to achieve significant results, but the fatigue had accumulated. Come to think of it, he hadn't had a proper night of sleep since he first left Talker. Yes, I want to relax today. Of course, he couldn't really afford to relax. However, he needed to rest to restore his spirit. In-gong answered and stretched out on a long chair. In-gong was currently at the second base, which contained fairly high-quality accommodations as they were for generals to stay in. Unlike the 6th and 7th bases, which were closer to supply points, the second base was truly a fortress, so the scale was different. The walls were high and durable, and there were many rooms in the base. Karak looked at In-gong lying down, and he sat down on one of the empty seats. It was similar to a reception room, so there were plenty of chairs beside the one that In-gong was lying on. Karak was as tired as In-gong, so the two of them rested in silence instead of talking. After many minutes passed, there was the sound of knocking. Shutra, I'm entering. Felicia's voice was heard from outside the door. Before In-gong could reply, the door opened and Felicia and Delia entered the room, with Caitlin and Syra following them. Did you get some rest? Felicia asked as she saw In-gong lounging on the long chair. It was obvious that she was asking for a seat, so In-gong lowered his legs and got up into a sitting position. Somewhat. Nuna, aren't you tired? You look a little thin. Felicia sat down at the end of the long chair and scoffed at In-gong's words. Someone drove me harshly day and night. I know that I am a bad guy. Yes, you have a conscience. In-gong and Felicia stared at each other and then laughed. Well, it was still my choice. It is my natural duty as a princess. Felicia had exhausted her magic until she had been on the verge of fainting almost every day for a week. In-gong's super fast plan would have failed from the beginning if it hadn't been for Felicia's painful sacrifice. Daphne is ill, but she is also very satisfied. Not only did we manage to save 3 bases, but we managed to save General Vandal as well. Felicia made a very pleased expression. She had a lot of pride because she rescued a lot of people, including Vandal, but she also liked Daphne's attitude. In-gong nodded in agreement, then he took a potion from his inventory and handed it to Felicia. Now, you should take this. I will need you tomorrow as well. It was a white potion for restoring fatigue. Felicia received the potion bottle reflexively and stared at In-gong with a pout. Aren't you really too much? She looked at Caitlin for support. Caitlin nodded and replied with only one word. Shutra. Many things were implied in that word, and Felicia laughed. That's right. It is Shutra. I'd prefer if you stopped that, Caitlin laughed at In-gong's request and sat down beside Felicia. Felicia hugged Caitlin and said to In-gong. Here, take this. Huh? In-gong asked, and Felicia glanced at Delia before giving a signal. Delia approached In-gong with a long box in her hands. It is late but happy birthday. This is my birthday present. It was moderately luxurious, so it didn't seem to be prepared in a rush. In-gong made a surprised expression, and Caitlin explained. I heard Baikal Orobione's words at the tea party that it would be Shutra's birthday soon. So, when we were in Takar, I went shopping with Uni. The tea party had been right before their departure, so there had been no way to prepare a present in the Demon King's palace. Oh, is that so? Yes. I wanted to buy you a present, so I agreed to go there. Felicia said with a laugh. In-gong understood what had happened in Takar. He had thought it was a bit odd that they separated with just Karak watching In-gong, but he had never thought there would be a reason like this. This is my gift, and Caitlin has a separate one. Open it quickly. Felicia prompted, and In-gong quickly accepted the box. His heart was throbbing. Open it quickly. Karak urged In-gong like he was curious. In-gong opened the box and blinked. A drink? Inside the black box, there was a bottle of classy, dark blue wine. You are 15 years old, so you can drink now. He didn't know if it was based on Dark Elf standards, Gandharv standards, or the standards of the Demon King's palace. Felicia explained further. The first alcohol must be learned properly. I also learned to drink with this wine. It is a great drink, so learn well from it. When she finished talking, she winked softly. It seemed like Felicia wanted to learn with him. However, it wasn't just Felicia. Karak also had a similar expression. In-gong saw both of their faces and laughed. He didn't like alcohol, but he was thankful for Felicia's intentions. Shutra, open my gift. Caitlin spoke hurriedly, and Syra handed him a very large box. In-gong opened the box and tilted his head. Pillow? It really was a pillow. It was also very big. The pillow was wrapped in a luxurious purple cloth, and its surface was as smooth as silk. Yes, it is a pillow for a good night's sleep. Not only is it excellent for fatigue, but there is a really cool hidden feature. Do you know what the feature is? Caitlin asked with a bright laugh. It seemed like she wanted to surprise In-gong, rather than actually expect him to know. In-gong touched the pillow, and just like when he touched other items, several phrases popped up. Lucid Dream Pillow. It is a magic pillow that gives the owner whatever dream he wants, once every 3 days. You can design the background and characters in the dream. The dream has a strong impact, so be careful because it can affect your reality. The dream time is controlled in order to prevent overuse. It is possible to use up to a maximum of 10 times. Caitlin said it wasn't just a pillow. It was a pillow that allowed him to dream whatever he wanted once every 3 days, but it was also limited to 10 times. A magic pillow that lets me dream what I want? How did you know? Caitlin's startled blue eyes shone. Felicia clicked her tongue and said to Caitlin. Shutra. It truly was a universal answer. Caitlin was convinced, while Felicia narrowed her eyes. I'm telling you in advance, but it is a type of mental drug. So, it is harmful to use it continuously. It might be difficult to distinguish the gap between dreams and reality. And also Also? Isn't it really expensive and difficult to obtain? It really isn't cheap. Caitlin was lucky enough to stumble across this among some relics from a ruin. The owner of the store didn't know its proper performance. Otherwise, it would have sold at a very high price at auction. It is good enough among items of the same series. A vivid dream that feels more like reality than reality. The salesperson had been unaware of its true worth, but Felicia and Caitlin had recognized it. Caitlin nodded. Yes. We were quite lucky. Shutra is truly watched over by the heavens, Caitlin said with a warm smile. In-gong patted the pillow and said, Thank you, it is really good. Yes, then tell me later about what you dreamed, Caitlin said innocently. Then Carrick bolted upright and cried out hurriedly. Princess, you shouldn't ask that. Prince is not in his prime. Huh? Caitlin asked with confusion, and Syra and Delia avoided her gaze. Both of them were blushing. No? I don't need such consideration. In-gong howled inwardly, but Carrick just gazed at him with a strange smile. In the midst of the chaos, Felicia opened her fan. However, he could see that the tips of her ears were red. Anyway, do you know about General Vandal's status? I am nervous about the barbarian king's movements. Vandal's injuries were really severe. Despite drinking recovery potions for 2 days, he still wasn't fully healed. However, the vitality of a blood ogre was flowing through him, and Vandal was also a master of aura. He would be able to stand up in the next day or two. He felt sorry toward Vandal, but the most important thing right now was the barbarian king, not Vandal's status. The barbarian king had been informed about the demise of the pursuers and changed his movements. The result of Nyatra's questioning should come out soon. It was the result of interrogating the pursuers, not the barbarians caught at the 5th, 6th, and 7th bases. They were the ones likely to have new information about the barbarian king. The power of war. The red aura that the barbarians had been surrounded with. What was going on? Was the War Knight cooperating with the barbarians? Or was it possible that the barbarian king was the War Knight? He needed a little bit more information. So, B had no choice but to wait for Nyatra. Okay, is it time to go? Felicia stood up from her seat, and Caitlin immediately followed suit. In-gong got up after placing Felicia's and Caitlin's gifts in his inventory. Right before she left the room, Caitlin grabbed In-gong's hand and said, Shutra, you've grown taller. Originally, he had been level with Caitlin's height, but he was now slightly taller. In-gong laughed and nodded. Sooner or later, I may even be taller than Felicia Nuna. Omo, can I look forward to that? Felicia replied exaggeratedly. Carrick came forward. Prince will grow much bigger in the future. Of course. He is the man who will become the Demon King. Felicia said mischievously, but there was a serious tone behind it as she left the room quickly. Instead of talking further, everyone left the room. It wasn't just Felicia who felt this way after fighting for days and nights. Everyone who had fought under the banner of conquest shared the feeling. Soon after, In-gong's party headed to meet Vandal at the base. Then a lot of people hurried to report to them. There was news about the barbarian king. And it is an unexpected move. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, Chapter 21, Barbarians Number 5. Chapter 126, Chapter 21, Barbarians Number 5. The barbarian king departed from the 4th base and headed toward the 5th base, but it was literally just for a moment. The fugitives joined up with the barbarian king, and he headed towards the north again. It was a move that showed indifference to the 2nd base. It is an unexpected move. Vandal, who was lying in bed, raised his upper body and greeted In-gong's group. He was 4 meters tall, so despite lying down, In-gong wasn't eye level with him. The barbarian king was ignoring the troops stationed at the 2nd base and heading north. The 5th, 6th and 7th bases were already empty, so Vandal could only presume that the barbarian king's destination was Takar. It was truly an unexpected move. However, Vandal didn't share Felicia's and Caitlyn's quandary. Of course, the barbarian king's policy of leaving troops behind him and going to the north was strange, but he understood it. Vandal noticed the two people's confused states and explained. The barbarian king destroyed my army before heading north. There are 2 reasons for this. 1, he was concerned about a rear attack. The other is to buy some time in order to block the road. Block the road? Is it the way back over the eastern limit line? Vandal nodded at Felicia's question. That's right. It is due to geographical reasons. It is impossible to cross the eastern limit line toward Takar without going through Evian. There is something blocking the way beyond the limit line. An unknown land was beyond the limit line. They could guess based on the barbarians they saw, but there was no clear reason. This time, it was Caitlyn who asked. General Vandal, the barbarians fear. Are they worried about the reinforcements from the Demon King's palace? That's right. The barbarians are afraid the captains will interfere. Burning Takar means that Evian's defenses have been breached. The captains are more likely to intervene. The demon world was very wide, and the army captains were generally stationed in the north. Therefore, the captains rarely appeared at the boundaries, but there were incidents where it had happened. If Evian were broken through and Takar were taken, the captains were likely to move. Vandal thought the barbarian king would lead the army and advance to the 2nd base. Only then would it be possible to create an easy situation to fight or escape the later reinforcements from the Demon King's palace. From the standpoint of the barbarians, it would be the worst situation if the troops of the 2nd base joined with the reinforcements of the Demon King's palace. Nevertheless, the barbarian king left the troops of the 2nd base and headed to Takar. They aren't lured here. In-gong muttered in a small voice. It was almost a knee-jerk thought. The 2nd base was a solid fortress. The walls were high, and there was even a moat. It wasn't easy to occupy the fortress, especially when the old defense forces, Vandal's army and the troops led by In-gong, totaled to almost 8,000. Therefore, it was the best for the Demon King's side to fight at the 2nd base, while it was the worst from the standpoint of the barbarians. Karak grasped In-gong's words and frowned. Indeed, is this them taking the initiative in a big fight? Instead of going to a disadvantageous battlefield, they are forcing us to make a choice. The barbarian king was in the north. The intervention of the captains or reinforcements from the palace were all future events. When looking at the second situation alone, the troops of the 2nd base were placed at a crossroads of choice. Felicia frowned and said, "We have abandoned 3 bases. It isn't an exaggeration to say that the 4th base isn't far from Takar. If we leave this alone, Takar really will be captured by the barbarians. We can't allow that situation to happen. But if we leave the 2nd base in order to fight them, they would force us to fight in a place that is suitable for them." Currently, it was estimated that the barbarian king had between 13,000 and 14,000 troops. It was almost twice the size of the troops stationed at the 2nd base. Moreover, the elite cavalry, which the barbarian king led, exerted great power when fighting on the plains. Fighting on the plains should be avoided as much as possible. It was a dilemma. If they let Takar fall, the Evian defense mission would fail. However, if they moved north from the 2nd base, they would have to fight the barbarians in disadvantageous terrain. The barbarian king couldn't let the initiative slip away. Instead of being dragged by In-gong's momentum, he headed north to Tucker first. How should In-gong respond to this? Vandal didn't give an opinion. He just gazed at In-gong with calm eyes which didn't seem to belong to an ogre. He seemed to be waiting for In-gong's answer. Felicia and Caitlin also looked at In-gong. Then all the people in the room, including Alita and Kaparang, focused on In-gong. What would be his choice? How would Night Prince handle this situation? In-gong exhaled, then he answered in a quiet voice. Fight. Shutra? In-gong laughed at Caitlin's surprise. He raised his eyes higher and gazed into Vandal's eyes. We can't let Tucker be captured. If they want to make it difficult for us, then we just need to overcome it. The basis of the strategy was to make it difficult for the opponent. The more difficult they made it, the less of an advantage the enemy would have. Ninth Prince, the plan? Vandal asked. Alita and Kaparang also made interested expressions. It was because in this situation, In-gong couldn't just come up with a simple solution. Don't let the barbarian king take the initiative. Force the opponent to make difficult choices. In-gong replied in a calm tone. And the second base's forces departed. They numbered approximately 8,000. That was virtually Evian's total power, except for the minimum needed to defend the bases. The barbarians were willing to face the Demon King's army. So, instead of rushing, the barbarian king kept a normal speed. Since the starting points were different, there was a distance between the barbarian king's army and the Demon King's army. In order to narrow the gap, the Demon King's army maintained a fairly fast speed. The distance between the two armies gradually narrowed. By the time the barbarian king joined up with Paradis near the fifth base, the distance was narrowed to only half a day. However, it was just up to there. The Demon King's army remained exactly half a day away from the barbarian king's army. They didn't get any closer or further away. Whenever the barbarian king's army stopped or reversed, the Demon King's army also did the same thing. This happened in real time, so the barbarian king couldn't force them to move closer. Moreover, the difference in maneuverability was great. The Demon King's army didn't bring a supplies unit, so it was one of the main factors that increased their speed. The soldiers didn't have to carry supplies. Thus, their movements were slightly lighter. The Demon King's army stayed firm despite the barbarian king's attempts to narrow the distance. This time, the barbarian king was in a difficult situation. If he continued north, he would reach Tucker, but the Demon King's army would be behind him. Tucker was its own area. It was a city that had the power to protect its huge wealth from the outlaws. So, naturally it had its own defense force. It was relatively easy to deal with Tucker's army, but it was a different story if the barbarian king had to deal with both sides at the same time. The barbarian king was forced to choose, fight the battle at Tucker in the north, or go to a place other than Tucker and stop there. Both options weren't good. In particular, the latter method was a waste of time and materials. However, it wasn't bad for the Demon King's army. From the outset, the purpose of the army was to protect Evian, not destroy the barbarian king. Moreover, according to the results of Nyatra's questioning, the barbarians were lacking supplies. It was because the leader of the fourth base had burnt all the supplies right before it had been occupied. Although the barbarian king's attacks were a success, he had gained few things from the third and fourth bases, while In-gong had taken all the supplies of the fifth, sixth, and seventh bases. It was a type of field tactic. The basis of the strategy was to make it difficult for the opponent. In-gong didn't miss this fact and the barbarian king was forced to choose. Confronted with such a demand, the barbarian king responded once again. And they are moving. In-gong said as he shared Green Wind's gaze and looked at the minimap. The barbarian king was heading straight to Tucker. He was increasing the speed of his advance, like he had made up his mind. It was good that the entire Evian area was a wilderness. It was a wide wilderness without any particular obstacles, so it was possible to see far away. If it were a place other than Evian, he wouldn't have been able to see the movements of the barbarian king's army, even with sensory sharing in the mini-map. Felicia and Caitlin, who explained every situation with Shutra, accepted it easily, but Vandal was different. Unlike the two people who knew about his inventory ability, Vandal really didn't know anything. Therefore, the ability to see a distance using the mini-map, and the ability to store enough food and water for 8,000 people was literally thought to be great magic. In the end, Vandal just admired In-gong, like Alita and Kaparang. The ninth prince was a sleeping dragon. He had been hiding his claws for years, but he was exposing them now. Carrick remarked on In-gong's words. Did the barbarian king decide to fight at Takar? Perhaps. If he stopped his army here, he would have to go back without any profit. Therefore, the barbarian king chose the unfavorable battle at Takar. If so, this was also good. Carrick delivered In-gong's command, and the demon king's army increased their advancing speed. Then the next morning, the barbarian king's army arrived at Takar. The sky was high and the winds were strong. The barbarian king looked at Takar from the back of a giant, black horse. Next to him were Paredes and several other barbarians. The barbarian king turned his head and looked back. He saw the demon king's army, which was a far distance away. It was exquisite distance control. Although the distance was shorter than half a day, it wasn't a distance in which the barbarian king could strike them suddenly. Additionally, they wouldn't narrow that distance until the barbarians attacked Takar. Ninth Prince. He had defeated the forces of the barbarian king at the 7th, 6th, and 5th bases. Not only had he rescued General Vandal, he had also smashed the pursuing army. Ninth Prince was an interesting enemy. According to Paredes and the survivors, he was still a young boy, so the barbarian king was curious about him. I will find out soon. The barbarian king, Karatas, turned with a smile. He was 2.5 meters tall with an athletic body, and he carried a large mace on his shoulder. Its size and weight were really great, so it wasn't an exaggeration to call it a siege weapon. The barbarian king's eyes narrowed. He exhaled, and at the same time, a red aura appeared around him, the mighty power of war. Era, the demon king's army. Let's fight hard. The barbarian king no longer looked back. He ran straight towards the gates of Takar like a black flash. The 13,000 barbarians roared simultaneously. They pulled out their weapons and followed their king. With a strong wind blowing, the battle for Takar began. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127, Chapter 22, Dragon Heart. Chapter 127, Chapter 22, Dragon Heart. It was a natural story, but it wasn't easy to fight both the front and rear at the same time. They were surrounded from the beginning, and once one side collapsed, the other side would collapse as well. Indeed, it was a disadvantageous fight. Obviously, the number of barbarians was greater than that of the Demon King's army, which was following behind. However, that story changed when Takar's defense troops were added. The barbarians couldn't enjoy the numbers advantage. Nevertheless, the barbarian king had attacked Takar, and Takar's troops were in front of him while the Demon King's army was behind. If so, how would he fight? Ideally, he would want to fight against the Demon King's army away from Takar. Takar's defense troops weren't part of the Demon King's army, but the barbarians could escape the pressure of a simultaneous attack if they fought a certain distance away from the immovable wall. However, that was just an ideal wish. The Demon King's army and Takar's defense troops weren't stupid. The Demon King's army wouldn't participate until the Barbarian King's army had attacked Takar, and Takar wouldn't waste such an opportunity. Therefore, the Barbarian King picked a simple way to get rid of the complex dilemma: simplify the situation. Kupaha! Kupaha! The barbarians rushed toward Taker's walls with a characteristic battle cry, while the barbarian king was the one leading them. The barbarian king's rush was strange. He jumped out like he was attacking alone. None of the barbarians were able to stay by their king's side. Taker's defense troops fired their ranged weapons hastily, and arrows poured down from the sky like rain. The barbarian king didn't even think of blocking the rain of arrows. He just ran and broke through the rain of arrows with his speed. A great many arrows poured down in the place where the barbarian king had already passed, but none of them passed the king. Taker's defense chief, Paon, was confused. The barbarian king had broken through the rain of arrows with a super-fast maneuver. However, he couldn't cross the walls with just this. In front of a variable called height, even a speed machine was forced to be powerless. What was the barbarian king thinking as he rushed to the wall? There was no time to think. Having surpassed the rain of arrows, the barbarian king arrived in front of Taker's walls before the archers could fire a second wave. The barbarian king laughed and poured strength into his hand, which was holding the mace. He rushed toward Taker's gate without reducing his speed at all. The red power of war soon surrounded his arms and mace. Perhaps? Someone shouted. Some were laughing while others were panicking. The barbarian king was rushing toward the gate. The giant mace in his hands were emitting a huge red energy. All types of attacks rained down from the walls, but the barbarian king ignored them again. He placed his feet on the back of the galloping black horse and looked at one sole point. Then the barbarian king jumped. The rain of arrows poured down on the heads of the other barbarians. Paon breathed in, and the magicians on the walls aimed at the barbarian king. The barbarian king landed on the ground, swinging his mace at the gate. Kwang! It was like thunder shook the heavens and the earth, and the red aura exploded with a huge roar. The barbarian king's special move from his weapon, Skull Crusher, was added to his power. The gate could not withstand the blow. Almost all the parts connecting the gate to the walls were destroyed, and the wreckage of the gate fell to the ground. Even a part of the wall collapsed. Confronted with the unimaginable blow, everyone was silent. It seemed like the entire battlefield was frozen. The barbarian king grinned wildly in the calm that the destruction had created. Instead of roaring to praise his accomplishment, he climbed back on top of his black horse and dug into Taker's walls. The barbarians shouted with pleasure. Taker's defense troops were overwhelmed. The gate was breached as soon as the battle began, and the one who had destroyed the gate was now inside. Kupaha! Kupaha! The barbarians stampeded toward the collapsed gate. Paon moved defense troops to the gate hurriedly, but it wasn't easy. Fear and agitation dulled the hands and feet of the defense troops. Moreover, there was the barbarian king. He didn't wait for the barbarians, he ran straight toward the castle. The defense was broken, but the shattered gate wasn't the only problem. The barbarians threw hooks toward the walls. They climbed over the walls and laughed as the defense troops weren't in the right place. A disaster had occurred only a few minutes after the battle had started. The Demon King's army saw all of this. They had been waiting for the barbarians to attack Taker, but there was no reason to wait now. If they made the wrong move, Taker would fall. The barbarian king's choice was a terrible melee. Rather than fighting against enemies at the rear and front, he chose to dig into one side and cause confusion. It was only possible due to the barbarian king's transcendent streak. In-gong was reminded of the lycanthrope subjugation. At the time, Caitlin had done something similar to the barbarian king. She had destroyed the gate with one blow and transformed a siege into a terrible melee. It was a super special move, or a technique with equivalent power. In-gong didn't delay any longer and ordered a charge hastily. Kaparang and Alita hastened to spread the order, and the Demon King's army sprang at the barbarians. In-gong checked the mini-map to determine the placement of the barbarians. As expected, less than half of the total force had rushed toward Taker. The rest of the troops were gathered in the middle of the battlefield, preparing to meet the Demon King's army. They would block the Demon King's army until the barbarian king took Tucker. No, it wasn't that simple. They were gathering to rush over here. In-gong watched them from where he was seated on Maybach. His heart was pounding so hard that it was almost painful. The barbarians were surrounded with a red, fire-like aura. It was the power of war. It raised the barbarians' strength, and their angry roars seemed to pierce through the sky. In-gong didn't sit idly. While running on Maybach, he raised the king's flag. The white power of conquest spread to the Demon King's army, and it pushed at the angry momentum of war. There was only a little bit left to go before they would collide, but In-gong was busy thinking. The power of war. It was one of the reasons why Vandal's army had been defeated by the barbarian king. He had to stop it. The source of the power of war which surrounded the barbarians didn't come from the barbarian king. In-gong knew that through conquest. It was coming from the middle of the barbarian camp. That was the source, a blood-red flag. Vandal! In-gong's shout was like a thunderbolt. According to what they had prearranged, Carrick hastily sent a signal, and the command to attack the flagpole was sent to each unit. Vandal took the lead. He left command of the vanguard to Alita and completely revealed the violence suppressed within him. Although there were only half of the ogre guards left, they still gave a powerful cry. Ararararai. Finally, the Demon King's army and the barbarians collided. Vandal rushed like an angry chariot and smashed into the barbarians. However, the barbarians didn't stand still. As conquest and war clashed, a brutal conflict began. In-gong watched all of this on the mini-map. Vandal's mission wasn't simply to beat the barbarians, it was to open a path. The battlefield was like a living creature. It was inevitable that changes would occur due to the actions from each side. Picking up such changes while standing in the middle of the battlefield wasn't something that anyone could do. It was only for those with animal senses like Vandal or those with the means to understand the whole battlefield. In-gong wasn't capable of it, but he had the mini-map. Therefore, he could capture the changes to both sides on the battlefield clearly. He entered that gap. Capturing the flag of war was the top priority. Kaparang, dot. In-gong shouted. He jumped down from Maybach, while Caitlin and Kaparan clung to In-gong's left and right. Hundreds of lycanthropes in beast form followed him. Instead of rushing with In-gong, Carrick raised the flag of light which had been given to him. As a king's knight, he was able to hold the flag of conquest. You! A barbarian rushed toward him. In-gong knew that face. Paradis! Due to the power of war, his body was more robust now than in comparison to when he had been at the auction house. Paradis headed alone toward In-gong. Instead of avoiding Paradis, In-gong met him head-on. He ran straight ahead and shouted. Paradis! At the clear call, Paradis' movements became even fiercer. There was a look of delight on his face. The distance narrowed, and Paradis pulled back his fist. At that moment, In-gong opened his inventory. He had prepared it in advance, so he didn't need to look at the inventory to pull out what he wanted. The Dragon King's golden helmet. It was a symbol for the barbarians. Paradis, who was concentrating on In-gong, moved his gaze instantly to the Dragon King's golden helmet that was thrown. Especially since Paradis had missed the golden helmet when it had been right in front of him, this time, he didn't just follow with his eyes but also stretched out a hand. Thus, a gap was created. Dark blue smoke exploded. In-gong used blink and struck Paradis. His palm pressed against Paradis' abdomen and used a rung with the aura of divine Sura authority, the technique that destroyed the enemy's aura internally. A rung. The white aura dug into Paradis' body. His hardened shell was useless. Paradis was thrown back while coughing blood, and In-gong took a deep breath. Instead of following, he pulled back the Dragon King's golden helmet, which was connected to his left arm with a thin string. Caitlyn passed by In-gong. She moved with In-gong and proceeded with a joint attack on Paradis. Clearly, Paradis was strong. He was able to withstand In-gong and Caitlyn's pincer attack as though it was a normal battle. However, he had been injured from the beginning, so it was like he'd been hit by a very strong blow. Koha. Paradis shouted loudly and struggled. A group of barbarians ran out to save him. Caitlyn remained calm. Instead of sticking to Paradis, she maintained a distance. This wasn't a place where there could be a long showdown of skills, but a battlefield where hundreds or thousands of enemies and allies fought together. Kaparong and the lycanthropes collided with the barbarians. It was filled with blood and death. In-gong looked at the mini-map once again, and he conveyed his intention to Caitlyn through the moonlight core. Caitlyn's response came back, and he prepared something else. Black Spectre. Night Watch's super special move was activated. There were sounds of hundreds of flying creatures flapping their wings as a black smoke spread far and wide. However, it was different from before. The smoke didn't spread in a circle. It moved in front of In-gong, and its length was almost 100 meters. Additionally, one more thing happened. The place where the black smoke reappeared was different. It wasn't at the place where In-gong had invoked Black Spectre. Instead, it was at the other end of where the black smoke had extended. In-gong had crossed more than 100 meters, and the barbarians couldn't respond right away to In-gong, who had suddenly appeared in their midst. In-gong sprang up from the ground and used Blink once again. The dark blue smoke appeared before the red flag, which contained the power of war. At the same time, White Eagle and Black Eagle flew. The complex trajectory of light pushed back the barbarians who were around In-gong. Then In-gong reached out and grabbed the red flag. He felt the power of war. It was red and very intense. The power was like a flame. The red-haired woman wearing red armor flashed into his head. In-gong knew who she was. War. It was the only thing he could call her. She was an existence that stood shoulder to shoulder with conquest, death, and famine. She smiled. Rather than showing a violent affection like famine or an overwhelming feeling like death, war had an alluring smile on her face. Conquest. The white woman's voice was heard. Her voice was different from how it usually sounded. After hearing the voice, the red woman laughed loudly, and the power of war rose like flames. However, In-gong's white light suppressed the red flames. Thanks to conquest, the power of war was suppressed and destroyed. The red woman laughed as the power of war was scattered. Then In-gong raised his head and looked at reality. The flagpole containing the power of war was crushed, and the aura of war, which had spread throughout the battlefield, was now scattered. Master. Despite accomplishing the goal, Greenwind cried out urgently. In-gong raised his gaze reflexively. Although the flagpole had been destroyed, he could still feel the mighty strength of war, and it was rushing toward In-gong from a distance. Kupaha. A huge roar shook the battlefield, like a burning meteor radiating red energy. Barbarian King Karatas. He leapt from the walls and crossed the sky. Like a lightning bolt, he aimed for In-gong's head. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128, Chapter 22, Dragon Heart Number 2. Chapter 128, Chapter 22, Dragon Heart Number 2. His body reacted before he could think. The moment the barbarian king was about to hit him, In-gong used wind style to retreat. It was truly a narrow escape. The place where In-gong had just been standing was struck by the barbarian king's mace, and the earth was split apart. It shook from the power, and some of the barbarians in the area fell to the ground. It wasn't a special blow, nor was it the technique that smashed the gate. This was just a simple attack. Yet it transcended common sense. The barbarian king lifted his head as he raised his mace. In-gong was only 2 to 3 meters away. Good. The barbarian king spoke in a rough but excited voice. He used body hardening as a rigid shell wrapped around his whole body. Its quality was completely different from Paredes, and although the sizes were similar, In-gong couldn't think of them as the same. This time, it was like facing a mountain. The barbarian king had the power of war. Unlike the other barbarians, the red aura was burning like a flame. In-gong knew instinctively. The barbarian king wasn't a war knight. However, he was strong. The power of war was really enormous. It was like facing the man with the spear at Thunderdune Fortress. That man came to mind. Maybe the barbarian king was a similar existence. Apostle of war. Those words emerged, and the white woman's voice was also heard. In-gong understood. It was the war knight that had given the barbarian king the power of war. This meant that the one behind the barbarian king was not the death knight but the war knight. He had granted the power and the flag. In-gong finished organizing his thoughts and focused on the barbarian king before him. In Knight Saga, the barbarian king had a strength comparable to that of an advanced general. Moreover, he now had the power of war. He was sure to be much stronger than the barbarian king in Knight Saga. Fighting him now wasn't a good idea. It was the middle of enemy territory. At the very least, he should lure the barbarian king back to his camp where allies could fight together. In-gong came to the conclusion quickly and used wind style again. He was surrounded by barbarians, so it wasn't possible to retreat with wind style alone. However, he was only aiming for a small gap. Once the distance increased from 2 to 3 meters to 5 or 6 meters, In-gong used his last blink. A blue smoke exploded. In-gong was aiming for a place which was diagonal to the starting location. The moment was instantaneous. Then something collided with the blue smoke. In-gong screamed. The moment he had reappeared, the barbarian king's mace slammed into him. It tore through the air. This was a shallow attack. The barbarian king didn't speak, but In-gong seemed to hear the voice of the barbarian king in his ear. The moment when In-gong used blink, the barbarian king had raised his head and looked at the air. He had moved before the blue smoke had even disappeared. There were 2 reasons for this. 1. The barbarian king knew about In-gong's flying and blinking ability. He hadn't seen it on the battlefield, but he had heard about it from Paredes and the other barbarians. Blink's strength was that In-gong changed locations instantly. Moreover, the location where he appeared wasn't specified, so the enemies were helpless. However, was it really like that? Was there truly no specific location as to where he would appear? When someone's life was at risk, the use of blink was likely to be straightforward. The barbarian king had read the intention to withdraw in In-gong's eyes. In fact, In-gong had used elusive footwork to step backwards like the wind. If he was using blink in that situation, he had to step back. In-gong needed to be as far as possible without any enemies. Then that meant the trajectory was calculated. By taking a diagonal step backward, it was obvious he would go in a straight line from there. The other thing was the power of war. The barbarian king, who held the power of war, didn't miss the power of conquest which had been used in the beginning. The barbarian king could feel the power of conquest. He read the direction and trajectory, then he determined the distance through feeling. It was about a dozen meters. Obviously, that wasn't a close distance. However, as soon as blink was triggered, he had been able to narrow the distance. He wielded Skull Crusher the moment In-gong appeared in the air. The barbarian king couldn't catch up completely, but this distance, it was just enough to hit In-gong. Kwang! There was a tremendous roar as the atmosphere shook. Shortly before the attack hit, In-gong's aura had exploded. That explosion pushed In-gong and also affected the trajectory of Skull Crusher. Affecting both the target and attacker, the explosion reduced the strength of the hit. However, that was it. The attack was still enough for what the Barbarian King had intended. The Barbarian King's power was beyond imagination. In-gong flew more than a dozen meters and slammed into the ground. For a moment, he couldn't breathe. He couldn't distinguish between right and left, as well as front and back. There was no feeling in both arms, and there was no strength in his legs. Ku-pa-ha! The Barbarian King shouted. He was already racing toward In-gong, and the distance narrowed in an instant. Kwang! The Barbarian King's second attack clashed with White Eagle. The green force field, strengthened by Black Eagle, shook roughly. Despite being far away, White Eagle had moved to In-gong's position and prevented the second attack. However, it was unable to withstand the strength of the attack and was pushed back. The Barbarian King laughed out loud, and Green Wind screamed In-gong's name. Kwang! It was the third attack. This time, White Eagle blocked it again. Due to the fact that it was coming from a diagonal direction, White Eagle was pushed diagonally and into the ground. The Barbarian King raised Skull Crusher once again. However, there was a crack in Green Wind's force field. In-gong gritted his teeth and used dragon style as he raised his head. The fourth attack. Right before it struck, In-gong reached out for White Eagle with his white aura shining brilliantly. Absolute area. White Eagle's super special move, it controlled all attacks within a certain range of White Eagle. The moment Skull Crusher hit White Eagle, the Barbarian King's arm was bent at an unusual angle. It didn't stop there as even the Barbarian King's body flew backwards. Master, Green Wind shouted, but In-gong couldn't be pleased. Absolute area wasn't a simple technique. It was a super special move which required a huge amount of aura and mental power. Yet he had used it to prevent an ordinary attack. In-gong felt lightheaded. Blood poured from his body due to the backflow of aura. This was the worst situation. His legs still had no power, and his hand which held onto White Eagle was trembling. It was just like how Paredes had been. Due to the unexpected blow, he had received an enormous injury. The Barbarian King, who had been thrown back, landed on the ground. He glanced at his twisted right arm and laughed loudly. With one hand holding Skull Crusher, he readjusted the bones in his right arm. Indeed, the Barbarian King was a monster. When just looking at strength alone, he was stronger than Vandal, who boasted the highest power in the Demon King's army. He stared at In-gong, then he diverted his attention away from In-gong for a moment. Shutra! Caitlyn's voice, she was approaching, and the quad-core was activated. She was racing through the barbarians with Caparong and the lycanthropes. Paredes and his followers didn't know what had happened. Maybe it was a reckless rush that left them behind. The Barbarian King just laughed. Then Caitlyn arrived in front of him. Her angry aura exploded as she rushed toward the Barbarian King. Caparong and the lycanthropes were no different. A battle broke out. With one swing of Skull Crusher, 3 lycanthropes collapsed to the ground. The barbarians, who were watching the Barbarian King's battle, put pressure on the lycanthropes from all sides. The fact that Caitlyn and the lycanthropes were in the middle of the battlefield hadn't changed. Vandal was far away, and the remaining troops were fighting the barbarians, so they couldn't get there. The only ones there were the lycanthropes. In-gong coughed up blood again. The sudden activation of the quad-core had a negative impact on him. However, In-gong didn't stop the quad-core as Caitlyn's durability was weaker than In-gong's. Caitlyn could lose her life from just one of the Barbarian King's blows. So, In-gong couldn't reduce her combat capabilities. Master. In-gong heard Green Wind's sad voice and took a deep breath. With trembling hands, he then pulled out a potion from his inventory and drank it. Meanwhile, the Barbarian King's Skull Crusher took the lives of 3 lycanthropes. In-gong continued taking deep breaths, trying to normalize his flow of aura. He could feel Caitlin struggle. She seemed to be dancing on the edge of a blade. The number of lycanthropes, which had hardly been damaged in the repeated battles, decreased rapidly. In-gong suppressed his impatience. He had to remain calm. Abandoning Caitlin and the lycanthropes in order to run away wasn't even a choice. He couldn't do that. They had jumped into this fight in order to save In-gong. He had to help them. However, victory was required. He had to defeat the barbarian king, break him and destroy the spirit of the barbarians. Right now, In-gong's body was a broken mess. Furthermore, due to the backward flow, it was hard to reach his aura. In-gong needed something else, a means to enhance his power, even if it was just a little bit. His head started working overtime, and several things popped into his head. Telekinesis, magic power, divine power. They were all lacking. Although they were secondary powers, they couldn't replace aura yet. The deaths continued, and Caitlin screamed. The Starlight Core and Moonlight Core shook, causing In-gong to cough blood again. Master! Green Wind's voice was heard. She appeared in solid form and caught In-gong. Both of her eyes were shining. Green Wind, the guardian of Anger Plains. She had been born from the fragment of Watcher Ankle's soul. As he looked at her, it was like a lightning bolt struck him. Watcher Ankle. Her dragon heart. In-gong had taken the fragment. As a result, In-gong had been able to become a dragon humanoid. However, that was it. The fragment was an essence of an elder dragon, a being said to have the same power as a god, but the power of the dragon heart was only that much. In-gong activated dragon style. He triggered dragon blood once again. The dragon genes were activated. At that moment, Green Wind touched In-gong's cheek, and she smiled. Her smile was just like the one when he had talked to Green Wind alone in the temple on Anger Plains. I am completely conquered. Rule over me, Conquest Knight. Green Wind Ankle whispered, then she kissed In-gong's lips. The last piece of the puzzle fell into place. Conquest. Make them submit. Watcher Ankle's strength. He hadn't absorbed it, and the fragments of power were scattered around in In-gong's body. Green Wind became a wind which wound around In-gong. He focused inwardly on the hidden powers in dragon style and dragon blood, the fragments of power in his dragon genes. It was created. He opened his eyes. It was a third aura heart. This was a mighty magic power that only a dragon had. Also known as a dragon heart. The Moonlight Core was strong, and aura also sprang out from the Gandharv aura heart which In-gong had originally. The third aura heart, the dragon heart, supplemented all the power of his dragon style, and In-gong's magic power started to emit a dragon's power. You have fully conquered Watcher Ankle's power. A dragon heart has formed in your body. The level of dragon humanoid has risen. The level of magic power control has risen. The level of magic power control has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. The woman's voice rang in In-gong's ears. All his injuries were restored as the white light that celebrated his achievement shone. And in that light, the power of conquest stopped. All those fighting against it looked at In-gong. In-gong raised his head. Time had passed. The bodies of the lycanthropes were scattered all around, and he saw the bloody back of Caitlin, who seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. In-gong's gaze moved away from her, and he glared at the barbarian king who was beyond Caitlin. He declared without hiding his anger. Pentacore. 5 aura hearts. A pure white aura emerged from the dragon heart in the center. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129, Chapter 22, Dragon Heart Number 3. Chapter 129, Chapter 22, Dragon Heart Number 3. The Moonlight Core and Starlight Core continued to be connected. In-gong and Caitlin influenced each other. In-gong had 3 aura hearts, while Caitlin had 2. The dragon style which came from the dragon heart headed toward Caitlin. The aura which was exchanged through the Moonlight Core and Starlight Core painted their auras with both colors. The Quad Core was a great force, but the Pentacore was more than that. It wasn't simply the addition of one aura heart. The aura flow was bigger and stronger, and the aura recovery rate was faster as well. In a short time, Caitlin's body, which had consumed an enormous amount of aura, filled with a new aura. In-gong didn't capture all the aura. Instead of controlling the enormous power of the Pentacore, he released it. The white aura emerged from In-gong's body like fire, and the dark blue aura twisted with the white. The aura's density was different. It wasn't a mild light. For a moment, In-gong seemed like the sun. Aura was life force. Everyone had it, so everyone could feel the power. It was a force which could be understood better than any other. The lycanthropes were astounded, and the barbarians trembled in fear. However, the barbarian king smiled, and he laughed loudly. Aura. It is the same as war. It was meaningless to everyone except for In-gong, but it didn't matter. The barbarian increased the power of his body, hardening one step further. His body became redder, stronger, and harder. The aura of war surrounded the barbarian king, and In-gong stared straight at him. The barbarian king was inherently strong. In-gong hadn't struggled against Gerard just because of the power of famine, but Gerard himself was powerful as well. So, it wasn't just the power of war. In-gong needed to concentrate on the barbarian king himself. Barbarian King Karatas. A person who was more incredible than Vandal. When it came to just the power of the body, he was superior to any enemies In-gong had faced so far. From the beginning, it had been all about power. He couldn't drag this out too long. In-gong took a step forward. While the barbarians and lycanthropes were still in shock, he triggered wind style. There was no noise. There were no signs. The moment that massive amount of aura was released, In-gong's body appeared beside the barbarian king. The barbarian king hadn't seen In-gong move, but he was a natural warrior and wielded Skull Crusher instinctively. In-gong saw it. Naturally, he reached out his left hand and triggered Great Mountain. The pushing force collided with Skull Crusher. The brutal force tried to destroy Great Mountain, but it didn't work. Great Mountain diverted Skull Crusher's trajectory. As it struck the ground, In-gong took one step and aimed for the barbarian king. The barbarian king once again instinctively tried to defend. He strengthened his front parts, such as his chest and abdomen, through body hardening. The change occurred in the blink of an eye, almost creating a fortress in the front of the body. However, In-gong didn't pay attention to it. He knew the barbarian king would do this. Instead of using a fist, he stretched out his palm. The barbarian king felt something ominous and opened his eyes, but it was already too late. In-gong's palm just touched the abdomen of the barbarian king. A technique of divine Sura authority was triggered. It was an attack that destroyed the enemy's aura from within, a rung. A rough aura, like an angry wolf, dug inside the barbarian king. The hard, external shell was no use. The tremendous aura devastated the barbarian king's insides. His life force was damaged. Cough. The barbarian king coughed up blood, and his red flesh returned to its normal state. The blow was so severe that body hardening was turned off. However, he wasn't thrown back like Paredes had been. The barbarian king swallowed down the pain and pushed strength through his entire body. It was enough to make In-gong admire his patience and durability. In-gong didn't panic. He hadn't thought the barbarian king would fall with just this, so he pulled back his palm and rotated his body. The barbarian king had been able to withstand a rung, but this strong kick to his abdomen pushed him back. Quack-a-cock-a-kang. At the same time, a huge amount of aura spread. It was a sense of pushing, rather than destruction. The barbarian was thrown back into the sky and flew 20 meters. He would have flown much further if he hadn't encountered so many barbarian warriors. The barbarian king slammed into the ground. Instead of pursuing the barbarian king, In-gong chose to take some time to breathe. It seemed like ages, but only a few dozen seconds had passed in reality. In-gong looked at the mini-map. Vandal was moving toward In-gong's side with his troops. In the rear, Taker's troops were fighting the barbarians, and the lycanthropes were still surrounded by barbarians. In-gong stretched out his hand. He recovered the king's flag from Karak and penetrated it into the ground, spreading the power of conquest. A ray of light shot up into the sky. As conquest spread like a shockwave, the lycanthropes were covered with the white energy. After confirming In-gong's position through the light, the movements of Vandal and other high-ranking members became more active. Additionally, the lycanthropes regained the strength to fight. Caitlin approached In-gong. She hadn't adapted to the pentacore yet. It was like a flooding river of aura, so it was hard to control it. However, she was a genius, and it wasn't long before she bound back the floor of aura. In-gong watched the barbarian king while asking Caitlin, "Are you okay?" "Yes, it isn't my blood." Despite the pain, Caitlin spoke in a bright voice to reassure In-gong. She was always like this. In-gong glanced at Caitlin and smiled. He adjusted the pentacore to alleviate some of the burden on Caitlin, then he breathed out and formed a fist. "He's coming," In-gong declared. The barbarian king was standing up. He was indeed strong. He wasn't an opponent who could be defeated with just a few surprise attacks. However, In-gong wasn't afraid, and it wasn't just because of the pentacore. Then Caitlin grabbed In-gong's hand. The connection between them was strengthened for a while, and the white aura and dark blue aura mixed together. "Go," Caitlin said, and In-gong nodded. The two people let go of their hands as the barbarian king moved. Skull Crusher was giving off a formidable aura. The barbarian king was changing the way he fought. In-gong ran toward the barbarian king, and Caitlin followed him. The barbarian king roared loudly. "Ku-paha!" Skull Crusher moved through the air. A huge outpour of power rushed towards In-gong and Caitlin. So far, the barbarian king had only used simple strikes. He hadn't used wide area attacks like this shockwave. The reason was simple: there were allies on the battlefield. They would also be killed by the wide area attack. However, he couldn't afford to worry about that in a situation like this. The barbarian king was going all out. Instead of jumping over the wave, In-gong and Caitlin extended their fists simultaneously. Aura radiated out and broke the shockwave. It was an ignorant method in order to protect the lycanthropes behind them. The white and blue aura shattered the red, and the barbarian king moved through that gap. He aimed a strong blow at both In-gong and Caitlin. Caitlin stepped back hurriedly, and In-gong used wind style to appear behind the barbarian king. Thanks to the pentacore, the power of his aura had increased, but his durability hadn't. He couldn't face the barbarian king directly since one blow could cost him his life. Between In-gong and Caitlin, the barbarian king chased Caitlin. The reason was simple: Caitlin was closer to the lycanthropes. The barbarian king poured out attacks. Every time Skull Crusher was swung, there was a shockwave explosion. They swallowed up the lycanthropes who had resumed fighting the barbarians. The lycanthropes tried to get away from the barbarian king, but it wasn't easy because the barbarians were pushing the lycanthropes. Despite knowing they would be caught up in the shockwaves, the barbarians didn't stop. The barbarian king swung Skull Crusher again. Caitlin howled and rushed toward the barbarian king. At the same time, In-gong struck from the rear. The roars continued in succession, and the earth shook a few times. The white, blue and red auras collided several times, causing explosions. It was a bizarre fight. Despite all the attacks, none of them reached the target. The barbarian king repeated the quick and aggressive attacks. Since In-gong and Caitlin were focused on evasion, attack was indeed the best defense. The barbarian king's attacks became faster, and In-gong and Caitlin had to focus more on evasion. This couldn't continue. Unlike In-gong, Caitlin hadn't received the bonus from leveling up, so she was quite tired. If this became a prolonged fight, Caitlin wouldn't be able to escape from the barbarian king's strikes. In-gong had to shake the situation. First, Caitlin had to be determined. Caitlin plunged through Skull Crusher's trajectory. She moved through Skull Crusher and aimed her fist. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that all the power in Caitlin's body was used in the blow, but the attack power didn't reach its target. The barbarian king defended against it with all his strength. He staggered and aimed his left first at Caitlin, who was up in the air. Confronted with the inevitable blow, Caitlin's eyes closed. Quan! There was a loud clamor. However, it wasn't the sound of flesh and bones breaking. It was White Eagle. White Eagle had blocked the barbarian king's fist with exquisite timing. Although Caitlin was pushed back more than a dozen meters, her life was saved. This also created a chance for In-gong, and he rushed toward the barbarian king whose attack stance had collapsed. Once again, In-gong aimed a rung at the barbarian king's abdomen. However, unlike earlier, the reaction was different this time. The aura which was about to pour in was blocked by the power of war. The attack didn't result in a fatal wound. Despite the spilled blood, the barbarian king smiled. He widened the distance with In-gong and wielded Skull Crusher. In-gong didn't use wind style. Instead of increasing the distance, he yelled, "Green Wind!" It was the king's call. Green Wind responded. She crossed through space and appeared instantly before In-gong. A green force field expanded out and blocked Skull Crusher. Quan! There was a loud roar as White Eagle was pushed against somewhat. However, it didn't break, and White Eagle defended from above In-gong's head. In-gong pulled back a fist, breaking the flow of aura himself. As blood flowed from between his lips, he concentrated his aura on Earthquaker. The destruction of the great Enkidu. True destruction. In-gong slammed his fist into the barbarian king's belly, and the power of destruction swallowed up the barbarian king. The red energy of war peeled off instantly as cracks spread and the hard shell was destroyed. The barbarian king coughed up blood. His shell broke, revealing a bleeding wound. The firmly grasped Skull Crusher was dropped to the ground. However, it was up to there. In-gong had used True Destruction hastily, and it was lacking. In-gong coughed up blood as well. The barbarian king howled like a beast and swung his right arm. As it pushed against White Eagle, the barbarian king moved his left fist. It was a blow for taking In-gong down instantly. Shutra! Caitlin shouted. In-gong raised his head and squeezed out his remaining strength. He moved his feet to avoid the barbarian king's attack, then he reached out and grabbed the Skull Crusher which the barbarian king had dropped. The barbarian king's weapon. Another thing which had been left behind by the Dragon King. In-gong conquered it, dominated it. He took it for himself. Thus, Skull Crush's super special move was able to be activated, the powerful blow that had destroyed Talker's Gate. It was a surprise that shook the heavens and the earth. The white light from Skull Crusher struck the barbarian king. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, Chapter 22, Dragon Heart Number 4. Chapter 130, Chapter 22, Dragon Heart Number 4. There was a dazzling light and loud sound which disturbed the eyes and ears of those who were watching. In-gong swallowed back his pain. His two arms seemed broken. However, In-gong didn't drop Skull Crusher. He glanced before him while coughing blood. The barbarian king was standing, and he was reaching for In-gong. However, that hand didn't reach him. The upper half of the barbarian king and his abdomen were gone. His entire shell was broken, exposing his insides. It was gory. The barbarian king's knees were broken. The power of war couldn't be found anymore. The hand stretching out toward In-gong fell to the ground, and both of the barbarian king's eyes lost their light. In-gong let out a long sigh. He let go of Skull Crusher and turned off the pentacore. Then letters of light rose up in succession. Boss, Barbarian King Karatas has been defeated. The title of King Slayer has risen from low to intermediate level. Title, Evian's Conqueror has been acquired. Strength and durability have increased after the fight against the Barbarian King. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. He gained 3 consecutive levels. This was the first time his level had risen so much since defeating the zombie dragon at Thunderdune Fortress. As always, the pure white light wound around In-gong. His flesh, which had been driven to the extremes during the fight with the Barbarian King, recovered instantly, and his exhausted aura was once again filled. In-gong exhaled. He could feel all the gazes around him. There was a mixture of respect, wonder, and fear. Under all the gazes, In-gong raised Skull Crusher up high. Then the entire battlefield let go of the breaths they were holding. The lycanthropes roared loudly. The Barbarian King was killed. Ninth Prince has defeated the Barbarian King. The Barbarian King has been knocked down. The cry spread like a wave throughout the whole battlefield, and the barbarian's morale was broken. In-gong put Skull Crusher into his inventory. Although his knees were broken, the Barbarian King had died standing up. The aftermath of the battle had ruined the area around In-gong and the Barbarian King, which caused the lycanthropes and barbarians to maintain a wide distance from him. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a blank space on the battlefield. In-gong approached Caitlin, who looked at In-gong with a mixture of joy and absurdity. The joy was naturally about the victory, while the absurdity was due to In-gong's energetic appearance despite it being right after the battle. In-gong stretched out his hand to Caitlin and used a recovery spell on her. The lycanthropes surrounded In-gong and Caitlin, while some of the barbarians moved to retrieve the Barbarian King's body. Instead of attacking the barbarians, In-gong looked at the mini-map. The whole battlefield had transformed. Additionally, the death of the Barbarian King had caused a great stir. Taker's defenders, who had been watching In-gong's and the Barbarian King's fight from the high wall, started moving. They poured out from the castle and attacked the rear of the barbarians. The barbarians scattered. After losing their most powerful force, the Barbarian King, the barbarians lost their focal point. After the death of the Barbarian King, some started to escape, while others pierced through the battlefield like they wanted to double-check the death with their own eyes. However, the battle continued on as those on both sides fought the enemies in front of them. Vandal and his guards were heading straight to In-gong. At the same time, there were also barbarians rushing there. They were Paredes and his men. In-gong drank some recovery potions and called to Kaparang. He entrusted Caitlin to Kaparang and climbed aboard White Eagle. A strong wind blew. In-gong flew as high as he could and glanced at the entire battlefield. Then Paredes found In-gong and roared. And following the losses of both the Barbarian King and then Paredes, the barbarians no longer had the will to fight, and almost all of the barbarians started to flee. General Vandal pursued the barbarians and smashed into them. They wouldn't be able to dream of crossing the limit line for a while. The victorious Demon King's army stretched out before Taker and rested. Taker's ruler, Vulcanus, didn't like the Demon King's army staying in front of Taker, but he wasn't foolish enough to express such feelings. Taker had received relatively minor damage. The gate had been destroyed, but the barbarians couldn't enter deep into the city. Some of the areas had suffered quite a bit of damage, but they were in the lawless areas, and Taker itself wasn't heavily affected. Felicia used the transportation formation near Tucker to report the victory. She didn't forget to put in the first line of the report that In-gong was the one who killed the barbarian king. Then night fell. It was a night of victory. And several large fires were ignited in the camp of the Demon King's army. The flames were so big and bright that they seemed like they would drive away the night. Everyone ate meat and drank alcohol, enjoying the fact that they had survived and won. However, there were many who had died. The lycanthropes lost more than a dozen people. In the first place, there had been only 200 of them, so the absences were big. The night of victory was for both the living and the dead. The fires were a blessing to the living and a light of remembrance for the dead. In-gong, along with Vandal, traveled all over the camp and encouraged the troops. Everyone knew of In-gong's actions, so he was greeted with enthusiastic cheers everywhere he visited. The soldiers gazed at him with eyes full of respect and worship. The night passed like this. Vandal chuckled and looked down at In-gong. He then tapped In-gong's back with his fingers and asked, "Prince, are you okay?" "I'm dying." In-gong had to drink a glass of alcohol at every place he visited, so he had drunk over a dozen cups. His fatigue was more due to the alcohol than the combat. "That reminds me, this is my first drink, but..." He had never drunk any alcohol before coming here, so it truly was his first drink. The first time is important. He thought he would be sitting next to Felicia and drinking it elegantly, but the reality was different. He didn't know how much he had drunk nor had he tasted the alcohol. "It is fortunate that you are still drinking. It is a hero's style." Vandal laughed and tapped on In-gong's back again. In-gong frowned but nodded. Yes, this is a real benefit. His durability and mental power were significant, so he would probably be fine even if he drank a whole keg of alcohol. "You should go back and rest, Prince. You had a great day today," Vandal said with an extended finger. His face, which was red from the alcohol, was filled with a bright smile. In-gong laughed with pleasure and caught Vandal's finger. As always, they shook it like a handshake, then Vandal spoke again. "Prince." "Ha? I have a request." Vandal was still smiling. Both of Vandal's eyes were filled with affection, but In-gong realized the mood had changed. He had a vague idea of what Vandal was going to say. In-gong let go of Vandal's finger. Vandal bowed to In-gong and took a deep breath, then he stared straight at In-gong and declared, "5 days later, both Prince and I will have washed away our fatigue from the battle. I want to fight with Prince then." Vandal didn't want to take In-gong's life. Nor was it due to resentment or anger at In-gong. It was due to a competitive spirit and some aspirations. In-gong understood. It had been the same in Knight Saga. No, Knight Saga was different. In Knight Saga, Zephyr had always been the one who offered first. Once Nyatra found the conditions for recruiting Vandal, Zephyr would ask for a fight first. If Nyatra didn't get this information, then Vandal would stipulate a fight when Zephyr asked him to become a subordinate. Vandal never spoke first. He never sought a fight in order to test his lord. However, that Vandal was now asking for a fight. He wanted to compete with In-gong. In-gong nodded, eager to respond to Vandal's pure desire. "Yes, let's fight. 5 days later, when we are in the best condition." Those around In-gong and Vandal were excited and cheered enthusiastically. They were the surviving ogre guards in Carrick. Vandal took a deep breath and spoke with a slightly embarrassed expression. "It might be too soon, but it was a great fortune that I got to meet Prince. I am thankful that I was able to fight with Prince on this land. It is my pleasure." He couldn't say that he came to Evian in order to meet Vandal. Instead of shaking hands once more, In-gong and Vandal bumped fists slightly. It was a natural exchange between men. Vandal headed back to the excited ogre guards. In-gong gazed at Vandal's back for a moment, then he returned to his quarters. Karak caught up to In-gong. Prince, isn't this big? It is something I have to do. In-gong couldn't guarantee a win. This could be a struggle for life or death. Nevertheless, he wasn't afraid. It was because this was Vandal, and Vandal had a pure competitive spirit. You are truly a warrior. Karak spoke with moist eyes, like In-gong was really brave, and In-gong made a disgusted expression at Karak before entering his tent. The tent, which was filled with animal leather, was quiet. He had been sleeping with Caitlin for several days for the purpose of recovery, but the battle was over now. When he was at the drinking party, Caitlin had gone to sleep in her own tent with Syra. Sixth princess left a letter. Karak picked up a piece of paper from the floor and gave it to In-gong. She was already quite drunk, so the usually graceful writing was filled with random scribbles. Did you drink the alcohol I gave you? That is forbidden today. Hi. Shutra, you fool. In-gong was reminded of the Felicia he had seen when he was roaming around. She had been rejoicing with the other dark elves. In-gong wasn't sure how Felicia would feel about him drinking without her, but he couldn't help laughing. Today was a fun day. It was good that Felicia could relax. I want to see her in that state in the future. Karak said, and In-gong nodded. Then Karak helped him prepare for bed. Tired. In-gong was really tired. He would probably fall asleep as soon as he laid down. However, In-gong took something out of the inventory right before going to sleep. It was the pillow Caitlin had given him as a gift. The Lucid Dream Pillow. It was limited to 10 times, but it was a pillow that allowed the owner to dream what they wanted. In-gong touched the surface of the soft pillow briefly. He had already decided what to dream. A fight with the Barbarian King. So far, the Barbarian King had the highest strength and defense among any enemy In-gong had faced. The Barbarian King had understood Blink and Struck. He had defeated the second Arung, and although it was just an improvised one, he had endured true destruction. In-gong wanted to fight him again. It was clear that fighting him would lead In-gong to a higher place, so it would be good training prior to his fight with Vandal. I will fight at night. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he would be able to fight many times in his dreams. Tomorrow, let's fight. His fatigue was too much today. In-gong placed the pillow beside him. Karak saw the pillow and asked him. Prince. Ha? The number on the pillow has fallen from 10 to 9. When did you use it? The sharp question made In-gong flinch, and Karak's eyes narrowed. Prince, was it a big dream? A good, big dream? In-gong shifted his gaze away from Karak, and a large smile appeared on Karak's face. Just then, Green Wind appeared behind Karak. She then hugged In-gong's neck and asked, Master, did you dream about me? In-gong stayed silent. He continued to stay silent until he fell asleep. And the news of In-gong's victory was conveyed to the Demon King's palace. And the news spread to all areas of the demon world. Some were happy, while some felt impatient, and others were jealous. In a place far away, where news from the Demon King's palace couldn't be heard, there was a man who perceived In-gong's victory. The Death Knight. The one who had been longing for the end of the world for 1,000 years. He raised his head and listened to the voice of death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.